For those sitting here, we apologize that we're running a few minutes late. So we actually have been in special session, and just for the record, there are no final decisions or votes that are taken in special session. But I'm going to be looking for a motion to adjourn out of the special meeting and executive session that we were in. And then we will re-adjourn into this next meeting after a 5-minute break. So I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we are adjourned out of a special council meeting that began at 7:30, and we are going to resume, or actually begin, this special council meeting, which is the budget workshop, in 5 minutes. So we will be right back. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So thank you for your patience, and I'm sorry we're running late.
Which one you got, something, Dora?
I can't talk with my mouth not full, so I didn't want to be talking, trying to talk with it full.
I heard your idea, Chair.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's because any conversation that continues is actually still part of the extension of the executive session. So if we haven't, we're going to the bathroom and we're talking,
So let's call this special council meeting to order, and this is our 2019 budget workshop. First day, and let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Hogaboom?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Skog?
Here.
Perfect. As we get started today, we're starting about 30 minutes late. And I think predominantly we have staff here, but we just appreciate those that are present. And then this is also, do we have this on video? I believe it is. Mark, is that right? Okay. So for those watching via the internet, thank you for also joining us. So we are beginning about 30 minutes late, and so we may make up some time as we go or not. So if we need to, we had a break in the middle, we'll shorten that break by 30 minutes, and then this afternoon we'll be right back on schedule as it is agendized. So just a couple opening remarks, and I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief. You know, as I look at the budget, especially for staff sitting here, you know, we've talked a lot, and we've gone through the budget presentations. And I will say, budget is complex. I think, as you all know, there are so many moving parts with this budget. I try to look at the budget from a lot of different angles. And I'll say this with staff, because as we sat and look departmentally, you look at a lot of different detail departmentally, and then you get done and you look at it as a whole. As I put in a letter that is at the front of our packet, this particular budget is a little challenging because we've been in the midst of negotiations. And it's very difficult when you don't know where you are to know where you are. So there are a couple things, just big bucket pieces that I want to say. Our total public safety increase in our budget from last year to this year is over $5 million. Just that public safety alone. So if we look at our bottom line of a $17 million increase from last year to this year that's currently proposed, $5 million of that is public safety. We've got about $10 million, I think, and Michael will be talking to Public Works, that has to do with wastewater. We've got capital improvements, and so we've got some big bucket items that make up this increase in our budget. I want to say thank you to our staff, because a number of our departments have come in with very minimal increases. And we prioritized in the budget this year streets, which was our commitment to 1% going to streets, as has already been committed in a couple of years past, and public safety. And we did do a citizen survey that said, and our citizens communicated back to us, if we're going to invest, where did they want to see us invest? Number one was streets, and number two was public safety. And so this particular budget is a reflection of that, trying to listen to our citizens and do the best job we can to get it done. So with a focus on public safety. So that said, the detail today is going to come. Vicki Chandler has given us a great overview and will do so this morning. And then we will hear from the departments. We were just talking as council. So what I'm going to expect today as we go through these is that at the conclusion of the department presentations, council has the opportunity to ask questions at that time. I think it's easiest when it's fresh in your mind to be able to come back and clarify and ask questions of the department heads. There will also be a time for council to ask questions tomorrow morning. Not every department or division is presenting. And so for those departments that are not presenting, tomorrow morning will be the opportunity for you to ask questions. I've asked the department division heads to be here tomorrow so that they're available to council if they have questions. You have questions of someone that did not present. And so, and you know, my hope is that from staff, mayor, council, this is a collaborative process with the spirit of we are all here to do what's best for our community. This is not about any political positioning. It's about servants, serve us, stewardship, and being stewards. So we serve our community, we're stewards of the asset, and together we will come to an outcome that is a good decision that we all can believe in as we move forward in looking for really long-term sustainability for our community. And as you guys have heard, our staff has heard, council has heard, the decisions that we make and that I make when I'm looking at where we're going is what does this do for the next generation? So it's not just a decision for today, but it's also looking into the future for our children and our grandchildren. So, and that to me speaks of stewardship. And stewardship is people resources, physical resources, and financial resources. So that said, I believe council has asked if they could also make a comment, and then we will begin with Vicki Chandler. So council, would you like to make a comment?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, thank you. Good morning. Today, as council members, we take up our most important duty, setting the budget for the city of Nampa. Much work has gone in the preparation of this budget proposal by the mayor and staff, and there's no doubt the mayor's worked very hard on this budget proposal. But I see in our budget highlights in our notebook this year, it's written in quotes, or I quote, "The clear priority established early on by the mayor with input from citizens," unquote. No city council in that sentence. This is my 5th time for city budget hearings. The last 4 years, council members were included in somewhat in the budget preparation and/or philosophy and guidelines for setting the budget. This year, we were not. Advice and input from city council members was not solicited nor included in this budget proposal. That's a bit of my gripe, but I'm just hoping for next year that council's more involved. Surveys through SurveyMonkey programs are of dubious value and certainly are not scientific. We have a republic form of government wherein each council member was elected by voters to make decisions. Most, if not all, of us campaigned as fiscal conservatives, and I hope we will make decisions today and tomorrow as such. We were elected to make the tough decisions, and that's what we're going to do today and tomorrow. In past years, I had time to digest the budget proposals, sometimes up to 800+ pages, and I read every page, every line. This year, I received the proposed budget by email on Friday with an amended proposal budget yesterday morning. Not much time to analyze many millions of dollars in a budget proposal heretofore not available to me. So that's a bit frustrating, and I hope next year we'll get that sooner. An easy way to do the budget is to simply take the maximum 3% from the taxpayers we are elected to represent. I've learned these past 4 years and in negotiations with fire that there's never enough money, but when there's a special project or something you really want, we seem to find the money. It's the same thing with the 3% budget increase. If you really don't want to go to 3%, you can find a way to do it, council members. To do that, we must think aloud, share our thoughts, hear other ideas from each other. But here's some ideas from me. Do not vote for the $300 fueling station that's proposed. We vetoed that in the past, and we can veto that again. Don't increase the funding for Valley Regional Transit. Rider demand is not present. At present, it's just not, there's no demand for increase. Ridership's declining. Public safety is getting needed attention, but this year they may be getting a little too much. I don't think they need a full-time analyst position as proposed. I'd rather have another firefighter position for that money. Anyway, I'm sure you all have good ideas, and I look forward to hearing them. Thank you.
I am going to provide response, Bruce, to your comments, and that response is that as mayor, we were charged to bring to you a balanced budget. And if you had wanted, my understanding was that you wanted us to come together, and the purpose of this workshop is to discuss what we brought forward. We were charged, and you guys asked us to bring to you a balanced budget, which we have done. And the comment that you were not included, you have had numerous meetings with some of our division heads, and our division heads, and we clearly stated that if you guys wanted to visit with department heads, you were welcome to during the budget process. And I know that you've met with police and you've met with fire, which are, and I know we've had numerous discussions around public safety. So I have to, I'm going to say that I don't agree with that statement. And if there were questions and input, the council is always welcome to come. So to start out with a negative, I don't appreciate that. And then I do want to say that, and I said it earlier, we are in the midst of fire and police negotiations. That, as we know, we just had executive session regarding union negotiations. It's very difficult to come forward with a budget
when we don't know where our budget is and where our final numbers are. And as I have mentioned, and I'll say publicly right now, my hope was to come in under 3%. We've not taken the easy route. So if you take a 3% increase, that's approximately $1.1 million in increase. Last year to this year is what a 3% increase is. Our police budget alone has an increase of $5 million. So I'm not sure what to do differently when we have, so our increase, a 2% increase is about $600,000, maybe $700 max. We've committed 1% to streets. So 6 police officers and 1 firefighter position, which is what fire has asked for this year, equals $700,000. Right there, that's 3% increase, right there. So I look forward to going through the budget presentation as previously stated. We'll look forward to the opportunity to ask questions of department heads, and I hope that as we move forward, it is not a matter of conflict, but a matter of let's work together and come up with something positive.
And I am requesting that next year some things be done differently, respectfully.
Thank you. So Vicki Chandler, this is your opportunity to begin your presentation. Thank you.
Too much equipment. Mayor and council, thank you very much. I would just request a couple of things. One is that someone thought that my original material on the back table was a handout, and they took the first few pages, so fess up. Someone has my original material, a couple of pages there. I have additional things for you throughout. We will have access to the budget module. If you want more detail, trust me, we can give you 1,000 pages of information if you want it. So we can pull that up from our budget module. If you don't have enough material, trust me, we can give it to you as requested on the spot. And then various directors have already told me they will not be needing the allotted time. So we can make up time as we go through today. And then you can have as much time tomorrow as you want, today or tomorrow, but we will be able to make better progress today than is identified in the agenda. I just want to reiterate that the material is organized so that you have a compressed operations format, and that's because the mayor and directors have gone through those operational budgets in great detail. I'll just say she's a very weedy person. She went through a lot of information. She incorporated a lot of information up here as well as in directors and division heads' budgets. So those budgets have, operationally, she's gone through a lot of detail and made a lot of changes in those budgets. So you have a lot of detail about capital and personnel. Directors are going to be presenting overviews, perhaps some stories, perhaps some achievements, and so that should go also quickly. So you have information that is relative probably to the new expenses, especially because most operational budgets are pretty much the same with just a very few exceptions that are being presented today. So we presented compressed department operational budgets and more detail about personnel. Those are the Form 10s for new folks. The Form 50s are the capital budgets, and then summary documents are behind all of those budgets electronically. So I don't know that I have any other information. We will try to stay at least within the agenda as presented, and I think we can also work through some of those compressed or compress some of those times as well. So I don't have anything else to present unless you have any questions as we get started.
Mayor Kling. Vicki, just a couple of points I just wanted to make sure I understood. State shared revenue for the sales taxes, if that goes away in fiscal year 19, would that affect this budget at all? It would probably be in 20 and beyond if there was any change in the sales tax.
The grocery tax.
I'm sorry, the grocery tax.
Is, when that was first being discussed, AIC identified that for the city of Nampa, at that time, it was about $950,000. Because it goes up about 8% every year, so we're talking $1 million. And I know that there's some effort to lobby at various levels of impact on the city. So as we've discussed, perhaps that would be 50% in 2020. I trust that they wouldn't do that in a current year that's budgeted already. So I'm assuming that they would be forecasting that for a successive year rather than a current year.
Okay.
So I've budgeted the full state shared tax this year.
All right. And then even with this proposed budget, you're projecting a decrease due to growth of approximately 6.6% in the levy rate?
Yes, right, because of the increase in assessed values.
Okay, and then the final thing I wanted to make a point of that wasn't mentioned is we're not looking at any foregone taxes in this budget approach.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vicki. Are there any other questions for Vicki before we move on?
First one is Public Works.
Michael?
Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to present the Public Works budget before you today. I think I can help us get back on track. We did a dry run yesterday with all of our staff. And we're a little over an hour, maybe right about an hour time frame. So we'll be talking about $1 million a minute here real shortly. So with me today, certainly probably the biggest thanks I have is to Jake Allen. Without him, this would be maybe a few scratch pictures on a page. That's about it. He's been working for a month on putting this together, and I've been trying to keep up. So with that, I'd also like to take an opportunity to introduce our Public Works staff that are here today, and appreciate the mayor's holding questions to the end, but I got everybody here. If you have a question anywhere along the way, I'm used to taking them along the fly, so feel free to jump in, ask a question, and we can certainly get down into the weeds. Jake also has our budget module. If we have something that we need to come up and get down into the weeds, we certainly can. I think we've got a lot of good information here to share, and a lot of the reason of why we're here, not just a whole pile of numbers. So with that, let me have everybody introduce themselves. If you're in Public Works, stand up and say who you are, where you work. Start somewhere.
Jake, I'm an admin. Nate Runyon, Deputy Director.
Andy Zimmerman, wastewater superintendent.
Evan Jenkins, Environmental Compliance Division Manager.
Keith Begay, Waterworks Superintendent.
Doug Adams, Fleet.
Monty Hazel, Airport Superintendent.
Ken Nutt, Streets Traffic.
Jeff Kaplan, Streets Supervisor.
Tom Boyd, city
All right, thank you, guys. So anyway, great team. I'm sure when it gets down in the weeds, I'll be spinning quick and saying, hey, help me out with this one. So with that, our agenda today, we're gonna have a little bit of introduction, which we complete with mission and vision, and we'll get all through this stuff. So we have about a $70.9 million budget. I'm just one individual representing 138 hardworking employees that do a lot of things that many people don't want to do, even on their worst day. We got 8 divisions, and I think our overall thing, we're all here serving with pride to serve the citizens of Nampa. Our mission is providing leadership in the sustainable development of public works infrastructure for Nampa's future. Our vision is a department in concert, providing quality professional service, efficient transportation, and cost-effective utilities in harmony with stakeholders for the betterment of the city of Nampa and its citizens. And I think it best says our logo down in the bottom, serving with pride is who we are and what we do. As the mayor mentioned earlier, some of the key drivers of this budget is strategy, stewardship, and sustainability, and you'll see that throughout this budget on the important emphasis of getting forward and leading this community. We have 3 major strategic initiatives that we focus on. These are a bit overarching. They're not just a one-year thing. They go on for a long period of time. The biggest, first one, integrated adaptive management. This is a bit of the sum is the sum is greater than the whole of the parts. And so, because everything, as we look at it, things change, things move, technology changes, and we have to be able to adapt. one division affects another, that's how we have to integrate. So we have a couple of really good examples. Our fleet plan. Fleet plan is looking at the right tool for the right job. It's not just, we have always had a dump truck, we've always had a lawnmower, we've always had this piece of equipment. Every time a piece of equipment comes forward, is it the right tool? Does it do the job that we need, or do we need a different tool? We have several examples where we've eliminated equipment because it wasn't needed. It wasn't needed, it was needed in the past, we always did it. It's one of those, you know, the worst thing is we always did it this way. So we challenge that at every particular piece of equipment. Another good example is our wastewater program. The wastewater loan that is approved has an element that you may not know. It has an element of the ability to receive a portion of the interest payment to do non-point solutions. Those non-point solutions, we believe, could be stormwater solutions, probably our most difficult budget. So that's how it's integrated. As we improve stormwater, does that affect wastewater? As we improve wastewater, or maybe we can build a irrigation station that may pull phosphorus out of an irrigation canal or out of a drain that's not going to, and work all the way around the process to make sure that we have an integrated management system. Our asset management program, this is key to everything we do. It's not, and I think if you think about the city as a whole, we like to talk about new things, right? What's the new stuff happening and new growth and new community people and new things for the community. But really, if you think about what the city, particularly in public works, we have probably nearly $1 billion in assets that are sitting out there. We're going to add 70 million overall for the year. So really, the fundamental difference is we should be really good at what we do on our maintenance side, our asset management, because that's where the real value is in the community. And that's where our emphasis is from a public works perspective. Level of service, whether we believe it or not, whether it's conscious or subconscious, level of service is a decision we make with every decision we do. Are we meeting the level of service? Are we improving the level of service? Or are we decreasing the level of service? So that's always something that we think from public works perspective. And then a long-term goal, stable budget. It's our assumption that the best that we can do is get to a point that's of stability. And then on an annual basis, I mean, again, we have roughly $500 million worth of assets in public works. They're not going to move, so they're probably going to be pretty close to the next year. So if we can get that asset management and maintenance going, then we should be able to every year increase by growth and cost of living, whether it's the ENR index or CPI or whatever. That should be where we should be. But the reality is we're trying to move our rates to the baseline. We've got to move rates up to the baseline. Just Monday night, we had a rate increase. That is trying to move us to that baseline. So on an annual basis, we can get to that growth and inflation. And that's our goal. We're not there yet. We're not to that base point, but that is our goal. Earlier this year, we talked about the deep dive. And at that point, we talked about our one thing. So our one thing is still our one thing. Right, we have a lot of needs, a lot of things to talk about, level of service, resource space. We're a maintenance organization with a no-fail mission. We can't fail. We have to deliver water every day. We have to deliver sewer every day. We've had some instances where we didn't, right? We had a failure under Garrity Boulevard. Cars couldn't get on the freeway for an entire weekend. But we worked 24 hours a day, got it in there, and got it built by the Monday morning traffic. The tricky part, our biggest issue is our asset management. That's the ball that keeps everything moving. The tricky part is, do we have adequate funding? That's the thread that this asset management ball moves on. And that's what we try to do. So our one thing, if I ever look at this, and you'll hear it throughout the budget, is asset management. What we have is assets, we should be managing them accordingly. So again, our asset management zone, I've presented this for the last several years. We've updated our chart. Everything we do focuses around our asset management zone. The good news is we have the zone. We've been doing it for a number of years. The bad news in this budget, there'll be some projects that aren't within their zone, not because we chose to, but because they failed out of cycle. We rank our projects. So once we identify the projects in our zone, and some of you, this is your first budget. So a few budgets ago, I gave a really long, detailed explanation of this thing. So kind of giving a little bit higher level. This is how we rank our projects. So we evaluate the zone work, and then we look at, we have essentially the multiplier is kind of the importance factor, and then everything can get a 5-point score. Give it to engineers, we're going to put a number to it, so that's what happens, right? So we have safety as our number one highest priority part, right? That gives us the most points. Then we look at economic development following the strategic plan. Companion projects, because if we can tear up the road once for 2 different projects, that has more value to the public. A mission and importance, is it the right thing that we do, the reason that we're doing? And then certainly other factors are included. Category is more like condition or durability, if it's cast iron pipe versus plastic pipe, that kind of stuff. Capacity, do we have capacity, and what's the condition of the existing facility? And then that racks up to 100 points. We rack them and stack them, and then we bring them forward as here. So we do have a balanced budget. This is the entire Public Works budget. It's about $71 million this year. Of that, we're using about almost $17 million of fund balance. We have about $50 million in fund balance, of which you can see most is sitting in wastewater, which will be spent soon. And then our general fund impact is, of the 71 million entire Public Works budget, 3.8 million, 3.9 million is the general fund. So from that perspective, most of these are enterprise special revenue funds. To put that into perspective, we were about 3.2 million general fund last year, and the difference is pavement management and probably the fuel sites, probably the 2 that impact the general fund the most. So with that, looking at our this is
Michael,
our,
could you repeat that number again?
excuse me?
Of the 771 or whatever it is million, how much was, what was your increase from last year?
Well, right here, slide number, next slide. We're at 71 million. We have 62, last year's budget was 62 million. This year's budget is about 71 million. And it's spread across the department in a lot of different places. And we'll get into some of the details of the differences here as we go through the divisions, if that's helpful.
Right, thank you.
And we have it all, so we certainly can share. In operations, is not capital, so looking at operations, we're about 16.6 million last year. We're about 18.2 million this year. A significant part of that is in fleet, and then it's spread across the department, streets. We have more stuff, right? And that's what we're trying to do. When I think about the budget, the biggest way, the method that we do our budget, I've shared our capital side because that's the big numbers. But the important numbers is operations, right? When we do our budgets, I start first closest to the employees, right? We look at our operations budget. Do we have the right tools and equipment for our employees? Do we have the right tools for the employees? There's nothing worse than coming to work and working to work, right? Give them the right tools to be able to do the job. Make sure they have the right boots, make sure they have the right uniforms, make sure that they have the right shovels if we're gonna dig a hole, that type of stuff. That's baseline budget. That's first and highest priority. Number 2 is the equipment, the fleet side, right? We ought to have our tools so the same guys and gals that work in Public Works every single day have the right tools to get the job done. Because if we have the wrong tools, we're just wasting our time. And then we look at capital. Capital is a big part of the budget, but that's not necessarily the priority order. Step 1, keep the people, give the crews what they need to get the job done. Give them the right tools and equipment, and then we'll talk about major capital to get that stuff done. So at this point, we're going to go through each of the divisions, kind of go through that at a fairly high level, but certainly we have all the details, focusing on Form 10s and Form 50s. So Public Works Administration, this is the group that kind of is myself and my administration staff. It's a pretty straightforward administration budget. It's about, we've got it here listed, it's about 130,000 plus or minus, so transfers in about 390. Which are increased, and that's some of the things I want to talk about here next. Funding and focus. So how is administration funded? Administration is funded by the administrative allocation. But for every division in Public Works, you certainly wouldn't need an administration division. If you only had one division in Public Works, that would be it. You wouldn't need another group to figure out where everything is going. And so all Public Works divisions fund the administration through the allocation. It's allocated on either by the number of employees in the division or by capital. If it's a capital-related service, then it's more capital allocated, and you'll see that through some of the transfers. You can see that in the previous slide. The net transfer is essentially that administrative allocation that transfers the funds in, that offsets Public Works administration. And our focus, from an administrative level, certainly the strategic initiatives are our number one focus. Addressing, those clearly address strategy, stewardship, and sustainability for the community. Our 2019 focus, I certainly want to commend Vicki and all her staff to bring on the Tyler. We've heard a lot of grumbling, and it's been painful. But the reality is, even I can figure out some of this stuff. And what we're seeing, we're already using the resources that are available to us with the new Tyler software. The project level detailed reports is something that I'm able to review on a weekly or monthly basis in real time. And that's something that we had a ton of spreadsheets that we were looking at before. And they were effective when we were running about a $20 million budget. When you're at a $70 million budget and all this capital, it's hard to keep track of that in a series of spreadsheets. Plus, our program management program has really taken speed, and they're able to do more work more faster, so adding a spreadsheet option becomes just more difficult. The Tyler software has that tool. But what I want to suggest, or what I'm encouraging, is not stopping. The critical tool for Public Works is Phase 3. Phase 3 is the asset management portion of Tyler. It's going to take additional effort. We've funded asset management portion of Tyler in our budget because it's that important to Public Works. We currently use a next-gen software to try to do work orders and try to pull asset information out. It's pretty clunky, and it hasn't really been as effective as we had hoped. We've spent a ton of money on it, and we have a lot of, certainly Jake Allen's been the guy. We've sent him to every training at Tyler's available. He's our resource for the entire Public Works Department. And that's where we're going to go. We also want to, and so that's our big push this year from an administration function, and can improve communication through public communication and involvement. So that brings us to our Form 10s, because that's all we have in administration. We have a finance clerk. That's a person that's going to work with Jake to actually get all the data in. I mean, there's a ton of data. Again, about $500 million worth of assets. We got to plug all of them into the software, and we've got to be able to analyze it so that I can push Jake a little harder and give him that analyst job. That's really what he deserves to be doing, is going through the budgets, get into an audit function, and get more of that higher level thinking instead of inputting day-to-day information. And then we also have a public involvement individual that's split between Public Works Administration and engineering. All of them are funded through the administrative allocation. This individual would be able to provide additional resources so we can communicate with the public, backstop since we are having difficulties getting contractors, we bring those on. And this is funded through, if you recall, the engineering did a study and presented that we are bringing more staff in-house instead of using consultants. This is one of those in-house staff that we're talking about. Any questions on the administration budget?
Madam Mayor, Mike, I was going to try to hold questions, but I know Vicki had through the whole packet as far as funded and non-funded. I still had some challenges distinguishing. I'm interested in hearing what, not very quickly, but what you requested and not funded for these departments. So is there a list that we can quickly go through, or what's best, Vicki?
We have, Mayor.
I know that's in here, but had some challenging.
Page 106 and 107.
Slide number, we've put them in a tabular
So
form.
it's to happen.
It's at the end.
Okay, it's for the whole, all the departments.
All of Public Works.
Okay.
All of Public Works. What everybody else, I don't know what they're doing. But yeah, we have one, the Form 50s that were not approved, Form 10s and Form 50s that were not approved, we have as a slide at the end. Everything that we're presenting up front is approved, is identified as approved in the budget. And so we're explaining what those are and why though. I mean, the important thing is why, right? I think there's always room for, I certainly don't want to be up here whining of, I didn't get this and I didn't get that, right? We're here to do the job. We get the budget and we'll manage accordingly. I've said that a number of times. Our job is to present information. If we provide factual information and the reason to why we're doing this and how it's serving our public, then I assume that that's what everybody wants. If that's not the answer, if it's less, then we'll manage accordingly, whatever that answer is. That's our job.
Mayor Kling, if I could. Michael, you threw out some numbers pretty fast. I'm trying to find them here. So explain the 17 million fund balance, and then you said you had a 50 million fund balance.
Okay, so we're talking about this slide right here. This is the fund balance in every division where they're at. The airport,
Oh, I see
slide
what you did.
number,
Okay.
well, I don't know, I do 2 per page. It's on page 7 of your packet if
I
you're
got it.
looking at my packet. So if that airport has current, this is as of October 2017, because we're working on a year. We don't have October 18 numbers yet. So this was the fund balance at the beginning of fiscal year 18. There was 1.2 million in airport, 4.8 million in water, 5.4 million in irrigation. Environmental compliance is a subset of wastewater, so there's 25 million in fund balance in wastewater and 9 million in fund balance in streets.
Okay,
I will show you a glide slope that virtually eliminates every single one of these within the next 5 years.
okay, thanks for clarifying that.
So there's no, we'll go on to engineering.
Just a quick question,
sure.
Mayor Kling. Michael, in answering or addressing Darrell's point, on page 106 and 107 of our packet online, it appears that the Public Works Finance Clerk is a funded position. The Deputy Public Works Director for Transportation is not. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, the
And
deputy is
then the
not-
public involvement is funded.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'm presenting in these slides are the funded positions.
Okay.
The deputy is something we've put on for several years and doesn't seem to have getting legs to get funded. It's a significant resource. The intent of the deputy, well,
That's
I'll go
fine.
down there. I'll talk about that later. Is what it is. So engineering. So this is the group that's down there. We thought, why not put the focus of the, a picture of the downtown construction. Clem's in the picture, if you could figure out what it is. They've been doing a great job down there, and I'm sure you've got the phone calls we do, and we're trying to address every single issue out there. I think that's probably their biggest signature project for the year. Their budget is about, it's from the transfer in's about 2.3 million, the net balance, so total budget's about 2.6 million, I think is what I had before. Engineering, $2.7 million their total budget. But this is the bottom line budget. It's a net expense difference of about 400,000, so about $129,000 less than last year, because the allocation. So that's what we're going to talk about. So the funding for engineering is through the administrative allocation. That's went up significantly this year. Part of that came from capital, as we talked in that engineering presentation. If we're not hiring consultants, then our capital projects should be cheaper, and therefore that funding, but there's still expense. Labor expense, office expense, computer expense, all those types of things should be funded from the capital program. So that's how the administrative allocation work. And I have to apologize to Vicki for all the various gyrations we've done through this process. I'm sure she's tired of hearing about that. So all of engineering provides, so the way the funding works for the administrative allocation for engineering, engineering provides professional services to anybody that asks. But if you ask, the following year, it comes out as the allocation. So we use an hourly weighted base on trying to pull some of that allocation on the services that they provide. Their staff, the additional staffing and funding for this allocation comes from capital, from enterprise funds, and from development funds. So they generate some of their own through development fees. They also provide services to the building department and the building permit fees, and so that's part of the allocation. We expect cost savings expected through the projects by reducing consultants, and we talked about that. And our focus in engineering is capital cost savings. That's their focus. How do we do it quicker, better, faster? Our intent this year, big move to bring in-house project management and design. But what I want to let you know is this is just the beginning. We have a lot bigger projects to bring forward. So again, give it to engineers, we get a spreadsheet. So this is the personnel map. You can see on this slide that we've got the yellow, probably the easiest way to see is the level of effort change is on the organization chart. All the yellow ones are the new people that are anticipated to come in and do project management. This is just the project management function side, design and project management. So with that, we bring on in the budget as approved is a couple of engineers in training, new folks coming in, trying to get this ball rolling. Contract administration staff. When you bring in a lot more contracts, you're going to have a lot of people chasing paper, and that's what we need some assistance with. And then the other half of the public involvement position to be directly related with projects and We're hiring a lot of folks out for that. This is an in-house staff to be able to do public involvement, meet with the constituents and things like that. And these costs are all-in costs. It's not just what their salary is. It's salaries, benefits, desk, chair, all that stuff. You name it, it's in that Form 10. Yes.
Michael, this is the result of the presentation that was made to council. My goodness, it was probably a couple months ago, correct?
Correct.
I don't know if council remembers that. This was by adding personnel, our hope is to save the intent is to save $3 million over the next 5 years. Am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, it's in that neighborhood. It's about $600,000 a year. Yeah. So, certainly that's the task. Now we're got the staff. Now they've got to perform. So that's what we'll be tracking for the next year to see how we do.
So
And it's going to take some ramp up time. We got new kids coming in. So we're not hiring senior design staff. We're hiring a lot of young folks to figure out this game. So there's a lot of training involved in this budget. There's a lot of resources. We have a unique opportunity. And I personally had the opportunity to do a similar thing as a young engineer. One of the early tasks we're taking these new engineers is putting them with the operation staff. Go learn the types of tools, how do the pipes bolt together? What are the things that make the job easier when it gets to operations? Because then we know their designs will be better in the future.
Mayor Kling, Michael, in looking at the projections as far as for salary, benefits, and operations for an EIT, is the operations, the office costs, is that what that number is for? Or like desk, chair, and all those things, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so this person as an EIT, are they at all, these are educated and partially trained individuals, or are they just right out of college?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, so far right out of college. So they're professional. They have their engineers graduate.
Are they licensed then?
No, you cannot be. Okay, so
An EIT is in training.
An engineer in training. So in order to become an EIT, an individual must graduate from an accredited university in an engineering field, whatever that field is, because there's EITs in all the engineering fields, but in our case, it's a civil engineering field. That individual must pass the fundamental exam. I think that's what the first one's called. We called it the EIT exam 100 years ago when I took it. But do they have the knowledge of the text? It's pretty the textbook knowledge. Do you know the thermodynamics, and do you know the hydraulics and materials and all those kind of things? And if you don't pass that, it's a difficult test. It's a full day test. And if you don't pass that, you do not become an EIT. Our intention is to get engineers in training, because once you're an EIT, then it's to still fall back on the old apprentice program. Engineers are a bit of the apprentice, right? We started out in the working world. And so it takes 4 years of increasing responsibility under a licensed engineer in order to be able to take the next test, which is the professional engineer's exam.
So these individuals have graduated college, have experience, have gotten an EIT rating then, is what you're telling me?
That's our goal, yeah.
Okay.
Getting those folks.
gonna
These
say-
will be new folks, right? So, right.
Because, I mean, these are significant dollars for these individuals, and I would imagine these are competitive rates with what you're seeing out in the workforce, to be able to draw individuals of character and quality.
Yeah, well, great. Appreciate the question. So one of the things in the report that we provided earlier, are that Tom and Jeff have done a tremendous job of going through this. So what we found is, right, if you go out in the private sector, you cannot find 15-year, I mean, the workhorse in the engineering world is someone with about 10 to 15 years experience out there doing work. They are not out there. They just don't exist. Companies are buying them. There's, right now, there are engineers there's signing bonuses to get EITs. There's, the salaries are going high. And so what we were able to do, work with HR to get our salary range so that we are competitive. We're not the highest, we're not the lowest, but we're at least on a playing field that we can get some talented staff. Otherwise, all we're going to get is one that no one else is willing to hire. And that's not where we want to be, especially to build a program, because these are foundational to building a new program. So they are paid to the point, they're not paid more than anybody else. They're paid where everybody else is.
Thank you, Michael.
Madam Mayor, Michael, I know this is coming from general fund, and previously our consultants are all paid out of the wastewater restricted funds, or that's the wrong title. Explain to me, and maybe Vicki can, how, just as a refresher, because this is the right thing to do, but how we're going to save money, just if you would on this.
Okay, so first, a little correction. These are funded through the administrative allocation. So since the EITs are actually going to be focused on capital projects, we've reduced the estimates on the capital projects in the budget. That estimated savings has been transferred from capital, from the enterprise funds to engineering to fund through the allocation.
That's what I wanted to hear.
So that's how, because it's not fair, we looked a lot about that to say, well, I mean, the easiest way for capital to save is use general fund money to hire it, and then it doesn't impact the enterprise funds. But that's not right. So these are funded essentially from enterprise funds. And those funds that have capital, they may be a general fund or whatever.
Thank you.
You bet. So this is the equipment capital. So what you'll see is $170,000 for a building rental. Because we couldn't start the program. There is not another desk, chair, person to stand in this city hall in order to hire anybody. So the fundamental problem can't be is if we have this great program to save money, but we can't hire anybody because we just don't have a place to park them. So what we work with facilities staff to find a place to rent in order to move these guys into. We need a professional office. We need a place that desks, chairs, all that kind of stuff. So we've included a building rental in there. And it's funded, and we can do this. That savings, that $600,000 savings, assumed that we were going to have to pay rent in order to find a place for these people to park. And so that was after paying this rental expense. So, engineering questions.
Mayor, Michael, on the building, and if I can get this information another time, that's fine. On how much space is available in the building that you have spec'd out?
Here? Oh, no, here's 0.
Yeah, I heard that part.
How many square footage?
Well, I think,
You know, Jeff, anybody?
We need about 7,000 to 9,000 square feet starting out, and then as we grow, we'll need a little bit more. Maybe facilities, depending on who goes with.
okay, so this cost is the ongoing annual cost and if you need to expand beyond that, I guess cross that bridge when we get there, but this would adequately fit the employees that you're hoping to add?
That we're adding, correct.
And then with the ability to add more in the existing facility? Up to a certain amount before it triggers another need?
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, it was estimated in that the cost we anticipated in those future positions, we also penciled in what the cost of the facility.
And this estimate is enough to cover the people we're hiring now in 19 and in the next couple of years, right?
Right up until 2023.
Okay, great, thank you.
And it will be an ongoing expense. We'll be back, same thing next year. Or similar, whatever it takes, right? So on to fleet, if we're ready. So this is our fleet. I struggled with this picture. Certainly appreciate all the jobs that these guys do. I've got 100% confidence in all of our fleet staff. We can take anything. We have proven that we can take them down to frame rails and build them back. We did that with the Crown Victorias. We could do that I've got confidence in our staff to be able to do that. But this picture kind of is a little bit of a disturbing picture because I don't know if it's the things that we fixed or the things that are broke. That's the difficult part. I mean, the sweepers, they tear themselves up every day. We know we need fire engines. And the police cars, we have a plan that we're actually getting stuff done. Their budget is about 1.7 million. The biggest increase, it's about a $400,000 increase. The biggest increase in that is capital in the police. In order to fund it, you get new police officers, they need cars to drive in, they need their new office essentially their office on wheels. And we build them. So funding and focus. Funding is, this is for the most part a general fund operation. They do get some enterprise fund transfers for the impacts that the enterprise funds do all enterprise funds pay for the parts and pieces and whatnot. But in general, this is a general fund budget. Because they serve all. Anybody comes, they provide that service. Their focus this year and going forward is total fleet management. We want the right size fleet to provide the expected level of service. And that's something that is ingrained in everything they do. And we have a public works plan. Our focus on fleet is to continue the public works plan. No piece of rolling stock is in this budget without getting included in the public works plan from Public Works. We have a police plan. No police vehicle is in this budget without going through the police plan. And we want to continue, probably the biggest impact of the fleet overall is the impact that the parks plan does. This is the second year of the parks fleet plan. It's a 5-year implementation. It will significantly decrease the amount of equipment. We're replacing 1 to 3. So 1 new one, 3 old ones go in the parks. Have to appreciate Darren and Cody's patience. We've moved a lot of cheese. This is the first year of showing them the different tools and equipments, looking at it differently. It's one of those things that you look at it differently, but it's not getting the job done. And so it's a bit of an experiment. Year 1, probably picked a few things that they might like a little better. We're trying to adjust that in the next year, and by year 5, their entire fleet will be retrofitted. And then we'll have a new program. Instead of replacing $70,000 Jacobson lawnmowers that last about 5 years, we have tractors coming on board that will last 20 years. We have different lawnmowers that are different right-sized and have new pieces of equipment. Significant change in the way they do, but they have to be able to do in both their summer effort and their winter effort. And I know that you'll have that budget coming forward in their parks plan, so I can't. The rest of them, the top 2, I can control. Parks, that's in their budget. I know that they're confident that they're coming forward with that plan, and I would encourage that approval there as well. And then the other thing is emergency preparedness and cost savings. We have in this budget, it constructs a citywide fuel site. It's a fueling site. Doug Adams has ran a fuel site before. He believes this will pay for itself in approximately 10 years just in fuel cost savings alone. But that's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is an emergency fuel contingency. We bought a couple of trailers last year. Those can drive around and be used for generators. But in the event that there's a mass power outage, a mass circumstance where fuel is just not available, those things won't last very long. Right? They're not big enough. There's about 900 gallons. 900 gallons, is that right? 900 gallons. That's not enough fuel to get to all the generators that we have just in Public Works. Plus, you have to have all the police cars. I mean, in the event that there's significant unrest, you're going to need the police fleet needs to have fuel. The Public Works fleet, whether it's a flood or whatever, we're going to have to get those guys out to have fuel. So this is not only an everyday fueling site, but an emergency contingency. So we're looking at like a regular gas station over in the street yard, and then everybody would fuel up at that location. That's the purpose of this. It's primarily emergency preparedness. But we will get cost savings. We believe we can save. We've tried. The reality is relative to the world of fuel, we don't use a lot of fuel, right? We're not like a stinker station. We use a lot less. So we put about 3 or 4 years ago, we put out an RFP to try to see if we're going to go save money on gas. For the most part, no interested parties. We use the gas. A big part of it is because the information that we get. We use the CFN card system. That gets us information back to our fleet. That tells us on the mileage, the hours the vehicles run, the type of fuel use, and that's what we base our entire maintenance program on. And so some of that makes it more difficult for them to do. That's why we have this emergency fuel plan in here. It's a combination of all of the above. So Form 50 in their capital and fleet. So this is where you'll see a whole lot of police cars. We've got 5 police patrol vehicles, bomb unit truck, because they don't have a truck that can actually haul the 8-ball trailer. Motors or motorcycles. We got 5 of those. All of them should be replaced. We're replacing 3 this year, and 2 will be in there next year. A UTV for the fleet shop, run parts back and forth, push the snow out of the way, that kind of stuff. Then we got, again, we're still messing around with those solid Crown Vics, so we're going to take some of those off service and then paint them and give them on to other folks. And then my personal pet peeve, wheels, tires and wheels. Oh my gosh. wheel alignment computer, tire balancer, a Connex box to store tires is just an ongoing thing. And it's just, everybody's got tires, no different.
Mayor Kling, if I could. Michael, what is a Connex box?
Big steel container, this container, like the semi-trailer containers that are everywhere. Not
Oh.
you're right, the Sealand container boxes.
What do they do?
Just storage, just
Oh,
place to
okay.
store the tires. We got a lot of vehicles and a lot of tires. Because there's summer tires, winter tires, tires is a big thing.
Okay. A lot of tires.
A lot of tires. We need space, right? So this is a space. How can you get cheap, it's cheap space is what it is.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, Michael?
Yeah.
Just kind of a specific question. It seems like maybe that would be a good purchase. The questions I kind of ask are, what are we spending right now on wheel alignments? And where do we do them? And kind of the rationale leading to this acquisition.
Mayor, Counselor, we currently do tires, right? They're racked upstairs in the fleet shop. They're all over the place. And the alignment is a change in the, I'll let Doug explain before I get too far. Doug,
Gotcha.
tell them all about our wheel stuff.
Currently, Mayor and Council, currently we sublet out all wheel alignments. Whenever there's a collision or an accident, we have to sublet that service out. It's about $50 per alignment. The idea is if we have the ability to perform do alignments in-house, we would actually increase our tire life substantially, in my opinion. We would add a wheel alignment to every service, especially on our patrol vehicles where the outside edges seem to wear off because of the way they use the vehicle. If we can align those tires every time we service it, I anticipate extending the tire life in general by quite a bit.
Okay, so this is a new acquisition, not a replace on the alignment? Okay.
Increasing our level of service from where it is right now.
Gotcha, and it's subbed out at $50 an alignment currently? Okay, all right, thank
On
you.
top of that, we have 2 staff members that have to deliver the vehicle. The vehicle's out of service for a couple hours, and 2 staff members to bring it back.
Okay, appreciate that.
So that's the important piece as we talked about this, was the amount of time that the staff time, so you can look at it as a capital expense, but the staff time right now of 2 staff members delivering a vehicle, it being out of commission longer, and just the staff time going back and forth to the wheel alignment shop versus one time being able to go in and get the work done when you're in. So it's hard to put the value on the staff time, but over a long period of time, that's a,
Quantifying those soft costs would be tough to do, but it's probably a lot more than we realize.
yeah.
Madam Mayor, if I may, while Doug's up there, I'm moving ahead to the next page, but I'm just, on the packet, I saw the years of the pickups, that are being recommended for replacement. Remind me of the criteria. Are we mileage, or what are we
We use the age
utilizing?
out simply because the city in general doesn't really average a lot of mileage. We average 5,000 to 6,000 miles per year, so the mileage doesn't really accumulate to the point where you justify mileage for replacement. So we use a year criterion, and that's based on really free market economies, being that the average vehicle is 11.4 years old. So our critical vehicles are replaced at 10 years. Mainly because that's where I feel comfortable in keeping them on the road at 10 years. Our non-critical vehicles, they go out 20 years and beyond, depending on what type of vehicle it is. Light pickup is not critical, it's a 20-year life. Some of the heavier equipment has a 25 or even a 30-year life.
Okay, maybe I heard wrong. So you're saying the average for, let's like a 1 ton, or if it's 1 ton or half ton, I don't care, a heavy-duty pickup for water. We're averaging how many miles per year?
Water, it depends on how they use it. If it's meter reader truck, they probably do 10, 12, maybe 20,000 miles a year. I'm not sure. But just as a city overall, our mileage average isn't very high. So when we build a control for that, we don't really pay a lot of attention to the mileage as a deciding factor on replacement. It's more of a parts availability issue, which is based on time. So our critical vehicles are based on an age out.
Okay, so 2008, and not critical, like police or something of that sort, but like a 2008, I saw a lot of some 2008s, 2006s. So those are such that you're feeling just by year? I'm still not quite under.
Correct.
I guess I'm in the personal bias.
No.
I got a 90, not using for carrying that. I got a 97 Toyota. It's got 260,000, but
Absolutely
it's a lot
correct.
cheaper than for me, to
Absolutely,
replace
and
it.
the
So,
challenge there is currently, right now, I have a Crown Victoria that's down. We're waiting on a computer control module for it. It's back ordered for 3 months. That's not a mileage issue, that's an age issue.
Parts.
parts. A good example is a couple years ago, when we had our old snow plows, we had a windshield wiper motor fail during a snowstorm. That's not a mileage issue, that's an age issue. So those are the types of things that keep us down over mileage. And to be honest, in your private car, if your windshield wipers don't work so much, you're probably hanging your hand out the window. Cop car, we can't do that.
No, and I'm not talking about the cruiser, I'm just talking, it seems like if a vehicle is running properly and you have the parts, then you can replace a vehicle pretty quickly.
Correct.
Just to, you've heard me from other times regarding lawn mowers for the golf course, et cetera. I struggle with just, I realize you need a plan, and you're the pro, you're the best. I understand that, and I appreciate you so much. But I just don't understand just replacing something if it's still functioning properly and it's not a
And
police vehicle.
in those situations, we'll move those vehicles to a non-critical status. For example, the repaint on the 3 Crown Victorias is a good example. Those are
Right.
frontline
Oh, I love
patrol
that,
cars
right.
now. They're aged out on a critical timeline, but we're going to repaint them and move them to a less critical function. So we won't have to necessarily dispose of those vehicles, but reallocate them.
So you get a 2008, I'm just using an example, 2008, I'm sorry to keep going on this, but 2008 one-ton pickup, what happens with that?
If it's a critical vehicle-
It's non-critical, I mean,
If
is
it's
a water vehicle a critical vehicle?
And that's incumbent upon the division heads to decide what's critical. Yeah,
So,
sure.
let me jump in a little bit on definition of critical and non-critical.
Thank you.
So how something has been defined, sorry, Doug. How something has been defined as critical is, can we meet our level of service without that piece of vehicle for 2 weeks? Doug can generally get something, parts, in a couple of weeks, for the most part, right? We've got parts from junkyards from Ohio, it might take 3 months, but that's what it takes. So that's how we define critical versus non-critical, right? Snow plows make a good, right? You can't wait 2 weeks to plow the snow. You can't also wait 2 weeks to fix the water main that blows out in the street. That's how we've reduced the water fleets to such point that there aren't backups. There are in some instances, but if they're critical frontline water repair vehicles, they're a 10-year vehicle. Because we need to make sure that we have the reliability at 2 o'clock in the morning when the water main's blowing on Garrity or downtown or somebody's neighborhood, that piece of equipment has to be able to respond. Another critical vehicle in water is the meter reader vehicles. We have X number of meter readers, every single one of them has to be able to read every meter, or we don't issue bills. Those have to run, those become critical vehicles. Non-critical is the extra pickup truck that we might have a few in the yard for doing some other things, run around getting parts, things like that there. If that doesn't work for a couple of weeks, not a big deal. But critical is based on, can we meet our level of service? Everything's about level of service. If we can meet our level of service with it out of service, doesn't matter. So then it's non-critical. And then we use pickups. Pickups are an easy one, right? Those are a 20-year life. At that point, it's even hard to find parts, for us to find
No,
parts.
I understand that.
Yeah, so that's how like the typical light-duty stuff,
Yeah.
right?
So I've just
Our
seen it.
workhorse in Public Works is a 1-ton pickup, right? That's ubiquitous across Public Works. But we don't have extras, right? We have the ones we need to do the job. If we had extras, I'd be selling them. And you can ask the superintendents if that's the case, because I've been questioned a number of times on how many vehicles are been towed away. If it looks like it's loose, it's on the auction block, give it to Doug, they strip it and send it over to the auction. It doesn't have a chance to stick around. We've dropped our fleet. By the end of this year, just since the fleet plan started, we've dropped, wasn't 7.5%. We're not adding vehicles, we're reducing vehicles because of the fleet plan. This year we dropped a $500,000 hydro cleaner. It was in the budget, in the wastewater budget, we had 2. They went to get and one aged out. Hydro cleaner is a critical piece of equipment on the pipelines to fix it. When we went to go to the acquisition of a hydro cleaner, and we have another one right here. Here's another Vactor. Here's a perfect example right here. Here's a Vactor unit. We have 2. We're going to replace it with 1. It's in streets. $450,000 piece of equipment. We could buy 2 because we always had 2. Or we could look at our duty cycle and say, maybe we need 1. And the way we were able to get 1 is we have a joint agreement with streets and wastewater they both have the similar piece of equipment. We're going to look at companion equipment so every operator knows how to run both sides. And then, so in this decision to buy this Vactor unit, our wastewater staff are along in the decision. So they know what the piece of equipment is, and then we'll buy one new one for streets, and next year we'll get a new one for wastewater, next year soon.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a wastewater one. And so they'll share, and then if there's an emergency, likely they're both not down. So with this decision and a decision this year, we cut our fleet by $1 million. That's how we're looking at our fleet. So if it's up here, it's because our goal is fixed just prior to failure. That's the goal. If you could tell me it's gonna break tomorrow, I'd replace it today. And we have that example also in this budget. The street sweeper. Sweepers are awful. This street sweeper, $300,000 piece of equipment, right? They last about 6 years. This particular one should have been replaced next year. The problem is it dropped 50 gallons of hydraulic fluid in the middle of the street and it don't go anywhere. It's done that a couple of times, and so we've redlined it. So we actually had the motor grader, which is more of our snow plow equipment, that was in this budget, and we said, well, we think a motor grader that might break next year is better than a street sweeper that is broke now. We have to pick one, because our intention is not to just go out and buy everything new. It's to build the plan, and so we've done that with the street sweeper. We switched gears. The motor grader's coming in next year, and it needs to be replaced. It's, a lot more manual than the current ones. It's a tool that we use, particularly if, it's a part of the heavy snow maintenance, those types of things. But street sweepers failed. It's not an operation. It's parked in the corner. Nobody's gonna use that thing. So I think that's those are great examples of how we do it. Another good example is this Kubota tractor in airport. They don't have one today. We pay a guy 18,000
a year.
18 to 20,000 a year to mow the airfield, right? For $60,000, $70,000, I can buy a brand new tractor and mower and save $20,000. We'll pay for it in 3 years. We've got the staff to do it. Plus, we're going to be able to improve our level of service. With the right tractor, we've been looking for the right tractor. But our fleet plan, looking at the park stuff, we were able to find new equipment. I'm probably running long here. So with this tractor, we're going to add a broom to the front. We'll be able to sweep the taxiways and runways easier. Right now, it's a push broom. Monty and his push broom get out there every day. I'm not kidding. It's the way it is.
Mayor Kling, if I could, excuse me.
Go ahead. I'll follow.
Okay. This question is more for Doug, so if you don't mind, Michael.
Yeah, Doug.
I know Councilman Scott referred to it earlier, but explain the benefits to this city-owned fueling site.
Well, as it stands now, the city currently runs about 150,000 gallons of fuel per year, and that's through our CFN sites. So it's important to know that's the quantity that comes through fleet that I track. 120,000 roughly gasoline, 30,000 roughly in diesel. The primary reason is an emergency contingent. Right now, we buy fuel at point of sale locations. So if there's a major power outage, a major grid failure, or let's say even the CFN network is hacked or fails in some way, we can't get fuel. So it's primarily an emergency contingent. A side benefit of that is that, from my own experience, I feel we can save about 25 cents per gallon on every fuel we purchase. So again, that comes to about a little over $30,000 a year in savings. That's just kind of a side benefit of the emergency contingent plan.
Okay, thank you.
Could you mention, it's my understanding that currently with our current plan, we could run our domestic water and our wastewater, how many hours based on the fuel that we currently reserve?
Currently, I think the wastewater has three large generators, and they get to a minimum level. If that were consumed, we have a 900-gallon trailer that could run the plant for, I think, 5 or 6 hours maybe,
Okay.
with the 900 gallons we have on hand.
So my understanding is less than 24 hours, is that right? For the city to keep,
I can confirm that, but I believe that is correct, yes.
okay.
For the wastewater plant alone. It does not include any of the water well generators. They all have fuel tanks as well. But if they're running on the generators, they're not going to run for very long either.
So, and that's why this has come forth, and I have approved it in the budget from my perspective to present to council. I see it as a very high priority, because one of the roles of a city is to provide for public safety. Cities have a responsibility to provide water, and so when you think about domestic water, running our wells, and wastewater, running a plant, and keeping our emergency vehicles fueled, I think it's important, and we owe it to our citizens to have a plan to do so. So that's why I strongly recommend this.
Madam Mayor, if I just one comment, just so I think those of you who know me kind of know my philosophy a little bit. I guess we are, we have cut like crazy, but we are so tight, what I'm seeing this year, as far as there's so many needs, we don't have the money for it. So that, just let me use the example as the caboodle tractor. So we're, in my mind, 18,000 a year. There was some other cost to that too. I think I added it up to 72,000. So there was like 55,000, another 15,000 or something that went along with it. So 4 years, approximately 4 years, yes, it would pay for itself. But I'm not sure this is the year we start thinking in that type of, that type of thinking as far as that we can afford to save costs this year. So we pay another 18,000 for another year, and next year we maybe review it. See, you understand what I'm saying? I'm not sure this is the year for some of these things. So when I'm going through these things, that's what I'm looking at. Is this an absolute need? And that's why I'm asking these questions.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, before Michael responds, when was the last time we had a power outage citywide that shut down our water and sewer? My recollection is about 1994, 4 hours.
We had a major power outage since 2007. I can't remember when it was. There was one that shut a whole lot of stuff down. I can't remember. There was one early on when I first was here.
My memory was 94, a hot
That was
summer
a
afternoon.
huge one, right? That was that regional transmission one.
Idaho Power assures me that that's a really low likelihood. So if that's 94, we're how many years is that? That's once in 30, 40 year event that we're looking at. So I'm thankful that we got the tanks that we did, that city put in. We do have some reserves. So again, as Councilman Bruner said, it's priorities, and we can't afford the whole world this year.
I remind the council too, 2 years ago when we had a fire at the Old Mercy Hospital, that brought to light the lack of ability to be able to transport fuel to a site like that. And that would mean that the fire engine would have to pull off the site to be able to fuel back up again, which would take time. So that, again, that's why we funded, or was important to go ahead and fund those 2 trailers. But again, at this point in time, with the budget that we're dealing with right now and all the other increases, is this the time or not to have our own fuel station?
There's not a right answer.
No, no, it would just take another emergency situation that would bring to light the woulda, coulda stuff, so. But again, that's a lot of money to consider in a tight budget year.
Mayor, Michael, it was mentioned, Doug, you mentioned like a 25-cent a gallon cost savings. Is that, so I'm hearing it as an emergency contingency as well as possibly a cost savings. Can you elaborate on how we would save 25 cents a gallon?
Correct. Right now, our current contract is we pay the Boise rack average plus 8.5 cents for gasoline and 9.5 cents for diesel. In one of my prior careers, I ran a bulk wholesale site. And what I would do is I would look at the contract holders for fuel, which is a commodity. I would call around and get informal quotes each time I needed fuel. And without question, each quote would be between 15 cents and 25 cents less than the rack average for that day. And so I would purchase on an informal quote basis off of contract from the Boise rack.
Okay. If you don't know it offhand, this isn't a gotcha question. If you, and maybe it's supplied here, how many gallons of gas we purchase a day? And if you're able to maybe try to quantify what the savings would be over the course of a year. I don't expect you to rattle that off the top of your head unless you do have it off the top of your
Well, we
head.
do 120,000 gallons a year, so 12,000 gallons a month, or 10,000 gallons a month, so you could, what is that?
Sorry, I'll do the math
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
120,000 gallons a year,
120,000 gallons of gasoline a year, about 30,000 gallons of diesel a year.
30,000 diesel. And you're thinking around 25 cents a gallon savings.
Just from my past experience, I think it's a fair estimate.
Okay, I'll work that up later, thanks. The other thing on the vehicles, with Councilman Bruner's point, we buy high and sell low on the vehicles. And I understand that it's a time parts issue, but buying new and then selling, this is a prime, I buy used. Buying something 10 years old that's only had 6,000 miles on it means that I mean, usually we call that foolish. I'm not saying you're foolish. I understand this is the industry-wide way of doing things, is you buy a new vehicle and then you sell it after 10 years, and we're only putting 5,000 to 6,000 miles on it. That's the type of used vehicle, on some vehicles at least you mentioned. Those are the type of vehicles I'm looking to buy, the 10-year-old vehicle with only 6,000 miles on it, because I realize you can get another, hopefully 60, 70,000 miles out of it. So I realize it's a parts issue. We pride ourselves on being innovative and efficient. I'm wondering if we can try to get a plan to get the 10-year vehicle to 15 years and maybe the 20 to 25 years, even if it was to buy the parts, maybe while they're available, and have them stocked on our own, to where that doesn't become the issue on the time thing, because it seems like that would save more money than buying new and then selling in 10 years when the cost is greatly diminished from the vehicle, and only realizing maybe 50, 60,000 miles on some vehicles up to 10 year.
And to be honest, in the vehicle market, mileage is becoming less of a factor as vehicles modernize. And secondly, the way the city uses vehicles is an exponential curve. They're hard miles, let's put it that way. And we have had several instances where we have parks rigs where the in and out cycle, your ingress egress from the driver's seat, is 100 or 200 times per day, and items such as a seatbelt wear out. Well, that vehicle may have only accrued 10 or 12 miles that day, but that seatbelt was cycled 100 times. So the seatbelt wears out. And we've had an exact example where we could not locate a driver's seatbelt for a truck last year, and we essentially had to redline the vehicle because we couldn't get a seatbelt for it. Those types of failures are what I'm up against.
Yeah, I just look at the wheel alignments and the balancers, so that all sounds good to improve the level of service for a vehicle that we're still going to sell in 10 years because of a time issue. So I'm all for improving and trying to find efficiencies, but if it's no seatbelt and you're selling, I don't know if there's an innovative way.
Well, one of the innovations is we moved that vehicle to non-critical status, or it's not a critical vehicle and I can wait 3 weeks to get a seatbelt from Ohio. The problem being in a critical vehicle where we're responsible to keep emergency response and public service to its highest level. Can I keep that vehicle in service? That's really what it comes down to.
Gotcha. Yeah, we want our city to have the best. It's one of those emotional things when you talk to a community, they're like, we buy new, the car depreciates when you go off the lot. That's not our value, it's the utility value of the vehicle, but only to sell it when it still has another 50, 60, 100,000 miles left to go, and it's because we can't get a seatbelt or something else. I know that's through no fault of your own. I'm just wondering, there's some innovative way. I've heard good things about you. I think we could find a way to muddy ball this and get even more bang for the buck for our taxpayers. But thanks for the job you're doing. Appreciate your explanation.
This is my
Thank you.
final thing, Mayor, and I promise on this one. So the two heavy-duty pickups and the light-duty pickups were 5. Those are all considered critical vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor?
So, and,
Oh, sorry.
to talk about innovation, let's talk about, so when we started this plan, Doug and I hired Doug, said, figure this out. We researched fleets across the country on what their plans were. Most fleets, if you look at the top 10 fleets in the country, most of them, if not all of them, have more of a 3 to 6 year replacement cycle. They use the car rental proposal process because they spin them out. They keep them under warranty. You don't do a lot of maintenance, and they get rid of them as quick as they can because it's a maintenance perspective. And you can look at that. You can check, and we can give you the names of the top 10 fleet guys. And we challenged that proposal to say, wait a minute. We challenged those individuals, because we were doing this in 2000, let's see, this is the third year, so about 14 was when we were doing the analysis. We asked all of them, what did you do when the economy declined? Well, they said, well, we knew a vehicle could run another year. He says, well, then your plan doesn't work. Because if you're not following your plan, even when it's downtime, then you have a bad plan. This plan we have to follow even in the downtime. We've already taken the years from 2003, from the 3-year-old car to a 10-year-old car. I realize that people drive 10-year-old cars. I drive them until the wheels fall off, right? I mean, that's what I personally do. Some of the other challenges we have on the used vehicles, I've tried to do every economic analysis I could come up with on a used vehicle. And every single one of them that I could come up with, someone could say, well, that you paid too much. We have a lot of people that come to this community. You have people talking to you saying, why don't you buy used? Could you ask them, every single one of them, and if they all agree on the value you would pay, then we'll start buying used vehicles. But I guarantee you, if we go out and buy a used vehicle and we spend $1 more than they think that we should have spent, that question will come up. I have been unable to figure out, how do you value a used vehicle? Because it does make some sense. In some instances, low-use vehicles, we may run them not very much. For the most part, we're trying to get rid of those, because if we're not using them very much, why do we have them in the first place? But then how do we defend the position of buying a used vehicle when anybody else can buy a used vehicle and everybody has a different value statement in their mind? It's almost impossible to determine that number. And to some extent, that's why new works. No one, you can't beat the prices we get. You personally can't get this price. And we're buying, and I don't know, what are these heavy, these 1-tons are, that's upfitted. 96,000 is upfitted. We're getting them, last year, the number in the back of my head was about 27,000 for a 1-ton vehicle. Go down to any lot here and you just can't get them. If I could get them if I could personally get the vehicles, light-duty pickups like they do, I'd be having one more frequently than I do. Because it's state contracts, long bid, it takes a long time to get them, but it's part of the deal. Is that somewhere pretty close, 27 about? Yeah. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on my soapbox. Apologize.
Councilman Scogg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to the proposed gas station, what's the actual cost? Because I'm finding it in different areas of the budget, pieces of it coming in. Is it $300,000?
Mayor, Councilman Scott, great question. So one of the things I forgot to mention, the fuel site has been funded, the amount in here would be essentially, the 225 is essentially the general fund. We looked at how many vehicles are in the city and assigned the cost of this thing according to vehicles. So and this is the number relative to every other vehicle of number of vehicles that are in the general fund versus the ones, yeah, well, capital fund. This is in the capital fund, excuse me. But this is the amount of general, that are non-enterprise, proportionate non-enterprise vehicles. Most are police and fire, right? Most of their vehicles are police and fire.
That's still just, what is?
300,000.
It's 300,000.
That's the preliminary estimate. If we can get it cheaper, we'll do it cheaper, but that's the
Okay,
preliminary
just because
estimate.
looking at the budget, I think, oh, 225, but really it's 300.
Totally, all in is 300,000, you bet, if you add up, because you'll see a few thousand here and a few thousand there for other divisions.
And then this might be another question for Fleet, but the new bomb truck, I need some more explanation on that. That's a pretty fancy truck for, I don't know how often we need the bomb truck outside of training.
Like Mayor and Councilor Scogg, with the current police fleet, they do not have a vehicle that can tow their containment trailer. The trailer weighs 15,600 pounds. The maximum towing capacity for the truck they have on hand is 12,500 pounds. We purchased a truck last year to tow the enclosed trailer, which weighs 13,400 pounds, which still exceeds the capacity of the current Ford 1-ton we have.
So what are they doing now?
That would be a question for police, but I think they take one trailer at a time. If they have time, they'll come back and get the other one. I'm not sure, though.
Okay. And then there's a painting of 3 cars for community service officers. It's $9,000. Can you explain that?
Correct. The community service officer position is deemed as a critical position for police. Rather than purchasing 3 new cars for the CSO positions, we are taking 3 of the patrol cars we had refurbished in the years prior. And since they have essentially a renewed life to them, we're repainting those and reallocating them to CSO versus buying 3 new cars.
Looking at budget, is the $9,000 for painting only?
Correct, painting, yes.
That's-
Roughly $3,000 per car. That was as an average of 3 estimates I got from 3 body shops.
Is that painting the entire car?
Correct.
And, I come from old school where I'd get my paint gun and paint something. Do these need to be all bright and shiny and new paint jobs for $9,000?
It's open to, I guess, an administrative decision on what the police feels their scheme should be for CSO versus painting the doors black to match the front and rear or painting the front and rear white to match the doors.
Thank you. Oh, one more question. I apologize on this subject, and then I'll stop. Right now, I think the budget is to add 2 or 6 new police officers. If there was, council only approved 4 police officers, say we wouldn't need all of those Yukon vehicles being requested, correct?
Mayor and Councilor Schogg, as I understand it, the vehicles match the approved positions, correct?
Thank you.
Another question on the acquisition, is that out of impact fees for the new vehicles? out of the police? Does that get appropriated for fleet purchases connected to new growth?
Mayor, Councilor Hugglebom, the 6 additional would be impact. The
Yeah.
5 vehicles are in our regular police plan.
That's replaced.
That is out of the capital fund.
Yep, correct, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We're here. That's what we're here for. We got all day. I'm good. Got nothing else to do. I got 2 days set aside.
You're not going to the rodeo tonight, are you?
No. Moving on to the airport. So our airport budget, totals, up about $1.2 million this year. Most of it's in, grant funding, not all of it. So where's the funding and focus? Funding is primarily from grants. We get a whole lot of money from the FAA. We do generate some of our own funds on site through land leases and hangar rentals. And then there is a little bit from general fund that comes into the airport. The focus this year is master planning. We're going to set you just approved a budget or a contract last council meeting, Monday night, for the airport master plan. It will set the future direction of the airport. It's primarily funded 90+% from FAA dollars. And the most important part of that, one of the important parts is we want to know what our airport community thinks and what our community thinks of where this airport should go. That's the part of the planning. But we also, it enables us to identify future grant funding to make the improvements that are identified. And so that's a big part of what the purpose of the master plan. And then we have a land acquisition for the runway protection zone. That's a significant dollar amount. We're trying to time that to get federal funding to make sure that gets funded. Our intention is that we are able to fund it. It's greater than the available fund balance in the airport. It's an FAA. It is now pushed to an FAA criteria. It is one of their high priority areas. They are willing to fund it. We have to have a contract by May or we will not move forward. So our goal is to get a contract. We haven't decided that we have done to purchase the land. It takes an entire environmental process and about 2 years before we decide that's the right piece of land by the time we go through the environmental process. We can't predetermine the answer, since I'm on record. So that's the purpose of that. And that is it's $1 million. We've estimated $1 million set aside in the budget for the land acquisition, should the environmental document determine that this is the appropriate land acquisition, the amount and whatnot. And again, most of this, if you look at the federal dollars, the city dollars from the airport fund would be $117,000, but it's $1.4 million of federal dollars. Any questions on the airport?
Madam Mayor, just a question, I'm just really pleased. Who provides the grant request from the FFA? Who does that for us?
Monty does all that. Go ahead.
You are to be commended. Thank you.
Yeah, the FAA picks up 90% of these.
Yeah, just amazing. Thank you. Because are you a professional grant writer, or does that take a ton of time to do all that?
It's a complicated process.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paperwork to it and a lot of.
Yeah, rigmarole. Anyway, thank
The state
you.
picks up. Right now, the state's picking up because of fuel taxes are up. They probably might be picking up 4 to 5% on top of that. So.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Monty.
Michael, Mayor, if I could. You said explain this, other income. What is that?
The other airport revenue?
Yeah, where does that come from?
That's land leases. The city owns all of the airport land. Private property, private parcels own hangars. We lease them a footprint. And then we have some of our own hangars that we lease out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's rent.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Monty's a big landlord out there.
Good man.
Yeah. Water. So these are pictures, these are some pictures of the guys out there doing the work that they do every single day. The good thing is that the pictures are in the sunny time of the year. But they're out there any day of the year, whenever it happens. And it seems like whether it's hot or cold, they're all trying to fight to get into the water because it's either warmer than it is everywhere else or colder than it is everywhere else. So our water budget this year is a slight increase, about $300,000 increase from the previous year, trying to get onto that glide slope to continue to move forward. The financial forecast shows, this slide shows us kind of our glide slope. How do we continue to move forward and get our projects done as rates? So this assumes the rate increases that were proposed. If they're not approved, then the green line, the fund balance, just gets steeper and declines quicker. That's just what it is. The expense line is based on the master plan that we do, and the revenue is anticipated revenues from rates. The funding, funding and focus, funding for water is water rates and hookup fees. That's where it is. We just had those increases on Monday. Our focus is asset management. We have pipeline replacement, and then as we've talked about and decided on Monday, the elevated water tank replacement. Those are our two big focuses for the year under the water group. So a few Form 50s, HVAC for an outbuilding, so we want to be able to add some heat for our trucks in the middle of the night. And then the city, part of that, this is your reference to your city-owned fuel site. So the amount of water vehicles relative to the overall vehicles funds that at $39,000 from water to go fund the fuel site. And then this is probably our highlighted accomplishment of the year for the crew. Can't say enough positive things. Give them the challenge, put the meters in. They put 5,500 plus meters in here, and they completed that under 2 months quicker than the schedule. So can't say enough positive things about it. So again, part of our process is asset management. So if you think about asset management, our goal is not to have this occur. This is the copies of the repair that was required on Garrity because the pipeline broke less than, a fairly new pipe broke under the interchange. Our goal is not to have this happen. But unfortunately, this is a picture of the pipe of the break that Councilman Haverfield said a question on 2nd Street. This is a pipe that's on 2nd Street North. And we are right now, as we reported on Monday, repairing a pipeline downtown on 2nd Street that's under the new roadway before we build a new roadway on it. We'll have to replace this one by in situ methods next year so that we don't have that failure under 11th Avenue North new pavement. So that kind of drives, so that's kind of a disturbing part of our process. Here's our current project. Our domestic water projects are following asset management. They're primarily in the zone, improving our Greenhurst project and primarily in the zone. Unfortunately, we will have to come back and fix that 2nd Street North project, which will be out of zone, but we can't ignore failed pipe. And so that's good or bad out of our asset management. We try to stick to our zone focus. Our capital projects are pipeline replacement, primarily pipeline, Zone E annual pipeline replacement projects, about $1 million to get out there and do it. Elevated water tanks, Greenhurst rebuild, the companion project, and whatnot. Any questions?
Mayor Kling, Michael, in looking at your projected Form 50 requests, one was project contingency, which is funded of about $75,000. Does not the other items already have contingency built into their numbers?
Well, this is an aggregate contingency, so we try to figure out how best to do this. We've been trying to get our project management figured out for the last several years. And to some extent, what we've attempted to do is set projects aside, so if something happens, you just don't do another project. But it seems like it's hard to, once you get down to the point that these are the most important projects, canceling one means that something doesn't get fixed in that zone for 7 years. And we don't want to lose our zone. So what we tried this year, and you'll see it across the department, is setting aside a contingency that we can do for project only. If we don't have any project problems, all of them come online, we won't spend any of it. But we're trying to come up with how do we build that wiggle room within the budget so that we're not back. I mean, we will be before you for a budget amendment for fiscal year 18.
And that was my point.
I mean, we've had them every year.
So do you have a reserve fund at this point that would be considered a contingency fund
Not that's approved within the budget
for 19,
for 18.
for 18?
For 19, that's why we're putting in a project contingency.
Thanks.
Irrigation, kind of the other side of the water group. Here's our crews out there working, doing what they do. You can see the pretty minimalist design of our irrigation pump station. So we're not gold plating anything. And then this is some of the tough work that they have to do on irrigation mains that are in backyards. So they have to get back in there and shovel and dig them out. I personally had an experience with one of these breaking last year. So when you got a foot of water in your backyard, you hope they can come and dig pretty quick. And, you know, when I talked about we need to make sure they have the right shovels, this is literally the way that they have to get to most of the irrigation mains in the backyards, is with a hand shovel. And I can attest when they dug in my backyard, they did a pretty good job at it.
It's worked for a long time.
Mike, we gotta have a little,
Hasn't broke.
That looks like Councilman Scogg's backyard.
Just doing the job. So here's the irrigation budget, up about 600,000 from the year before, but probably the more disturbing part of this process is that it isn't necessarily following our asset management program. We have no new pipeline in this project, in this budget. Here's our financial forecast. As you can see, again, continuing to burn the fund balance so that we can balance projects and try to continue to move rates where they need to be. And so that we don't over-collect. An order to collect is trying to, I mean, there shouldn't necessarily be a significant fund balance unless we're doing grants. Streets make sense because you have grants that come and go. Water and irrigation, we're working that down. So our funding and focus, funding is enterprise fund, irrigation rates and hookup fees, as you would imagine. The focus is supply. We are getting significant, with the new growth, it's driving new irrigation demand. We are getting low pressure calls this year. Right now at this time in this heat, we're getting some low pressure calls. So operations staff are out there trying to adjust valves to see what they can do. But for the most part, when you got all the wells on, that's what you got. Wells and ditch pumps and whatnot. Water quality improvements. When we got our rate increase, we committed to putting water quality improvements in every irrigation ditch pump. And so this year, we're continuing to do that. We have 3 more. We've done 3 a year. We changed our technology this year, this fiscal year 18, and it's working a lot better, getting a lot fewer issues associated with the right technology. So it's something we've been working on, it's a work in process. And then major repairs. What you don't see on this list is asset management. What you don't see is pipeline replacements that should be systematically replaced. We're to the point where we're doing major repairs. And that's still following that fund line. It's trying to stick to the fund line. It's a balance, right? We could come and ask for more money and then get ahead of it, or we try to follow our fund line and then make sure that this works. But this is a bit of a disturbing map when you think about it from an asset management and a zone plan. We would have, you know, the zone that we should be working in is down in this neck of the woods, down in the southwest corner. That's our zone B that we should be working on, E. But we also have projects up in the north that are Birch Line repair, and then another 2 lines that are repair projects up here. We have a culvert out here that's failed. All of these are failed projects. So that's not like we can not do them, and that's why we're working out a zone. I wish I wasn't, but we are, because they're failed. So with that, if you look at the list of projects, we got a well supply. We need supply because we're getting complaints. We have an Orchard Avenue pipeline that goes under the an existing street project. Irrigation station that's tied to a subdivision. We have new customers. We need to get new supply. Skate upgrades, we have to do a better job of controlling. We're working on that, on how do we get better data and how do we better manage our irrigation system. Then we have the failures, Isaiah Drain and Midway culvert repair, Birch gravity irrigation repair, then our irrigation water line upgrades, which are part of the, you know, our commitment. And then again, we have project contingency in the event that, well, you know, we try to manage our projects. We do the best estimating we can. Costs are going up across the board.
Michael, the project contingency again is 145 or 255?
145,000.
Okay, so the 255 is irrigation, water quality upgrades.
Yeah.
So just an observation, I mean, if we're talking about a fueling station having emergency concern and a priority, you have almost that amount set aside in contingency for these 2 funds. I mean, if that is truly an emergency situation, we've got just in this budget, offsets, depending on how you want to look at it. Is a contingency more of an emergency than a fueling station?
Mayor, Councilor Haverfield, different funds, right? I mean, the fuel is everybody. This is just water and irrigation, and you can't build an emergency fuel station when you need the emergency fuel station, right? have to have it in advance.
So my point, or maybe if the clarification I need is, can these dollars be used for that purpose or not? The contingency dollars that you're building into these funds, they cannot be used for that purpose?
In the city-owned fuel site is part of the budget.
I know.
39,000 is included in water. Part
But we're struggling with the idea of funding it or not. I guess that's the thing I'm trying to get clarification on. Is there other dollars built into this budget that could be allocated for that or not?
Mayor, council, that's always your direction. You may have some tricky, because these are enterprise funds and the fuel site's used for everybody. So there is a little bit of a
That's the
fairness
problem.
associated with that.
Well, the other answer to that question is that these project contingency funds are in the event of an unknown failure or cost scope that does not come in where it's projected. It's giving us the ability to not come back, to recognize that we're building in contingencies in the event of a failure that is an unanticipated failure or something that needs to be done. If you spend those contingency funds, well, first of all, because of the enterprise difference of funds, we cannot do that. But if you do not have contingency funds, then in the event of, it makes it very difficult to do business if you have to come back when your budget's off. I mean, just a little bit, or if you have a failure that's unanticipated. We've not budgeted for that.
Mayor Kling, I understand the point of the contingency, and I also understand that we're collecting in advance for the potential of an emergency instead of looking at funding that emergency as a budget amendment in next year. So
Right.
you're asking for tax dollars to sit in the bank for us to use if needed, instead of an emergency happening next year, which we would have, just like with the Garrity overpass issue, taken care of in a budget amendment at that point. So that's the question. That's why I'm asking it. You're asking for tax dollars now instead of asking for that potential resolution later.
Yeah, and Mayor, exactly right. We've been doing this budget for a little bit of a time, and when we first, there was a period of time where just trying to figure out which the council's interest, right? We have fund balance in both water and irrigation. So is there money to build fixed stuff? Yes, it's not within the current budget, right? So this is a way to bring something in the current budget that doesn't require a budget amendment and may allow us to get some work done within the fiscal year, but not new projects. Our goal is to get the projects that we identified done. If the council wishes to not approve these, it would be no different than we are doing today. At one point in time, there was the theory that we would have a budget amendment every quarter, and we don't have those. And there was another time, I don't know that there's a budget amendment, to be honest, that I haven't had something in it. I don't know. We're trying to figure out how best to manage. If it's not contingency, it will be, but it's either gonna be contingent and budget amendment, or it may be both, right? Our goal is to try to get our best estimates that we can, and how do we include contingency? Because we get the same questions when we bring forward a project budget. Is it really gonna cost $500,000? Well, that's the best information we have. So one of the ways that we can say, well, Mel, maybe we think it's more like $450,000, but we need 50,000 project contingency somewhere. Somehow we have to be able to, we don't know what construction's going to cost in a year. So somehow we have to figure that out. Either we're gonna have more money per project to take into account, or we're gonna have some contingency somewhere in there, or there's probably, the most appropriate is a little bit of both, right? Projects have to be your best estimate, and then a little contingency, because we haven't designed them.
And back to my point, as far as on the contingency being built and the potential for these line items, I would imagine you've budgeted something in there for a contingency just in the line item as well, or not?
Well, our attempt was to try to take some of that out and put it into a.
So you did take out the contingency in the line
Right?
items?
Yes.
Not all of it.
Not all of it. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to take all of it
Right.
out, right? We don't know what we don't know, right? If we're putting a project, for example, pick a project. Birch Gravity Irrigation Repairs, $50,000 project. It's a piece that needs to be fixed. We have to put a design together, we have to fix it. In that process of design, we may find more. Our goal is to get it done for $50,000.
Which has always been a budget amendment later on, as
Right.
we've
So
discussed.
how
it.
you want to do it, it's a council decision how you want to do
Right.
it.
The point of clarification I was looking for is, was there a contingency built into the other line items? And you're saying that there was. But there is,
Let me get the engineers that put the
okay.
project.
Because I would imagine when you put $50,000 for the Birch Gravity irrigation repair, you looked at various aspects of what it would take, plus a buffer for contingency, whether it's 5%, 10%, whatever it might be, there's something built in there.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Haverfield. So every project has a little bit of contingency in it, just mainly for change orders. Because we do the designs, we think you got it, but there's usually one or two that come up. So we have a certain percentage that's pretty small, about 5% in each of these. So a lot of what we're trying to do with these project contingencies are for emergency breaks. And my experience being here, just every year we've had water line breaks, we've had irrigation line breaks, and we're trying to figure out how to fund those and manage those. We're getting requests from the crews all the time. Well, I found this, it's broken, can you take a look at it? And this is just a way for us to fund those in that current year and take care of those emergencies that are happening on a yearly basis.
So are these emergency potential, are they coming before council, or are they low enough dollar amount that you're just using this fund to pay for those? Like the break on 2nd Street North?
Sometimes if they're low enough, we take care of it. Generally, it's about $25,000 is our limit. If it's under that, we'll take care of it. Otherwise, we'll notify council. We had a break, have a project, here it is. And
So it's safe to say that this is an emergency contingency fund?
yeah.
Thank you.
Michael, could you provide some clarity? The project contingency fund, are those tax dollars or is that enterprise fund dollars?
Oh, Mayor, Council, they're enterprise fund dollars.
Correct.
It's a movement of the fund balance from savings to operations.
So I just wanted to clarify, when we said that our citizens' tax dollars are sitting there, it's actually not tax dollars that fund this, it's actually enterprise fund dollars.
It'd be,
Okay.
in this instance, it would be it's irrigation rates
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but the rates are
by everybody.
scaled according to budget, right? I had a question. I know there's a lot of questions. I'm finding that the fuel site is 750,000, and then I heard 300,000 earlier, and then I see 225,000. I'm wondering if it's how it's funded out of enterprise funds and then city funds. I'm just, since there's a lot of conversation about the fuel site, I'm really
Mayor,
trying.
Councilor Hugglem, the original 750 was intending to purchase land. We have since identified a city-owned lot that we will not need to purchase the land.
Okay, so that's why it's 750 down to
300.
300. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
In one instance, it showed up both in the budget, so.
Yeah,
part
I
of the
think maybe
shuffle.
that's why there's some discrepancy. I think we've been seeing one number, the other number, or both numbers. and-
Yeah, at one point in time, it got, that's something that,
Okay, all right,
it's in the
thank you.
process, a lot of numbers moving. A lot of problems, that's number.
I'll take the lowest number.
300,000 is the number, that's the final number.
Well, when you
It's
look
still
at
not
a,
the final number, right? We gotta get a design and bid, and it'll probably.
All right, thank you.
right, and just clarity on the Form 50s, when that budget request comes in, it came in at 750, and that's why you see that number. And then when you see the funded number, it's funded, well, it's the requested funding at 300. And so that's why you see those two different numbers, but we pulled that down off of 750.
All right, thank you.
Okay, environmental compliance. Biggest thing there, new leadership. Evan Jenkins taking over this year, come up with a new plan, working on a new system, doing a good job. So their budget is a subset of the wastewater budget, separate division focused on what they do. It's a reduction this year, primarily associated, we moved our pretreatment staff back from, as part of the reorganization, we moved them out of environmental compliance and back under the wastewater group. That's a big reason of it. So their funding and focus, their funding is from the wastewater enterprise fund, and their focus is primarily this year, if you look at what their focus this year, is data quality, making sure that we have the best data. If we're gonna make any arguments for any permit or whatnot, we have to have the best data we can. We have to report these to EPA and DEQ. And then the stormwater permit, we anticipate a new stormwater permit coming out this year. It's gonna be a statewide permit, and then we'll be working on seeing how those ramifications and funding that in the following years. So really, they only have small capital mobile office for better data, and then their proportionate share of the city-owned fuel site. Any questions? That was a simple one, I think. Wastewater. So wastewater, I've talked a lot about wastewater here recently and for the entire calendar year. So budgets increased by about $6 million in wastewater. Big part of that's in capital, but it's also up in operations and lots of other places as well. This is not a smooth line on how capital, expenses, funding, all that kind of stuff in fund balance. It does project all the way to 2031 on where we think we're going to end up. It includes the 165 million bond vote at 87% approval rating. So that's part of the process that's built into this forecast, and it's pretty lumpy, and that's kind of what you're going to see going forward is quite a few lumpy wastewater projects. Not only that's primarily, the lumpiness tends to be the treatment plant, but we do have pipelines and other stuff that needs to be fixed. So funding and focus. Funding is an enterprise fund, wastewater rates and hookup fees, but we also are beginning to use we're currently using 17 million SRF loan, and then we'll be digging deeper starting this fiscal year. The focus, major plant upgrades. We expect to complete phase 1 and begin phase 2 for our wastewater plant improvements. And then asset management, pipeline repair and replacements. Those are important things that need to be done. From an equipment perspective, we'll start marching down a few different things. We have lift station radio upgrades, getting better data back to the plant, and then a portion of the city-owned fuel site. Here's our pipeline projects. Again, this is a little bit of a problem because I'd like to all be in the zone. If it was a true asset management, we would all be down in this zone. But what you realize, or you start seeing, is we've got a lot of projects up on the north side of town, some way over on the edge of town. These are associated with aerial sewer projects. These are failures or soon-to-be failures. So if you look at our capital projects, we've got a Western Regional Pump Maintenance Program. Wastewater, just like water and irrigation, have a maintenance repair program at our lift stations and pump stations. The annual pipe zone replacement, but then the big one, another big one is aerial sewer replacements. This is the third year of this process, trying to spread this out over time. What we had in the first of these 3 years, so this would be 19, 18, and 17, in fiscal year 17, we had an aerial sewer crossing Indian Creek that got a leak. And so we had raw sewage going into Indian Creek. We fixed it. It was an emergency. We got it fixed. But then we started looking across the city and saying, hey, well, how many of these do we have? So with this, I think is the last year to go through and rehab every single aerial sewer over any water or stream. It's been a primary focus, but it does require us to go out of zone. And then you have our sewer project. As you expect, phase Group C upgrades. You just authorized the bidding of Group C. That'll be our digester. Group D design is probably going to be another digester. And then our preliminary design at $4.5 million. The budget estimate, the contract estimate is about almost $5 million. We anticipate spending about $500,000 in the current fiscal year, and then this kind of buttresses the rest of it. And then we have another programmatic contingency. Part of the deal of the whole wastewater program is contingency, so this starts funding that contingency coming forward. Any questions? Going forward. Now, the most difficult budget that we have, streets. If you thought the other ones were difficult, try this one. Streets. Streets is all over the place. So we have a little bit of property tax, 1% increase, 1% of the property tax increase coming in this year. We appreciate that. Other revenue, about 150,000 additional there. Impact fees, grant funding. I can't say enough positive comments about the grant folks, Tom and all his staff going and chasing down all these dollars. We have a significant amount of projects this year in grants. And then $6 million. And then use of fund balance and continuing to move forward. So this is our glide slope. You've seen this for the last several years, increasing pavement management, the yellow line, at the same time decreasing fund balance and increasing projects and whatnot. But one of the things that if you showed up at the Transportation Master Plan meeting last night that's not in here, is clearly identified as an additional $14 million of capacity projects that are not funded in this plan. So we presented some information yesterday, the master plan, and that's a significant new. Or the alternative is level of service below level of service D.
Michael, may I ask you a question? Back on the budget, why are our impact fees for FY19 where they are?
Well, because we spent them all on 18.
Okay, so it's just because we don't have impact fees to fund the work that needs to be done, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, we actually it's a balance. So this is the available impact fees and the actual projects identified in fiscal year 19.
Okay.
But 18, the Karcher interchange was a significant hit, and then a number of other projects, so that's, we will generate about, unless something changes, it's in the neighborhood of $600,000-700,000 a year, but we're a bit overextended.
Okay, thank you.
So the funding. So funding in streets is anywhere we can find it, we're going to go after it. So fuel and use tax, that's kind of the state shared revenue. Property tax, Nampa Highway District. Nampa Highway District's contribution property tax, I'll comment there. City of Nampa property taxes, impact fees and grants. Of note, I think of important note is the Nampa Highway District funding. Nampa Highway has proposed in their budget this year to reduce the funding to the city of Nampa by about $190,000. They have the ability to adjust their levy. So part of their levy is shared 50-50 with the city, and part, what they call a special levy, is not shared. Typically, what we've included in this budget, so there will be an impact to the general fund, to the street fund if this happens. Right now, they are proposing reducing about $190,000 by shifting from the essentially general levy to their special levy. And it's something we met with them 2 weeks ago, informed the mayor. Public hearing was in August, certainly more than willing to share that information. Our focus, so that swings twice. We've included in this budget an assumed 3%. Highway District has increased their budget 3% every year for as long as I can remember. So in our budget, we assumed we gain 3%, and actually it's a reduction from fiscal year 18 by almost $200,000. So that reduction is even more, because we get about 2.6 million from that. 2.4, excuse me. I don't have it identified. The focus this year, pavement management, that's been our focus for a while, and we're going to continue to do so. Grant projects, intersection multimodal, and then stormwater repairs. Because stormwater, the stormwater activities that are the regulatory are in environmental compliance, but when it comes down to fixing and building, that's in the street budget. Our operations capital is some pretty routine things. We've got a salt brine system. This salt brine system pays for itself in 1 year. So it's a way to, we typically pay about $35,000 for brine on an annual basis. By buying the brine system, we'll use the salt that we already have, and we'll purchase a little bit more salt, and we'll create our own brine that we can use in our de-icing equipment. Salt conveyor and hopper would be real helpful. Now that we have a pile, when you don't have a pile, it's easy to build the first pile. How do you put something on top of the old piles? That's where you need the elevator. And so when you start getting salt delivery, everybody else is getting salt delivery, so you can't beg, borrow, or steal one. So we need a salt elevator. School zone flash is something we do every year. We always try to do one new school. And then we have a water division reimbursement, because last year with the water truck, they bought an extra plow and sander. Streets needs to pay that enterprise fund back. Pavement management. So here we get into a little bit of data, probably a little different than what we've talked. So how have we done? So in fiscal year 15 was our first, kind of out year. We did 0 improvements between 2008 and 2015, and we've seen our pavement condition index go from 88 to 72. So that's when really the beginning of funding happened. So funding started increasing, and we started doing more improvements on the road and started checking to see how we're doing. When we look back, for fiscal year 15, 16, 17, we were continuing to decline a little bit slower. The best way to look at it is each of the additional lines are out year, are the next time we anticipate to hit the zone. So in 16, in 17, and then in 2024 would be 7 years later, and then 2031 would be the next 7 years. So we've been reaching failure so far every year, 15, 16, and 17. Well, 18, we actually slid back a little bit. 18 is either that particular zone is in worse shape than other zones. Even though we've increased incremental funding, the results is a forecast of lesser than it's the first year we have an increase. slowing the decline. This is, all we are doing is slowing the decline to failure. Again, our pavement management plan has an additional funding of $500,000 a year. We appreciate that, and we'll continue to put that dollars in the streets. We need to get to over $6 million, and then hopefully we can pause at that PCI of about 60. These are our crews doing our chip seal, a tremendous job. Can't give them enough positive credit this year. I went out and did some additional training, and we increased the funding in chip seal this year. So I've done that, we've been able to do that for the last several years, and I continue to give it to Don and his staff and say, you know, too bad, figure it out, get it done. Well, this year we went off, did some additional training on the chip machine and the oil machine, and come back and seen noticeable improvements in production. By sending crews off to staff, learning how to run our equipment better. These were out-of-state meetings, and you know, always concerned when you do that. And they came back and we did put it down more chips this year than we had last year in less time, and we cleaned up about a week faster than we've ever done before. For me, the anecdotal, drive through the chip zone and see how much gravel's on the sidewalks, because usually that's the big deal. Gravel's everywhere. And we're out there with blowers and cleaning that off. This year, virtually no gravel on the sidewalk. Huge difference. Can't say enough positive comments. Here's our projects. The big project in pavement management this year is on Greenhurst. And that's where all of the efforts will, just like downtown is this year, Greenhurst is next year. And then we started design on the following project. Here's our pavement management budget. You can see the increase in chip seal to about $800,000. We're trying to run it up about quite a bit every year. Residential chip seals included. Last year was the first year we actually did improvements to every residential street in the zone. We went out and crack sealed. We couldn't chip it, but we crack sealed it. Major difference. So at least we're doing some maintenance to the residential streets. Next year we hope to get back into chip sealing a little bit of residential streets and continuing the crack seal process. And I think that's for the most part it. We've got some streets capital projects. Again, here's where you see your extended Greenhurst, your $500,000 new impact fee or new pavement management projects shows up in this budget, and then some other miscellaneous stuff. We have some streets grants projects. We got a lot of grant work going on. These are the grants for multimodal projects, bike and ped kind of things all over the community, wherever, you know, we're aggressively searching every grant. As I mentioned earlier, about $6 million this year, grant dollars. These bike and peds, about $2 million of those. And those are grants with city fund match, primarily multimodal. Then we have our other additional street impact fee grants. Here's how we can leverage impact fees. How do we use impact fees to leverage grant dollars? Because we only spend 7 cents on dollar, and this is one of the ways we can do it. So these tend to be intersection projects, right? Because we can use those for leveraging those. That's $3.3 million in total project costs, of which we're able to leverage $290,000 of impact fees to gain $3 million of grant dollars. So how can we best leverage our dollars? And these are essentially the only capacity improvements that we will do this year. Then we come into probably the most difficult budget, is stormwater. These are our stormwater projects. These are just, they're all, you know, this is a failed culvert over on Isaiah and Midway. The one that went through and flooded the folks from Caldwell is just north of there. So kind of important to get these fixed. Bad things can happen. The way we do culverts and drains, it's 50% paid for by irrigation and 50% paid for by streets, because drains are really that odd duck. Are they, is it a water? Is it a street? Is it what is it? It's not strictly irrigation. So we fund drains 50-50, irrigation pipes are all irrigation, and streams are all streets. That's how the general, just some information. And so here's our stormwater capital projects. I think the most important thing to note in here is there are no proactive repair and replacement projects on this list. Everything on this list is failed, with the exception of the FEMA floodplain. If we're hearing a lot of people interested in addressing the floodplain downtown. The intent of this study is to give us information to say, if you want to change that, what does it take? And so our 14th Avenue Indian Creek repair, something needs to be done. It's been broke for a while, it needs to be redone. I mean, all of these are projects that are failed, except for the master plan. Master plan, how do we find projects? We need to make sure that we have a plan so that we someday may be proactive. But right now, it's just 100% reactive. The scary part, the one thing that's not addressed in this budget that we haven't addressed, that's out there, and we're gonna start studying that, is the old flood irrigation lines that are all over town. They tend to be storm drain lines, they tend to still be used for irrigation. If it's under a street, likely to break. Some of those are the irrigation projects we had to do today. So then we get into okay, what didn't get funded? If you truly wanted to fix the streets, and you wanted them all to everything that's failed, rebuilt, and everything that's, should be maintained, you need about another $9.8 million in streets for pavement, for asset management, pavement management, and rebuilds. And then here's the list of projects that were not funded. And we certainly can go down those. This is the Deputy Public Works Director for Transportation. If transportation is our number one focus, seems to me that we ought to put some leadership in that direction. But that's not funded. Organization and peer review, that was my attempt to bring in some folks outside to come in and look at the department, see is there another way that we should be organized that might buttress the case for the Deputy Public Works Director. Fleet service pickup, what we're doing is resurface. That's actually was pulled out. If fleet needs to borrow a pickup, they just go take one out that should be fixed today. And/or we do have a shop truck, and so it's mostly their parts run vehicle. We had a SIU vehicle for the police that was not funded. Utilities for the lube bay, so the folks puts bathroom and better utilities in the lube bay that we developed last year. That wasn't funded for fleet. Also for fleet improvements in the break room and storage facilities. One of the big areas that we didn't anticipate to be funded, but it's certainly put it on the notice, is an airport terminal building. If airport is the entryway to the city, probably about time to consider a new terminal building. That one's been around for quite a while. We put some new furniture in it this year. Believe it or not, we just connected it to the actual city sewer. It was on a septic system. We didn't even know that until this year when there was a bad problem. So that's been connected, but probably if you want a new one. And one of the things that we can't fund with FAA dollars is an airport terminal building. So we can get all the payment fixed. We can do stormwater. We can widen that kind of, but you can't build new. Wastewater, or water, we need a master plan for their site. They're starting to break at the seams. Again, something that needs to be done. One of the projects from Environmental Compliance and Educational Rain Garden, pretty cool opportunity to do a project that can do some public education. And then streets, fleet, engineering, administration building, about $7 million for a building on, because the guys out there are running, again, another building breaking at the seams. But those are, I'm not standing here complaining what we didn't get. I want to talk about what we did do. So I think of the get or done things, here's a highlight of every division. Engineering staffing plan, big change in how they do business. This is going to change how we go forward. Parks fleet plan, same thing. How we do the fleet in parks, big change. These are major accomplishments, get or done kind of things. We have 15 new airport hangars going in this fiscal year. There are 55 water meters. I can't stay that positive enough. We were reorganized environmental compliance. And then, bond vote, 87% approval. That's a huge accomplishment. And then for our streets guys, chip seal, more work, less time. Not much more needed to be said. So we're here, Public Works, serving with pride, doing everything that we need to do to get the job done. Got 130-some folks trying to do the job every single day.
Mayor, just a couple educational questions. Number one, Jake, before I forget, thank you. He gave you credit. I take it you did all this, huh? Okay, appreciate it. Very well done. Just a couple educational questions. I realize federal grant monies are paying for by far the majority, but why the big discrepancy, like in Middleton, Lone Star intersection, 1.4 million, compared to Middleton Smith intersection? I'm sure there's common reason for that, $780,000. Then I have one other, just education.
Oh, that's why we're here.
200,000.
I mean, like Colorado has 4 lanes, so I just not understanding.
Mayor, Council Bruner, the big difference is the Middleton and Smith is an existing right-of-way. The other one, we need to get a little bit of right-of-way, so we're just right-of-way costs in there.
Well, we're buying right away.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the main, and then there'll be a little more paving on the Lone Star one, so it's.
Just seemed there's a lot big.
Yeah.
So that explains it if you're buying, I guess if we're buying right away. It's kind of close to me, so I'll just give an example of the school safety hawk. I think that's on Blaine and Dillon by West Middle School. 2 pages, yeah, before the previous. 116,000 our percentage, our amount. That's for that crosswalk by the Family Life Church there and going across to West Middle School. And I guess my main question is, Jeff, is how does that get prioritized? I'm sure, realize it's a safety, but.
Yeah, Mayor, City Council. So we we got a group together from the school district, the city organizations, police, engineering, and we looked at the whole city as far as crossings. That was one of the strategic locations where there's a school there and it's a busy road they're crossing. So that's a hawk signal that was prioritized like 4 years ago.
And just because I live in that area, I guess that's why I hear from neighbors. I know they're not happy with the hawk signal between, the way it functions more. That's another subject matter.
Yeah.
They're close to Lake Low, taking forever back up with traffic. And of course, we added the 2 lights. And now I see, and I love the idea of parents and volunteers, they're doing the manual crosswalk. That's when students are going to school and leaving school. I guess I'm just not understanding why we're taking opportunities for people like that to serve and give to the community, and then we're spending a lot of money. I realize it's Fed dollars, but still tax dollars for those type of things. If we have volunteers that are going to protect our kids.
That's one of the things we talked with the school district. There's also West Community Park there
That's
crossings
that's
used.
more like Lone Star though, getting the
corridors used a little bit.
I mean, you realize you
for
get down
access.
there past the tennis courts. And I'm just curious but you're saying your group has gotten together and they determined this is a priority safety.
Right, and then those hawks are warranted based on the amount of pedestrian crossing volume and then the amount of volume on the major street. Another thing is that we're putting a signal in just up the road at Lone Star and Middleton, and those hawks can be timed with those signals. And so that, if the signal queue and that the storage is backing up into the hawk, we can adjust that so it's not impacting traffic along the corridor.
Just seems like Midland just really getting packed with all the stoppages, and I realize it's more of a safety thing, but okay, that's a better way of, I can give answers to the folks that are asking and shaking their heads. Okay, thanks.
Mayor, I have a question. Back on the wastewater treatment plan, there was close to $6 million in programmatic contingency.
Yep.
I know we've been living in the wastewater numbers for a while, but can you remind me, is that just the contingency on this phase or the?
It's essentially building the contingency
Yeah.
coming forward. I mean, things are gonna change. It's one of those things, we struggled, when we did their initial estimate, our forecast, working with Brown and Caldwell, where do we start building this up? We put it in this budget. Certainly if it's not in the budget, it's gonna be in the fund balance. That's just, how do we start building this to identify it as part of the project? And that's why it's in the budget.
Okay. And just for clarification, this is funded through the bond. The programmatic contingency was part of
Correct.
what we approved. If we don't spend all that amount, it's possible that the savings would be realized in the last phase.
Correct. Well, savings our goal is to realize savings whenever we can find them, right? If we can build Group C, so Group A, let me go through this one. So Group A was working over here on, which was essentially this green box right there. When we got around the existing plant, we ended up replacing the air piping all the way through here. We ended up adding additional pump because capacity became short. We had a lot of things happen we had pipes that we found that were old and needed to be replaced. It was just part of that. When you work in an old plant, you gotta fix whatever you run into, otherwise you're putting new stuff on top of old stuff. And we were literally losing most of the air that we were pumping into the thing. So those are the types of things that start happening. When we come in and tear up the entire plant all over the place, I'm not sure what we're going to find. So we're trying to figure out how do we balance that existing utility failure to new utility. If we were building in a potato field and there was nothing else there, contingency is much easier. Greenfields are much easier, but you're in a brownfield site, and so we have to somehow ramp that up on things that we haven't found. Whether we put it in a budget now or pay for it later. We've tried a different, as you have all observed, we tried a different way to look at contingency this year. If you don't like that, let us know. Somehow we have to present it, right?
No, it's fine. But just to be clear, if we come in under budget, that money, the programmatic contingency can't be appropriated for anything other than the wastewater treatment plan.
If it's part of, so we have both revenue that are rate revenue and wastewater plant. This is intended to be for the plant, right?
Yes, okay. I'll just pass that clarification on. There's just some citizens just, again, I know it passed overwhelmingly with the summer, like, is that money going to be, was it intentionally overpriced so that we would be under budget so that money would then fund other projects that we weren't voting on? So just to be clear for the record.
100%.
Yes.
It's,
Thank you.
those are bond assurances.
Yes.
So the specific language in the bond says all the stuff that needs to be improved in the plant, including phase 3. So phase 3 is in there. So the first assumption is that if we can save money in phase 2, we can fund phase 3. And that's why we haven't been before you to say, okay, phase 3, right, here's what this is.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Because our goal is to, find it cheaper.
Mayor Kling, Michael, not to have you add any additional dollars here, but we saw a contingency for irrigation and for wastewater. There is no contingency line item for the streets. So I was just wondering, what's the difference? I mean, if you've got a break under a street, you still have an issue that's an emergency at the street level. But the way that this is put together, you have targeted areas of improvement, but not the same type of a methodology as far as having a contingency fund built aside.
So if you look at, it's different types of projects, right? We have patch for streets, but what we don't have is if the water breaks, it's going to break, that pays for the street.
It pays for the street and repair as well,
Right, it's got to fix, if a water line breaks, it has to pay for whatever broke.
is above it.
Right, and so the streets, it's a little bit of a balance. The pavement management has a lot of patching in it. So we have a couple $100,000 of patching, I believe, if I went down. There's that. Is it up here?
Oh, there it is, right there. 212,000.
Yeah, so it's in there.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out why they were other places but not in this one, but it was hidden.
It's hidden.
You did a good
Yeah,
job.
We're trying to, it is what it is, show what we got. No intention of hiding anything. I mean, that's one of the things when I talk to the staff, or just my personal opinion, I believe 100% in open and honest. It is what it is. Everything in Public Works will be built, and someone's going to see it. There ain't anything we hide, and we're going to probably tear something up, and we're going to make a mess, but in the end, we're going to clean it up. And that's just what we do.
Could you help me see the underground stuff, though? I'm not.
Come on down, Cruz, we have a camera, we can show you some
To
stuff.
convince all those citizens that it actually is worn out down there.
We can, well, I got a picture.
Field trip.
That's right, real trip.
Huh?
You got that pipe in the
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
a pipe.
Are there any further questions for Michael?
No, thank you, Michael.
All righty. Michael, that's a great presentation, and I just want to say thank you to the Public Works, the entire team. You guys are doing an amazing job. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work, Michael. So it's time for a break, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will resume at 11 with Human Resources.
Go.
We did.
Yeah, it was close by. Yeah.
I've never heard of a banana slug.
So as we get started, just a couple housekeeping things. In talking to Chief Huff, they're going to be short, and fire may slip in right after them. And I believe you guys are going to talk to Chief Roberts, and he'll be ready. And so, Vicki, I might mention to you, let's get with Development Services, Parks and Rec that's here, Fort Idaho Center. We may be able to move our schedule up today. We're going to shorten lunch to 30 minutes, and then rather than the longer lunch that is on 30 minutes, we're eating on site. So we're going to do it short.
It's like high school.
It's high school. And so we've just talked about that, and if Councilman Haverfield doesn't mind me mentioning, he's not able to be here tomorrow morning. And I would love to give him the opportunity, to the extent that we can push through today, we're going to see what we can push through today so that he can be here. And so I guess I should say, Vicki, for you, would you like us to grab you some lunch? Let's do that. And so how, yeah. Police is paying, right? No, I'm kidding. We actually are going to grab lunch for council and come in and be fast. And I would like to accommodate, to the extent that we can, the fact that whatever we can go ahead and move forward. And I apologize, this is a last-minute change, but Vicki, is there something I'm not seeing? If we move forward today, please let us know if we kind of push through.
Mayor and council, I was just considering staff who have not necessarily prepared for a 30-minute lunch. And because we have asked them to be present, that's what I would...
So how about if we get them all lunch? Can we do that?
That's...
Would that help?
It's Chick-fil-A.
So, I mean, it's not Chick-fil-A, but I mean...
Right.
Whatever, I mean, that's...
So for those that were planning on being here, that this definitely interrupts your schedule and you need to be back and you don't have time for lunch, give a wink over there to Brad. Can you just raise your hand real fast if you cannot accommodate that you had to be here this afternoon and that this schedule doesn't work for you? I'm not seeing too many that, okay. Maybe, Brad, let's get a couple of extras so that we can, because we definitely, I know that we've got a couple sitting here that have to be here, so we need, I know we need at least 3 more.
Mark back there.
Four?
I have my staff coming for a presentation. Can you give me kind of an estimate of, they were going to be here early at 1:30 and we start at 2:45, but if it's going to be earlier than the early expectation, I'll notify them to come early.
So, Mayor, you're thinking, let's see, we're already starting late for HR, so
Correct.
Tina, you've got 30 minutes, and you'll probably wrap up about 15 minutes. Bless your bones. So about 11. Questions, quick firing. 11:30. So then police is going to take. Okay. So and you're notifying fire, Phil, to come? Okay, so then noon
You're not talking, Tyler.
for lunch. And so then we'd be ready back here at 12:30 for Beth. No, that's Patrick at 12:30. And I don't think he's taking very long, actually. He was surprised he was presenting, actually. He said, every other year you've told me no, and I prepared. So maybe 15, 20 minutes for him. Parks and Rec by 1 o'clock, probably.
You could have, and then the Ford Idaho Center will have come in.
I have his text number. He gave that to me yesterday.
Okay, so you'll text him and have him come in about whatever time you see, based on that.
here at least an hour early, so I'll have him come at 1:30.
Okay,
And then I
That's
told him Darren would take a long, no. So we'll have him come at 1:30 and,
I don't have tomorrow's agenda.
So that means that Rick and I may be able to go golfing this afternoon.
No, you will not be
Oh.
able to. So what we're going to do, and I apologize, I don't,
We're gonna move in the next one.
we're going to move some of tomorrow's agenda up to this afternoon. And that means that the questions that council would have for general staff would take place this afternoon, and we'll try to go ahead and move up a little bit. Does that work with everyone? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to identify to council about the question that Councilman Bruner had. The priority funded personnel in Form 10 and Form 50 are at the very back of the packet, and you will find those, Form 10, Form 50. The first ones are the set that are funded. If you look under the approved under the approved column, those first ones are at the front of the Form 10 and at the front of the Form 50, at the very end of your packet. Those summary Form 10, summary Form 50.
Yeah, and Vicki, I saw that. Maybe I wasn't at 100% on it, whatever, but I saw,
We can go over those when you need to at the end of our presentations, okay? Does that kind of make sense? Almost. Okay, very good.
So in looking at tomorrow's agenda, tomorrow we had from 8 to 9, we actually had a Q&A by council for non-presenting directors. And so,
We can go notify folks to be here about 3 o'clock or earlier.
yes,
whatever your
Yeah.
time projection.
yeah. I don't know what questions we're going to have for non-presenting, and who that would be besides who's really here, but we could just send an email out
I'll go do that.
to our directors just to let them know. And then the rest of the agenda for tomorrow is council discussion. And so then council can determine today,
So then,
What they would like to do.
Councilman Haverfield, then he will need to be here for that. So is that still, then we may cut out some morning things? Is that what you're thinking, Mayor, or what?
I think to the extent that we can have as much council discussion today with Councilman Haverfield's presence, I think if we could accommodate that, I think that would be nice. That way he has the opportunity to be part of the discussion. Does that work with everyone's schedule?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. Also, I do not want to do a final vote without all council members present on the budget.
I agree.
Okay, so then we may be able to get to a vote today, do you think, or?
Oh.
I don't know, we'll have to figure that out.
But if tomorrow Randy's gone for the funeral and he can be back here after the funeral, we just wait till he gets here,
Okay,
Well,
if need be.
we can discuss it later today then.
Okay.
See how it goes.
perfect.
But thank you for the consideration.
Oh, you're welcome. So we're going to get started with the HR presentation, and I do want to just make a quick comment. So you have a document that has been handed to each council person, and over the course of discussion, pretty much due to where we were with negotiations, not knowing where we were, I've been trying to pause and figure out where we're going to be. In that pause, one area that was not approved, that I overlooked, that has been brought back to me, that we did not identify until yesterday, and because we had already sent out the amended budget, was asked not to resubmit another budget. So I do want to say that you'll see that this document that you've been handed is actually a recommended funding for an IT position. And the reason for this position has to do two items, and Tina will speak to this, but it has to do with the Tyler Project mobile devices, but also, as we have an executive session to talk about space coming up tomorrow, I realize that if we are looking at space for our engineers, we have to provide IT service to that, both in setup and the functionality of that. And so in talking further, I realize this is a position that may be a very critical position, that without it will be difficult to provide the IT services to our city staff. So you see the changes in the budget. It still comes back to present the balanced budget as we had presented to you, but we're pulling dollars away from economic incentive and some overtime budget.
Mayor, clean question.
Yes.
I know that HR and Vicky came before the council a couple of months ago and requesting a 1-year, right, employee, full-time employee. Is that where you're referring to today, right now?
No, this is not. This is strictly an IT position that is part of our help desk providing services. And we also have the training, but it's more of a help desk. But I'll let Tina speak to that. I just wanted to let you know that's why you've been handed this.
Okay.
And what my recommendation is that we're going to adjust, which is reducing in a
Okay.
couple of areas to help support getting this position.
I thought maybe it was the Tyler position that they were referring to. but
No.
it's not. Okay, thanks.
No, it was my oversight, and basically, as we prepared, we did no new positions. And I realized that by doing the blanket no new positions that I was recommending, there does come a cost to that. And it's been brought to my attention that that may be very detrimental to our ability to perform the IT functions.
Okay.
So, Tina?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to stand before you this morning to present Human Resources and IT. It's basically the internal infrastructure of the city and how it operates. In the Human Resources Department, 2 years ago now, almost 2 years ago, I stood before you for that HR manager. And what you'll see in the Form 500 before you, it increased a little bit. So this year, we underwent a little bit more reorganization in HR and brought the payroll piece over from finance into HR to make a more streamlined and more efficient operation for payroll and HR, since we administrate the benefits and the compensation, and this has just helped with that. The separation of duties is still there. We have placed Wendy Jo Ackley, who was hired to be the HR manager as well as the PR, the payroll manager, and she's had the ability to have that separation of duty, and will just be strictly over payroll, which is Mindy Kinney, who's transferred over from finance for us. And the rest have stayed in place, so Isabel is our HR recruitment specialist, Julie Jones is our benefit specialist, and then Emily Oliver, who's our frontline, call her our bodyguard there, HR assistant. So in the Form 500, you notice that the budget did go up a little bit, and that's because of that position that has transferred over from finance. It is a full-time position right now. However, with the efficiency of the Tyler solution, payroll is going to be dramatically decreased in functionality and the ability to get payroll out within 2 days versus almost 6 to 7 days, because of the segregated spaghetti bowls we have, and it's all in one system. So we're looking at putting that to a half-time position now. However, Mindy and Beth Einig, Director Einig, will speak to the fact that Mindy will go half-time up to her area and support her area for the CDBG funding and the financials there. So she still has the ability to remain as a full-time employee. However, she'll become a shared employee. So we have found that efficiency within payroll already in the Tyler system, as Michael has spoke to efficiencies in his reporting in the Tyler solution. We look at our department efficiency right now and how many total employees. We continue to onboard employees. We're up to 699. Come next week, when we hire more, we're going to be over 700 employees. So the full-time employees right now are at 555. Our part-time employees are at 145, and there's 5 HR employees, with the HR ratio to employees is sitting at 140 employees for HR professional. On the recruitment side of things, total open personnel requisitions, these are let's go out and hire. Those 109 of those submitted this year since 10/1. We've been very, very busy in recruitment. We have hired 124 new employees since October 1. The average fill time for positions on general employee side is about 37 days. When we go out to recruit for a police officer, it's about 124 days to recruit. The separations and exits, we're at about 84 for those folks that have decided to graduate from the city and move on to a next chapter or journey in their life. I want to talk about recruitment costs because this is where it comes in where we need to retain our best and brightest talent. Recruitment costs right now for a general employee is around $5,200. That's just getting them into our door and starting the orientation process. On a police recruitment cost, it's around $10,000 to do so. And then fire recruitment costs about $15,847. That is from the start of putting in a personnel requisition. We start the advertisement, we get out there, we recruit, we put them before our search panel, which is usually comprised of your executive, has executive head sitting at the table. It has a line officer at the table. There's some administrative folks at the search committee level. We get all of those soft costs involved in there. It takes time. This does not account for the production when they're sitting at that table. This is just those costs as we're sitting there trying to get that right person in the seat.
Mayor, I don't want to interrupt. You want questions at the end, Tina, or?
You can fire
You
away
sure?
anytime. Absolutely.
I guess I just would appreciate a little more explanation, the $6,000 difference between recruiting a policeman and a firefighter.
Absolutely. It comes
Yeah, I
out.
know you explained generally, but what's that $6,000 difference?
So the $6,000 the difference there comes down to wages, salaries of those folks sitting at the table as a search committee. It comes down to those that have background checks and police investigations in their background area and how long it takes them. They may have travel involved. They don't just do a quick background check. They actually go to sites, talk to previous supervisors, previous employers.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you're talking about fire now? That's the difference? That's what they're doing?
Police and fire.
Police is not, I'm talking about the difference between recruiting a police officer and a firefighter. How does that $6,000 differential? What's the difference?
The biggest difference, police and fire, so they have what's called the CPAT. So that is where they have to do their physical ability test. They have a 12-week from the time we give them a written examination. Then they go 12 weeks. They have to do a test run where they have to offer a test run. So we have firefighters out there that's administering the CPAT test. That cost. Then they can go another couple more weeks and then they give the official CPAT test, which is another cost to the city on the soft cost of personnel costs running that test. So we're kind of doubling up on our physical aptitude tests when it comes to.
We can have soft policemen, but hard firefighters, is that?
Wow.
Insight.
Mayor, if I could interrupt one question. Tina, you say the police recruitment costs of $10,000. It's not actually a recruitment is the right word, is it? It is pre-employment or, right? Is that what you're referring to? Because the police department sends out officers, background officers to go do the backgrounds, could be out of state, right? So this is what this cost is all about, is that stuff?
Well, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, recruitment and pre-employment are very close to one another. We are recruiting that officer. When we get to the background check, we do give them a contingent offer at that time, so we can conduct that background check. So that would be the pre-employment police, but it's still all under the umbrella of the recruitment effort to get them to our new hire orientation.
Seems like an awful lot for $10,000 in fire for 15, where a general employee is $5,000. Why is, I'm going to ask what Councilman Bruner said, why is it 15 for fire recruitment?
Fire recruitment, okay, let's start from the very
Okay.
beginning. So fire recruitment, once we get that personnel requisition in, then we go out and we have gone with the National Testing Network, which is $500 a year, and we can put it out there as many times as we want. After that point, we bring those applicants into the oral boards. The oral boards then consist of 4 or 5 members of the fire department, having the union representation. You have all that cost there, which is a higher cost than a general employee would have. And then after that, then we give them the written examination. Then we go into the CPAT test. And then we go into a CPAT test, which costs, the dollars just start compounding on top of one another for the fire department.
Okay, so I don't know what CPAC is. What is that?
It's a physical aptitude test, certified physical aptitude test. But the chief is not here.
Oh,
I believe that's
Okay.
what the C, I know the
Yeah.
physical aptitude test. I don't know the C's.
okay. 'Cause one thing I thought was, all this was already internal. That's why I'm asking the question, but apparently it's not.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have to belabor this a little bit. I'm having a hard time understanding even the 5,200 for recruitment costs for general employee. Help me.
Mayor and Councilman Scott, the 5,200 on the general, again, when you have a director sitting at the table, you have a recruitment specialist sitting at a table. This particular one that we figured up on average is Director Sullivan's recruit. So we had HR specialists there. We had Director Sullivan there. We have the building official, Neil Jones, in the room. And when we add up all of those costs, and we've interviewed 5 or 6 people, that cost comes up to almost $3,900. Just having the folks sit as a search committee and an oral board committee. And then on top of that, we have print media that we've gone out with the Idaho Press Tribune, which is about $500. But that $500 attaches us to 50 other internet social media websites to recruit on. And then after that piece, then you have drug testing and background check and reference checks.
So some of this is a direct hard cost that's being incurred, which is the cost of placing the ad, the background checks, that sort of thing. The other piece of this, there's a mixture of actual hard costs and soft costs. So the soft cost is more just to reflect the cost of turnover of employees or recruiting employees, because it isn't a new cost to have people sitting in the room, but there is a cost. And so that's what, it could be a little confusing because you've got both direct hard costs and soft costs incorporated into one figure.
Correct, Mayor Kling.
Any further questions?
Good. Compensation and benefits. So this year for the general employees, we're going to do a 2% increase. Exciting news on the general employee health plan, which is there will be no changes to the plan with a small 2% increase on the contribution slide from the city. In a couple of weeks, when we have council again, I'll be introducing the HRA VIVA with a resolution to adopt this type of benefit plan for the general employees, in which we are expecting to put $800 per employee in there. It's an employer-only plan. No employee can contribute to this plan. And the benefits to this particular plan, as in years past, we have taken that money and put it in the flexible spending account, which is the IRS 125 section plan. This plan will allow them to contribute, them being the employees, contribute $2,550 into their flexible spending accounts with tax-free dollars for their medical necessities. With an HRA VIVA, and let me back up, with the Flex plan, it is a use it or lose it plan. So if they don't use it within that plan year, they lose the funding that's in that account. With an HRA VIVA, they do not lose the funding. They can stack it up and they can grow the fund in there. So when retirement occurs, they could use those funds in there to pay for their COBRA premiums. If they need COBRA premiums to get them out to their normal Social Security retirement age, is what we are seeing in the city, with possibly 50, 60 employees retiring in the next 5 years. That was a big concern of theirs, is they couldn't pay for their medical premiums once they retired. So this would be a very good benefit for the employees. It is also very much a tax-free benefit to the city as well as the employees. So there will be no tax deferments for the HRA VIVA. The health reimbursement account will still stay in place. So this is for the general members, the general employees. This is when they reach their out-of-pocket amount of $6,200 or $12,400, that we will reimburse $2,000 of it if they hit that $6,400, so it'd be $4,400 out of pocket. And then for the $12,400, we'll give them an additional $4,000 on top of that. This is basically a deductible buy-down for the plan design that we have done. The Employee Assistance Program will stay in place for all employees, full-time employees. The long-term disability plan for full-time, all employees, and life insurance will stay in place as well. This is very, very small, and I'm very sorry for that. But I wanted to give you an idea. We talk about salaries all the time in HR, and the hard dollar that I bring home on my paycheck, but there's a whole lot that goes into this, and that's with a total compensation package. This spreadsheet in front of you, and this print is presented in front of you, what I did is $50,000. We just say a $50,000 a year annual salary all the way down the line for general employee, a fire contract employee, a sworn police, and a non-sworn police, and then figure out their benefit costs on this. This does not include the other soft benefits, if you want to call them that, holidays, the 10 paid holidays. This does not include the personal leave accruals that the employees receive as full-time employees, and some of the other benefits that are out there as being a city employee. The total compensation for a general employee that earns $50,000 annually, the benefits cost is about $23,861, which is 32%. And then on the fire contract employee, and I did use their medical costs as proposed in the last negotiations session, so their benefit cost is there. So benefit cost for a fire contract at $50,000 is $29,382. And then the sworn police, $26,557, and then for the non-sworn police association members, $24,822, 33%. Any questions? Okay. IT. IT, for the full-time employees that we all have working in there right now reflects about a 1-to-47 ratio, support ratio. This year, the IT field techs, we were completely staffed in January, early February, with all of the positions that we had funded, and we have fully developed and went out to zones. That has proven to be very, very successful. As in January, we had over 1,000 help desk tickets sitting in queue. We are just at 300 right now, and the staff has, I can't say enough about how great they are and how hard they work at getting the support out there in the business partnerships with the departments and divisions throughout the city. On the Form 500 before you, there was a little bit of increase in there, and that's, we did put that position in there that we overlooked as we went through the process. So it does show an increase with that position of the IT field tech in there as well. So the IT infrastructure, the lifecycle replacement program, we have about 498 desk phones in production right now, 647 desk lines. Servers, we have 46 physical ones, 59 virtual servers going out there with our storage and software. We did not submit any Form 50s this year for any more servers. We feel that with our legacy systems, we have sufficient servers to host the legacy systems that are on there at this point in time. For our laptops and computer peripherals, We had quite the increase in desktops and laptops this year from last year. Last year, we reported about closer to 700 desktops and laptops. As we had these field techs zoned out, we discovered quite a few other desktops and laptops that were not captured in our asset program. So we're sitting at about 855 desktops and laptops that we're supporting with our staff of 5 field techs. And then in FY18, we are replacing currently 94 desktops and laptops that are out of warranty and no longer supported by the software or the Dell company. So in FY19, we are looking to replace 97 desktops and laptops that will be coming out of warranty and need upgrading. We will also have, in this upcoming budget year for Phase 3 of the Tyler solution, introducing 41 new mobile devices throughout the Public Works Division for the mobile workforce program. This is where they will be able to receive their work orders on the mobile devices and be able to stay out in the field rather than come in to the building to get their next work orders. On average, we have about 650 help desk tickets a month. The mobile solutions that we've got in place today, or that we have in place today, so the radios, we have about 413 radios out there, 374 cell phones, and countless handheld electronics. We're trying to get a handle on that, which through Phase 3, as you've heard Michael talk about the maintenance, the asset maintenance program, we'll be able to capture those in that program and continue with an asset program. So the Form 10 request today before you is the IT field technician with the desktops, the new personnel, the 41 new mobile devices, new building putting in place. It will be crucial to support all of that movement, and that a new help desk tech would be vital to support, as the other field techs are already zoned out and are at capacity right now. Over in the Systems Administration area division of the IT department, we have 109 business suites that we currently have still running, and we have 73 independent applications. That has come down with the Tyler solution from 341. So we are really dropping those. Tyler is going to prove to be a great product. I keep saying that. It's just going to be one of those things that the city is going to run a whole lot better. Our IT strategy really this year has been foundation and looking at devices and productivity throughout the city and how we can become a better business partner and support the teams. We've also looked at the maintenance of everything, which is the telecoms and the radios and the cell phones, and how can we really shrink down our fleet of devices. We have taken, such as HR, the city clerks, we have removed their desktops. We had a desktop, we had a laptop, we had a cell phone. We no longer have a desktop. We have our laptops with a very strong processor in it that's able to support us as a desktop and as our laptop. And as we move forward in IT, that is going to be pure focus on how we can alleviate some of these devices and become more streamlined in how we do our work.
Question, I would imagine a lot of your people need more than one screen, so how does that work if you just have a laptop?
Mayor and Councilman Scott, there's ports and there are the cables that you can hook up multiple monitors. Debbie Bishop, the city clerk, has 3 monitors going on her little Surface Pro. The other piece of this that IT will be working on very strategically, along with our strategic initiative that will be coming forth soon would be the risk management side of this, so the security and business continuity. And Pam Stratton is over that piece of it in the IT division, and she's doing a great job in the training programs and rolling those out to all of our city employees. And lastly, the differentiation and agility, which is just basically strategic IT and project excellence. As we move more and more into Tyler, the team has really found the dynamic of the project excellence and making sure that the involvement, the collaboration, and all pieces are there to make every project successful. Lastly, I have to thank the council, mayor, for approving I-Bailey project management for this last little bit and getting us through phase 1 finance, phase 2 HR payroll. It's proven to be very good. I don't know where we would be today without their knowledge and what they have grown with us. Vicki and I plan on hiring a project manager for phase 3 and phase 4 to be payrolled and not bring in the I-Bailey. There may be a little piece there. We will need to tap into I-Bailey for some of that knowledge that they have grown over this past 15 months with us, 15 to 18 months with us, but we will be payrolling a project manager to get us through phase 3 and phase 4. Lastly, I have to thank the staff. The staff in finance I have watched. I've watched the IT staff. I have watched the HR staff. Miss Holidays work very long days. And if I get emotional, because they have 7 days, this last 14 days, we worked. Miss July 4th, just to make this work. This team is so dynamic, and they are amazing. They are dedicated, and they are loyal to the team members here and to our citizens. So it's with much heartfelt thanks to the staff of HR, IT, and finance. Any questions?
Yeah, nice. How can we ask questions after that? Thank you, thank you. Mayor Kling, I do have a quick question. So back to the police and fire recruitment, does it come out of their budgets or does it come out of yours?
The recruitments come out of HR budget.
Okay, all right, that's all I need. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question, and I don't know, I'm sure you're familiar with what was handed to us that the mayor made reference to, or maybe not. I don't know if this is for public consumption yet, or just for us. You're just showing us how
we
to
would
fund this
the
IT.
position.
Okay, I have quite a few questions about this. I don't know if I should direct them to Tina or yourself, maybe.
Possibly Vicki. That could be myself and Vicki.
Okay, I might be opening up a can of worms, but I have some questions. I don't know if it's better in private or public right now. So, part of it, is it okay if I ask?
Sure.
Okay, so the way it's funded is a reduction in economic incentive, Gen Gov, and then the overwhelming majority of that is a reduction in police overtime budget.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm just curious if everyone consulted and this was signed off, or is this a recommendation? Because I understand overtime budget, at least for this fiscal year, potentially next fiscal year is.
Let me,
Okay.
Mayor and Council, the police overtime budget, it was one way to take just one piece rather than piecemeal it through perhaps a hiring date change, as was suggested for another mitigating factor. So it's a way to affect the salaries line item in one fell swoop, so to speak, $39,000 or $38,000. They can manage it in any way that they want to in order to make it work for them. But they can change a hiring date if they want to by a couple of months, or they can determine what the overtime budget needs to be for them. They can manage it anyway. The overall salaries line item is up to them, but they can affect it anyway.
Okay, it looks like roughly around 55% of the new position would be funded out of a deduction in the police overtime budget. So I'm just wondering if that was just a creative funding mechanism, or if 55% of the new position is going to be serving the police.
Mayor and council, there is no serving, well, I mean, there will certainly be a serving of, by this position for additional personnel. I mean, that's part of the reality
Yes.
of additional personnel, but it's not based on a percentage.
I understand that there'd be an increasing demand because police will hire more. I'm just wondering, and this is where maybe we can talk one-on-one, how, if it's just creative funding mechanism, or, because there's always a question of equity, and so I want to be able to give a clear answer when departments ask, why is our overtime paying for 60% of this new position?
And can I answer that a
Yeah.
little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, police budget is not paying for this. Police had actually asked for overtime, and I don't remember what they had asked, and we didn't fund it. We funded it, and right now, we had the original budget for police overtime, before we took this 37, was $979,000. We bumped your overtime up to make sure that you had it there. We could have accomplished, we were trying to find somewhere in the budget that you can figure out how to do this, and what we did was, the other way we could have done it, and this is what Vicki and I had actually talked about, and I think you chose to do it this way. So unfortunately, this looks awkward, but originally what we talked about, and I don't know if you guys had this discussion, that there were two positions that had been pushed back and they were not hired, and I believe we pushed them up to an October 1 date so that you could hire them immediately. The other way we could have done this, because in reality, they're probably not going to come on till, let's say, January 1. Okay, well, two positions not coming in till January 1 together is about $40,000 in salary savings by pushing it back. And so we could have accommodated it. What we're trying to do is figure out, how do we do what we need to do? And so because I had pushed up from your original request 6 months in your hire, we could have pulled it back. And what Vicki and I had actually talked about was moving that hire date back to January 1. Instead, you did it out of overtime, but it comes out of the same budget, no matter where it comes, because I actually had given you guys more than you had actually asked for. And so that's what happened here. This is the hard part when it comes to creative financing, and people sometimes question it, but we've got to figure out, how do you do the work that we have to do? And so there's dollars that it's like, okay, so we can allocate these dollars here, we can allocate them there, and people think that's somewhat, I'm trying to think of the word, it makes them question the integrity of the process, but you have to figure out how to fund what you need to fund. And what I realized later was that where I had given actually more than had been requested, I needed to step back on that, back to something that we had discussed. Instead, we kind of shifted it, but it's awkward because somehow we need to figure out, how do you do the work you need to do, right? And so those dollars weren't necessarily part of police's original budget.
Mayor, I would say that the overtime budget, as I've presented it there, includes salary and benefit costs. So where their original request was, I think, close to $900,000, that I don't think that included the benefit costs.
Cost with it, okay.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it's more an adjustment because we're not going to give them the full amount that they asked for? Is that what you're saying? Because it won't be
No, not
needed?
necessarily, and they can speak to it, but
Okay.
would you guys
I can
say?
wait, or-
They'll be up next.
They'll be up next,
Okay.
yeah.
Just,
And we can-
I'll just hold off. Again, I mean, part of the concern is just handling the police negotiations. These are questions that are asked, and that's obviously you, in your own words, it's awkward and it's complicated and highly nuanced to explain when they see on paper the adjustment this way, especially when they're told that we're not hiring a full-time city employee, and then they
Right.
see that we are hiring one, and they see a cost shift from police overtime budget. It does look,
Yeah.
the optics are.
The nice thing
definitely-
is that last year, and I'll let you, if you know it, Brad, off the top of your head, last year, police overtime budget was around the $700,000 mark, and in reality, we're going to use around $900, I believe. This year, maybe, I don't know, maybe a little under that. This year, we're actually budgeting over $200,000 more for overtime to be prepared for that. And Vicki, you're questioning, okay, so tell me what you're,
It doesn't come to
I
that.
told you.
It doesn't come to
I told you
that.
it'd be a can of worms. so.
Yeah.
It's
we can-
669, 706, $69,000 that's in there right now. $769 without the benefits.
Oh, then you add the benefits, and that's
And
what
you
it
add the
brings up to the total number.
Exactly right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that, okay.
That's good for now. I'll stop my line of
Okay.
inquiry. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Anything more for Tina?
Good job.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess this is just the segue right into police. And Chief Huff and Daniels, thank you for coming. And while this is fresh, we may, if we need to finish this discussion, please feel free to shed light.
Okay, well, I mean, if we want, while this is right there, we can just start with that. If there's questions on the overtime and stuff, well, it's how that goes.
You have que-
I'm okay. I'll talk off record.
Okay, well, ours is gonna be fairly short and sweet, so we don't have any PowerPoints or any of that. Ours is pretty straightforward this year. I know it's disappointing right before lunch. But like Tina said, you know, I want to thank the finance department for all the work they've done, HR for the work, you know, they've done with the police department on the recruiting angle and stuff this year. Hopefully we'll get to use them a lot in this coming fiscal year. And then also Captain Daniels, he obviously, all of you know, he's the number man at the police department, so any of the hard questions today, I'm going to defer to him. But ours is straightforward. So on our Form 10 requests, you have it in front of you. It's recommended for funding for 6 police officers. Falling back on, I've talked to each of you about our hiring plan, and as things have progressed, it's been 3 or 4 months. Our original hiring plan for police was 8 positions this year. With the NPPA contract coming up, again, that was you know, something that we're guesstimating on. So now that we're getting near the end of that, now that we're starting to set a budget and stuff, we will reevaluate our hiring plan and present something else to you here in a couple of months. It still doesn't change the fact that you know, over the next 5 years, we're going to need roughly 40 new police positions. However, I will say that if we are approved our 6 new positions, that'll be the largest hiring that the police department's done in about a decade. So we're taking one step forward, not taking a step back. So thank you for that, and thank you for recommending that for funding. We're also have one criminalist position, which would be working down in the lab, recommended for funding. The reason for that is we're taking in about, I believe it's about 44,500 pieces of evidence right now that we're housing in there. We're bringing in more evidence than we are getting rid of each year. So we currently have 3 people that work in the evidence section and then 1 full-time criminalist. And that's just as the growth of the city goes along. I mean, that's something we're going to have to obviously continue to keep watching, but that would be a huge benefit for the department this year. And then we'll be asking to convert 2 part-time positions to full-time, and those would be in our records division. That's where all the transcriptions go and all that. Those are the what's been recommended for funding under our Form 10 requests. Under our Form 50 requests, we just have one item that's recommended for funding, which is the expansion of our evidence division. Again, that's just because of the growth and the size of the amount of evidence we're taking in. Out of that, 30,000 would be pulled out of the city budget, and then roughly 75% would be pulled out of our impact fees for roughly $90,000. You know, basically, I know there was some questions earlier on some of the fleet and stuff. Just to let you know, for transparency, if these positions for patrol are recommended, we would actually be buying an additional 6 police vehicles out of our impact fees. It's just a little over $300,000. 4 of them would be an additional patrol vehicles, and 2 of them would be for our K-9 division. I'm trying to think, what else am I mean, it's pretty. That's pretty much it. I mean, you have it all in front of you there. I mean, you've seen our strategic plan, and this all stays right on with our strategic plan. Again, you know, we're excited about it. We understand that there's limited funds available for the city. We understand the rest of the departments and the divisions have taken, you know, a back seat to us this year, and we respect that, you know, and we respect what they've done to make it fit into the budget process this year, and we're grateful for that. Again, it's something that I think needs to be done with public safety. you know, again, taken a step forward this year, and that's pretty exciting for us. So, other than that, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
I actually have a question because I just think I just misspoke on something and I need to clarify it. And this is just that candid, open discussion. Due to negotiations, we've been trying to figure out how to make the budget work, right? So, Vicki, in looking at this budget that we just put out, it appears that the officer positions that we had funded, because I think I just misspoke, that we had a couple officer positions that had been pushed back to April 1st. I thought we had moved those up to January 1st, but they appear to be October 1, but then the ones that, we had a couple that were April 1 that we were, so I just want to make sure that what I just shared with you is correct and not incorrect, because I may be wrong, and I don't want to publicly be wrong on something. So, we have, I want to come back and re-clarify how many officer positions we have October 1 and how many officer positions we have April 1. It looks like that in the iteration, we had moved them up, and I think that we've moved them back. So I may be incorrect in what I just stated.
That's how we're planning for 4 in October and then 2 positions in April.
In April, but in here, it looks like it's April. Is that correct? So I just want to make sure, because I don't want to say something and be totally wrong with our police department.
Mayor, I think all of the Form 50s, assuming that's where you're looking, fund them October 1.
All of them?
All of the Form 50s for the police officers.
Okay.
I'm looking at now page 3. That should be the last 2, although I can hardly see it, but I'll look at it again. But you can look at it closer. They all start funding October 1. Now, if they're telling me, oh, let me give you money back.
No.
Because
No.
If you look on the,
yeah, I have yes, thank you. I have the full funding approved for October 1.
Okay.
And I had to change the description because in the description it said for hiring April 1, but we funded it for hiring October 1. I assumed that they could accommodate that. If they would say, please change it to April 1, we just can't do it, then they'll give some money back. But one reason I did it that way, frankly, was to be able to project also what our expenses would be for the next year. And I assumed that they could accommodate. If they could hire 4, I figured they could hire 6. If they can't do that, they'll give us some money back.
So this brings us back to that discussion we were having where I felt like we had a little latitude, that my guess is if you have one position that doesn't get hired, that in your salary division, there's some room. I'm hoping that's correct.
yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And with all 6 positions being funded October 1, we have currently with our background process, and I can answer any questions you have out on that, Councilman Rodriguez, but we've got 3 already that will be ready to do a conditional offer on prior to the beginning of the year, in hopes of starting them immediately after October 1 as soon as possible. I have every reason to believe that we can probably get those other 3 positions lined out as well. However, the background process is what it is, and we take it very seriously. We take our time, and we dig very deep into these people. We don't want to hire somebody else's problem. We don't want to hire a future problem for us. So it is possible, and we've seen that maybe this first hire date for all 6 wouldn't be October 1st, it'd be November 1st. You'd have a whole month savings on 6 positions. Could be December 1st, could be January 1st. It just depends on when we can line them all out. We do our own academy, so starting them all at the same time is crucial. We would have some wait longer for those that we're finishing up with. So there could be some cost savings there, and there usually is cost savings.
My commitment to staff and here is open and transparency, because I don't want to mess up and do something wrong and not communicate something. And so, because this is a shift. So I just want to make sure that I'm being transparent with you guys and that there's not a misstep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I have a question. So just to be clear, 6 officers, 2 part-time to full-time?
Correct.
And 1 criminalist?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Kling, if I could. Chief, I just have a question on one of the salaries that you've asked. It's the new criminal position. It says total salaries, 67,558, benefits, 28,182, and total operations, I don't know what that is, but it's 1,200. Comes to a total of $96,940. Is that just for one position?
It is, and so bearing in mind that we work off of a negotiated pay structure, and that pay structure provides for what that wage is for criminals.
Oh, I see, okay.
So that's what we're working off of, is what's in the
Okay.
contract. This position would be subordinate to our chief criminalist that we have in there now, but that's the wage that a criminalist.
Well, I was wondering why the difference with the police officer, for one of the new positions, it would be, total would be 46,000, and I'm wondering, wow, where's the disparity here? I mean, yeah.
And Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, the actual hard cost on that officer's $85,000.
Oh, okay.
It's because of the change that Vicky shifted in there that reflects that.
Oh, that's why it does that,
Yeah,
okay.
and the
It
criminalist.
has to do with higher date.
Right,
The
okay.
criminalist position too, for example, with Christine Cannon, who runs that division now, she's a scientist. I mean, she's a educated scientist. We
Right.
hire a college kid that wasn't sure what they wanted to do. These are scientists. She's a DNA specialist, and that's what we're looking for, is that same caliber of person that can step into the crime lab, do all of the technical work, the training of officers, the lab processing, all that stuff. So you get what you pay for.
Okay, that's good, thank you. And also one more. Also, we talked about the 9,000 for painting the patrol vehicles. And I questioned that too. I thought, wow, that's a lot. But there's a reasonable explanation for that, so
There is. So currently what the community service officers drive are the old Crown Vics that actually came from admin. They were all just purchased off the lot. They weren't a special police rig or anything. They were all silver in color. 3 years ago or 2 years ago, before we went to the lease program, it just made sense not to, spend the money to paint those cars at that time. We want to distinguish. We don't want a black and white car for our community service officers because they're non-sworn people. They wear a different color uniform than we do. They don't have, weapons or anything like that. So we want to distinguish them. So the thought with the 9,000 to repaint the 3 cars is we would take the current 3 vehicles they use. We would shift them down to somewhere else in the department, maybe the volunteer services or division, or whatever you want to call it, and we would repaint these cars for our community service officers. They would still be marked as Nampa Police or City of Nampa vehicles, but they will not look like patrol vehicles. And like I said, right now they're going to come out black and white, and I'm not sure if any of those vehicles are wrapped or not. Have the wrap on them, but anyway, that's what it is. It's to distinguish. They're still a police officer or a police department vehicle, but they are not sworn officers.
yeah, good, thank you.
Mayor Kling. Chief, this might be a fleet question, but it's related to the law enforcement. I'm counting 8 new vehicles, 5 of the Chevy 4x4 Tahoes, and then 3 Yamahas.
Correct.
So that's a total of 8. Are we replacing motorcycles, or what are we doing as far as, we're talking 6 officers potentially, but 8 new vehicles?
Right, and then also, and I'll let Doug speak with that because I don't know the years of those motorcycles, but then also we would be buying an additional 6 out of impact fees.
Oh, an additional 6 above and beyond these. So these are replacement vehicles
Correct.
for the current
For the
fleet.
fleet plan, and then we would be buying, since, again, our impact fees have to do with growth, this will be the first time we've actually been able to hire sworn officers, and I believe this is our 10th year. We would be able to buy the additional 6 out of impact fees
Okay.
for the growth.
Well, that answers my question. I was trying to equate the number with what I was seeing here in the fleet budget, so
Okay.
I'm good.
So you don't need to explain why the motorcycles?
No, it's just
Okay.
replacement of those vehicles. They're aging out of the fleet. We're talking about 6 brand-new vehicles outside of that current fleet.
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Chief Joe, what are you doing with the bomb vehicle now, or bomb trailer? How are you hauling that around without this new truck?
Well, it's, so the bomb trailer gets deployed roughly, I think last year it was 32 times, and like Doug Adams said, it doesn't meet the specifications, and so we're actually, I don't know if you want want to say breaking the law, but we're using that vehicle right now. We're not deploying one trailer, unhooking it and going back and getting the bomb trailer and then deploying it again. We're just using what we have, I guess, as a Band-Aid to get by. So we have one vehicle, the truck that we purchased last year, to haul, like I said, the enclosed trailer that meets the specifications for the weight. That takes the newer trailer out, and then this bomb trailer that has the containment unit on it, we're using the vehicle that's, I forget what you said on the weight-wise, that's obviously underpowered to tow that trailer. We're using that right now.
Does the MRAP come with a trailer hitch?
We could definitely weld one on, but the gas mileage is where you'll come after me on that one.
Because I think that would have the towing capacity, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Probably 3 trips of paper to a truck, though.
Oh.
So that's what we're using. We're using what we have, but again, that's, I mean, what Fleet recommends for that new trailer. And again, or the new truck, I'm sorry. What we're buying now, is the new vehicles, and as little as those things get deployed, 32 times last year, those are 20-year vehicles for the city. I mean, and so it's basically a one-time purchase, and we don't have to worry about it again for 20 or 25 years.
When you say the bomb deployment, that sounds pretty serious to me. If it's 32, what type of deployments are those?
Well, it can range from anything to, so I'm not exactly sure what our encompassing area is, but this started back in the, I believe it was the early 2000s. And so you have Nampa Police, you have Boise Police, and you have Gowanfield that all have bomb units. And it started out as a federally funded program. So I know we go up, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we went up to, our officers went up to, I believe it was Council. Somebody had found some old blasting caps in a garage. So we have to go up there, we have the suits, we have the robots, everything that was federally purchased years ago, and they pay a certain amount of the training for these officers. Part of the MOU with the government is that we have a certain area that we have to deploy, and it's not just for the city of Nampa, Malheur County, Oregon. Also, when our TRT, our SWAT team goes out, is deployed, that is now part of our SOPs that we bring the bomb unit out there, because we would rather send the bomb robot in, if we had to go into a house, it's got the cameras and all that, we bring that in as part of it. So it's part of our SOG, our Special Operations Group deployment. So it's not all 32 times we're for, blasting caps or an old stick of dynamite or something somebody's found, or maybe a, old hand grenade. Believe it or not, we get several of those a year, but it goes out for tactical deployments too. It's quite a circus when we have a tactical deployment in the city, because we would rather have that out there readily available if we needed to get into a house or something. It's got water cannons or whatever to get into the front door. We bring that robot in. Well, we can't wait 30, 45 minutes, to have that people respond to the police department to hook it up, to bring it out to the scene. So we just bring it all out in one shot. And all the equipment that we can forecast that we're going to need comes out. And I think we hit about around 20, I think it's about 26 last year, which was a high number of tactical team deployments a year.
Mayor Kling, what is that water cannon on?
The bomb robot.
Okay, so why can't we just use that for a new fire vehicle as well? I asked this a couple of years ago, on the MRAP, just put a water cannon on it. I'm sorry, I just...
Hey.
I think it's volume.
So, no other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's almost 10 after 12. We can move, we could break for lunch or fire. Are you ready? Let's do it. I'd like to go ahead and let's finish with public safety, and then we will break for lunch for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back with Patrick. You'll be on right after that. So we're only going to take a 30-minute lunch.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity. I hope not to be as wordy as the Chief of Police. He tends to be a little chatty at times, but as long as I buy coffee, it's good. Thank you for the opportunity. I know this has been a very, through negotiations and budgets, trying to get down to, an operating expense and personnel and stuff. It's been a work in progress. Form 10s, we're requesting 1 firefighter this year. As you are well aware in our discussions that we have 3 shifts. We have 26, 26, and 25 on one on our third shift. This one firefighter will bring us up to in the deployment model to put the squad in service without requiring overtime. It may from time to time, but pretty much that'll balance our shifts and put that squad into service. Request 3 is to promote 3 driver operators in our negotiation process as well. We're trying to come up with some type of a compromise to make operating the squad palatable. So these are not new positions. They will be promoting current firefighters into the driver operator role, which is, you can see the cost of what that will be is about $15,000 for 3 positions up into that role. So again, that is with this new deployment of the squad. That's what this hiring and the promotion for Form 10s will be. Any question on Form 10s? Form 50, capital projects. We've been in the budget currently is $150,000 for current projects. We have earmarks, but we're looking to do some budgeting or some bidding and budgeting, and so we would like to put together the opportunity to use that amount to be able to pick and choose which projects we do first based on bid and the amount that we can get done through that process. And so any one of those projects will be an item that we will bring to council before that we deploy that, if that capital is improved or given to us on the Form 50.
Mayor Kling. Chief, so that's for pre-analysis, site design work for, is it
For
just
this-
upfront stuff, entitlement work?
Actually, no, this is for existing. We have some concrete out in front of Station 1 that is crumbling. We have some HVAC repairs. We have, you got to remember, Station 1 is a 1957 model. And so there's some things that we need to remodel and update, mainly at Station 1.
Okay, so it's
And
just existing
It's existing
facilities that we
repairs
have.
that we have and are in need of, but I appreciate the open end on this, and again, we'll be very clear before we spend any of that money for what, again, but we just want to be able to do some combination bidding and pricing to say if we can get 4 projects done for that, and that makes the most sense, it's better than doing 3. So I appreciate the opportunity, if possible, to use that money to fix some of those things.
And that's, again, it's on-site, it wouldn't be street improvements then?
No.
Okay.
It would not. And then, and that's about it for Form 50. 500s are just, that's include, the Form 500 is, that 150, and then a MAP fund contribution, which we're trying to do with the district. So the 150 that in that MAP fund project would also be matched by the district. So that means that would be a $300,000. Now, and again, as the one outlying issue that we have is that we have a request for a grant for air packs, which we're at that point where they need to be replaced. The good thing about this air pack grant is it covers about 6 or 7 cities across, even a little outside of the Treasure Valley. So some of these volunteer departments that aren't getting funding, so the grant's coming through us. Our portion, our needs are about $450,000 of that. And so if we don't get that grant, a lot of that MAP fund money will be going towards paying for those air packs from that fund, from the MAP fund. So outside of that, do you have any other questions?
Mayor Kling, in my packet, I don't see a Form 50 line item for the MAP funds.
So what the council's seen does not reflect the MAP fund. So Vicki, where would that be reflected?
I think they put it in their operations.
I think it was an operation, so that's why you're not seeing it. It's in part of their operational budget.
Okay.
Would you like Vicki to pull it up?
No, that's
No,
fine, as
okay.
long as it's accounted for. I just didn't see it in our packet.
Okay. Outside of that, that's for this year, and again, as you understand that we're in negotiations as well, but that's all we have.
I would like to just end your presentation by saying that we need three firefighters next year. So we know today that that is going to be a priority that is not, that we have to do to meet the needs. And so they've stepped back with one position this year, but next year there will be three that need to be funded.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't mention that. I believe you see that as an unfunded project there. But by the time that we get the equipment that we need and the timing of the firefighters, the timing will be just right if we can get that into the 2020, I guess, fiscal budget. So we understand the needs of the city, and so working with everybody to come up with a balanced budget, this is the movement that we have. So anyway, I appreciate all your help. Again, as I know this has been a work in progress. So.
Yes, Bruce?
Madam Mayor, Chief and fellow council members, I've been very impressed in the fire negotiations with how not only union, but these chiefs have worked with the numbers. They're very good at the numbers, particularly Chief Davies. He has a lot of this in his head. And, I appreciate being educated by your department. But Chief Phil, if I could come up magically or otherwise with, say, about $60,000 for your department for personnel, would you rather have it in the admin fire position that's not funded, or maybe bring in a firefighter April 2019?
And he's just asking for timing. It's
The cost would be about the same. If we could fund the administrative support position for the full year, as opposed to a half of a year for an additional firefighter.
Oh, right now, or what, we would probably choose the firefighter at this time. And the reason is we have, let me know if I'm speaking out of turn, because he's the number guy. But we have 3 firefighters that are coming on due to attrition. We're starting a fire academy as soon as possible. And so if we can hire that 4th person, we're trying to get them trained at the same time, because it's a cost savings in the training side of that. Would that be?
But I think what he's suggesting is that we wouldn't get until halfway through next year. So it'd be one firefighter in mid-year.
I guess I'm not.
Okay, because, and Chief Davies has followed me on the numbers.
Right.
Each one's about $54,000.
Yes.
So that's a partway year for a new firefighter, which is needed. But you also have the need for an administrative
Absolutely.
support position. That I understand is quite a need, and that's $54,000 for a full year. So my question to you is, if somehow I could bring you that, not that I can,
Right.
which would you prefer, the admin position or the firefighter mid-year?
The admin supports position, which,
You know, it's coming out of his pocket. That's
I know.
what he's,
you know, Councilman Scoggs.
Is that a motion?
yeah.
Is that a motion?
I'll second that one.
And we have been asking for an administrative support person for probably, I think this is our 4th year. The impact of our, some of the changes in software programs and stuff, it is definitely a need to have that additional support person in. And with increase in training and stuff like that. So if any one of those things is possible, yes, we would do that.
And that's a non-union position.
Those are non-sworn, non-union positions, so it'd be at a rate that's within the realm of HR's job description, so.
Thank you.
Outside of that, that's all I have to present.
Are there any further questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. So we are just going to take a brief recess for approximately 30 minutes, and we'll return here and we'll start all over again.
So Patrick, is this just for budget hearings, or is this a common thing now? This tie?
I try to wear a bow tie at least once a month.
Oh, once a month?
Yeah, so this is a
I
rotation.
thought maybe this was, some type of lobbying effort.
No.
I am cold and we just got started.
Well, there's, just, like it just started. Have to start supplying gloves up here. So when's the last time you golfed?
Monday.
Yesterday?
Monday.
What time of day do you go?
Oh, whenever it's available.
Really?
I don't care about the heat.
Because it's hot out there.
No.
Yeah. Wow,
It is hot, but that's the best time to go because nobody else is there.
that's probably true.
Mhm. Of course, you die afterwards, but
You get more beats. You got two phones going, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, that's what I'm using.
Personal and church.
But I have to take his,
Mayor and council, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think so. Let's see if it works. It works. Okay, well, I'm here to represent Development Services, which is, in this case, it would be building safety and then facilities development. So I'm just going to give you a broad overview. I'm not going to get drilled down into the actual specific dollar amounts. You have your packet in front of you. If you have any specific questions after the overview, then I will be able to answer them for you. So, a building safety budget overview. We are an enterprise fund. We have seen that in the last few years, about 7% growth in permit valuation each year, and we're projecting that in FY19 as well. Our building safety staff has grown 30% in the last 4 years to manage this increased permit activity we've seen in the last about 5 years. And then we do have one vacant permit technician position proposed in FY19 under the Form 10s, and that's just to keep up with our increased workload. We do have some replacement vehicles. We have some older sedans that aren't great for inspections in the wintertime, and we're going to be handing those down to facilities. And so we have 2 replacement vehicles for those, which will be all-wheel drive. And then the third vehicle would be for a new inspector position. We have a inspector position we have not been able to fill yet that we did through the budget amendment in FY18. So this shows kind of the valuation of where we've been. In the last, since 2016, we've gone from about $181 million in project valuation to 218 to 224 to about 240 is what we're projecting this coming year. So do you have any questions on building? I don't have any other details for you. You're good? So let's go into facilities.
Mayor
And again,
Quinn.
facilities.
Patrick?
Yes.
So are you yet able to take online plan submittals?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, we are not yet able to take online for commercial. We do take online for residential, the way we always have, just through our SharePoint site. We ran into a snag with Tyler on the setup, and it's going to take some significant effort to retool some of our case types within the program to make them work appropriately with the module for the online permitting.
Why is it available in residential form but not commercial?
The residential format is not associated with Tyler. We have contractors either email it to us, and then we upload them into our building server on the city server.
Would it make
And then
sense to
we-
disconnect the commercial side and do the same thing until you can get it active?
I think I think it would just take too much manpower. We couldn't make that fly in our busiest time of year. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to take on those revisions in the fall and then implement it in the winter months when we're slower. But I think that everybody's head would explode if we tried to do it right now.
Well, just personally, part of the hard sale for Tyler, for me, was the fact that it would interface with the building department and planning and zoning submittal processes. And since that's not happening yet, that puts us behind the curve with your competition in Ada County. So I keep stressing it because I'd like to see it happen, not only for my projects, but for the community, the building community in general. So it's supposed to make it easier.
Right, and I'm with you on that. It just we don't have sufficient manpower. We tried to implement it before we got busy, and we ran into too many hitches, and that combined with interfacing with Munis was too much to take on. And so that's why we pushed that effort to the fall. So it will be coming. We just need to
Stay tuned.
find the time to do it.
All right, thank you.
But we will actually make the time to do it here. We'll probably start in September and have it ready by the first of the year, hopefully.
Thanks, Patrick.
So, but, so this is our facilities budget overview. I just wanted to remind you what we do with facilities. We provide services and maintenance to 76 buildings that ranges, and then we provide custodial services to 20 city-owned buildings. And the services are anything from window washing to HVAC maintenance contracts, fire alarm and security alarm, monitoring contracts, elevator contracts, generator contracts, maintenance and service contracts. So we manage all those. And then we also manage a 10-year capital renewal plan for city-owned buildings, for those same buildings. And we manage the capital building maintenance projects, or the Form 50s that are approved every year. We do provide project management for other departments' capital building projects that they would request under Form 50s. Case in point is this year the rec center is replacing boilers for their pools, a whole boiler and pump system, and they're also modifying their vestibules to heat up the building a little bit. So we have two major projects at Rec Center that we're working on. And then we also work with other departments like the fire department to work on their fire stations. And then we also provide space planning for remodels and any new buildings that are built. We help down the road, we would help with that as well. So here's our real budget overview. As far as capital projects, we requested a little over $1 million for capital improvements in FY19. We ended up deferring $589,500 of that to the FY20 budget, and so $413,000 was funded. Those four funded projects are the City Hall chiller replacement project, Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building parking deck repair. We need a new maintenance service van to replace a 1985 pickup that we have. And then the fire alarm replacement at City Hall. It's antiquated, you can't get parts for it, and we need to upgrade it because of that. So if you look at our capital renewal plan, this exhibit takes you out to 2022, but we have been in a mode for several years before I even got here. Of every year we'd go in for some capital improvement projects, and we end up, because of budget constraints, deferring some of those capital projects, and it's all an effort to prioritize our projects within the larger priorities of the city. So it was no different this year. We end up being about where we were last year, as far as where we budgeted $413,000 and we deferred $589,000. And then in 2020, we would have to slip that. Our request would likely be somewhere around the $1.5 million budget or $1.4 million budget. And then we'll have to figure out and prioritize those projects and see which ones we could defer. So we talked about maintenance and service contracts. Funding is in place for all of the contracts that we currently maintain. HVAC controls, HVAC maintenance, elevator maintenance, security and fire alarm, monitoring and maintenance, generator services, window washing, fire system testing and monitoring. We also have funds for maintenance and repair. We typically, these are based on FY17 numbers because we don't have total numbers, but year to date, we're about 15% higher in 18 than we were in 17. And that 17 numbers were, we did about 120 small to medium scope maintenance projects and about 1,200 maintenance work orders. That's anything from my cubicle's too cold to the lock set doesn't work and the council chambers I can't get in, things like that. So, and then we will have our maintenance techs come out and address those issues, or if it's above the scope that we can do in-house, then we will hire contractors that we typically have on call for electrical, plumbing, mechanical issues, things like that. As far as space planning, most departments, if you recall from most of the deep dives, most departments are at or over capacity. We have budgeted $25,000 for space needs analysis. We're going to start that here shortly, likely in August. We're going to be doing most of the interviews and gathering most of the space, the existing space needs and future space needs from the department heads in-house. Brian and I will be doing that. And then the $25,000 is if we need some exhibits or if we need some more detailed space planning or CAD work done, then we have a buffer to be able to have some outside services with an architect on that. As far as personnel requests go, there is a demand. The demand for maintenance, repair, and custodial services keeps increasing annually, and it's due to the growth of city staff and also the deferred maintenance of our buildings. We had 2 proposed positions that were not funded in FY19. In order to accommodate a balanced budget, we're going to ask for those again in FY20. But I thought you should know about it because, you know, just as the buildings get older, the average building age is 30 years on most of our buildings or older. And so we have a facilities analyst position that we were asking for, which would enable, they would be handling the maintenance techs as far as management of the day-to-day work orders, and also be working with we have a software that's a Tyler software that is an asset management software where we're entering our capital renewal plan into that slowly. And we'd be able to put somebody, a dedicated employee to work on that for us. And then also a custodian at Hugh Nichols Public Safety Building. The building's aging, it has more people than it's ever had. And it requires additional custodial hours to maintain that level of service. And without these positions, our current level of service for maintenance citywide and then also custodial services is likely going to decrease a bit in 2019. So we'll be asking for these positions again so we can keep up with our growth. So that's all I had. So if you have any specifics on the facilities budget.
Mayor, just Patrick, if I may, just City Hall chiller water system. Do you have any idea how much we have spent in the last 2 years for repair maintenance?
We just spent a big chunk of change. Was it $24,000? $20,000 last year patching together what we have. The chiller is at the end of its life, and we're crossing our fingers we can get through this cooling season with it and not have to put more patching. That it replaced quite a bit of the copper
So last expense was 20,000, and there must have been some previous before that. I take it, I realize you wouldn't necessarily have that.
Yeah,
I'm just figuring with this tough budget year, 240,000, I realize knock on
Right.
wood, but,
Well, if we get through this year without it failing in FY '18, we had better replace it in '19 because we'll be on the '19 cooling season and it's likely that we'll fail. Over the years, we have put several dollars toward this system. It's not just the age that's to its useful life, it's just the way it's running. We have more people crammed in and more cooling load than, or more need for cooling load than we've had in City Hall. So we're really forcing it to do all it can.
I'm a little facetious with this, but is part of the challenge where it's too cold for Vicky at times? Is that a maintenance challenge? I'm actually being kind of.
Oh, it's not too cold for you. I mean, it has to stay cooler for you.
No, it seems to run pretty, quite cold at times. So, I mean, is that a challenge where it's running colder than it should be? Okay. Okay.
And it fluctuates with the outside air temperature and what's going on for the air
Energy
intakes.
costs and so on, it's costing us in that way, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling. Patrick, the repair to the Hugh Nichols parking deck, is it similar to the repair that was undertaken for the public parking structure?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yeah, it's very similar. The parking deck at the Hugh Nichols building, however, is in much worse shape. It went 7 years or so without any type of coating, and there's actually areas that are spalling up that are, silver dollar size. And our fear on that is if we don't get after it and do a few years of phased coating of this deck, is we're going to compromise the steel within the deck because in some places there's areas as large as a car where it's spalled up and there's no patina left on the face of the concrete.
The only question is that it's about double the cost of what the public parking structure ran as far as for remediation. Is that because none of this is attributable to insurance isn't helping us, the contractor isn't helping us, I assume, for the remediation effort and the new deck repair? We had that on the public parking structure.
Right. Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, on this deck, there's nobody helping us out on it. There's significant areas of where we have to media blast it, and then the fill areas of the epoxy, we had very little epoxy fill on the newer deck slab for the public parking structure. On this one, it's in such bad shape, and if you'd like to go tour it, we could go look at it sometime. But it takes a significant effort to epoxy fill some of these areas. I mean, I would say they're over 1/8 of an inch in some areas. So it's a lot of that skim coating.
Is this the top deck only, or is it a portion of the deck below it?
It's the top deck, and then we have some warranty work over the Sally Port that's covered. But that's a different issue. That's where we did a coating project there because we were getting water infiltration.
Is that a part of this cost then, the Sally Port fix?
No, that's warranty work on the contractor.
Okay.
And the contractor, we're actually going to bid that here and get it done this year, and then we're going to get reimbursed on that. But that's a totally different thing. This is all just the exposed deck where we're worried that over time we're going to degrade to the point where we're going to have to do some major structural fixes on the deck.
Thank you.
So.
Patrick, thanks for your presentation. I have a question. You mentioned a full-time position for a custodian at the public safety building?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilman Hogabaum, we have a maintenance tech supervisor over there that does maintenance and that building and other buildings, and then a little bit of custodian. And then we have a full-time custodian. The size of that building really would require another custodian to really be able to perform correctly on that. And so I think we fail a lot of times getting after keeping up on all the custodial duties that have to happen over there. And then that's just exacerbated by having just more people. I mean, we've really loaded that building up with other people, and as the building ages, you have to extract carpet more often. You've got to do touch-up paint. You've got, aging tile and aging grout that takes longer to maintain or seal. Same thing with hard surface floors. There's a lot more waxing and stripping than when a building's brand new. So we're just finding that it's overburdensome for one custodian to keep after that.
Was this a request last year, by chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been requesting this for many years.
Okay, that helps provide some context. I'm just wondering on the level of service, the scalability, how it goes from we're getting the job done or to the max and then needing a full-time person, whether or not we scale up with like a part-time person, because I noticed that Saturday doesn't have custodial work. I don't know if that's ever been an option that was presented, like a part-time custodian just to do Saturday and maybe some limited hours as opposed to a full-time position.
We'd have to go back and look at that and just kind of reassess. I mean, what we typically do when we don't get a position filled is we shift people around and make it happen. So
is that overtime, extra hours for existing employees?
I don't think a little bit overtime for.
Okay.
Usually our maintenance techs, which are more the supervisory role, they'll take on and they'll fill in and then they'll get the overtime for that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for answering the question. Again, it's just a scalability issue, how you go from, if scalability incrementally is an option as opposed to you go from just waiting until we're maxed out, exasperated, okay, we need another full-time person. It's just the public goes, well, they're getting the job done right now. Why do they need a full-time person? Why not a part-time person? So that helps me at least try to understand a little bit more what your needs are. Okay.
And Mayor and Councilman, another way to look at it is it's really hard to hire a part-time custodian.
I understand.
You need to be background checked to work in the building, and likely if it took 1.5 people to really do the job right, or 1 2/3, the need is great in all the other buildings all the other 19 buildings that would provide custodial service, so we can actually move that person around. So it would beef up or augment our current custodial services.
Okay, that helps. I just noticed the Saturday. I thought maybe that would be attractive to someone if they come in on a Saturday full day and we're able to kind of knock out a lot of the needs anyhow. But thanks for answering the questions. Appreciate it, Patrick.
I did want to just clarify, actually, and I know, Patrick, you don't have the privilege of having this in front of you. Actually, this one does say it's the first-time request on our Form 50. And so it maybe did come forward, but at least on our Form 50, what I'm looking at was this was a first time. So
on the Form 10.
I'm sorry, on the Form 10. I said Form 50, but I meant the Form 10. This one actually says it's a first-time request. Okay, just in our
Ms. Mayor, I
documents,
think,
it must be an error on our
I think
document.
it's an error. We didn't catch that when we were
Okay.
proofing, but it's been
Okay.
something we've been asking for continually.
Yeah.
But
Perfect.
Mayor Kling, if I could.
Yes.
So in this request, a permit technician to supplement online permits and online permit applications. What's the percentage of those applications are online?
Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, we take in, currently we have mechanical, electrical, and plumbing permits online, and we process anywhere between 30 and 80 of those permits per day. It's quite a large volume. The thing with online permitting is if there's errors on the contractor side, let's say they picked the wrong permit or the wrong scope, or then what has to happen is the permit tech needs to vet the information, make sure it's okay. If not, they have to call the contractor and work it out, void that permit and have them do it again. So it's fairly labor intensive. It has a great benefit to the contractors, however, because when you apply for those quick mechanical, electrical, and plumbing permits online, they're able to ask for their inspections at that time prior to it being issued, so they get in the queue for the next day's inspection schedule, which is critical for most, if you're changing out like a house service or you're just fixing, replacing a toilet at a business or something. It's a quick job where they just need to get in and out. What we've found is we have 2 very experienced permit techs and 3 that have been with us anywhere between 8 months and 3 months with varying level of data input experience. However, they don't have permit tech experience. So our struggle is with the volume of permits that we have, having enough knowledge base or depth within our permit techs. So since it takes a while to train up our permit techs, sometimes a couple years or 3 years, we just need to bring another body in that can just work on these simple permits, do the data entry, make the phone calls, things like that, and
So-
then groom them to do more complicated permits.
So are we holding up progress because we can't supply the demand, I guess?
What's happening is we're paying overtime to our 4 existing permit techs. Our permit tech supervisor probably works, lately since we've been super busy, she's probably working 2 to 3 hours a night.
Oh, really?
Making up, sorting out, because all those permits have to be done the same day.
Oh,
So they're critical. So if there's a big glut and there's 30 left over at the end of the day, she has to log in, VPN in from home and do them.
really?
Yeah. So it's really a big deal.
So the turnaround time is getting pretty close to being within a couple of days then of contacting these, more than that?
Yeah, these we have to do the same day.
Oh, same day.
Same day, because they need their inspection the next day. A lot of mechanical, electrical, plumbing permits, they pull their permit and it's for something quick, like I'm replacing the sewer line at somebody's house and I'm gonna dig it up at 7 a.m. I need somebody to look at the pipe at 9 o'clock. That
Wow.
kind of thing. So this is the really quick
That's
turnaround.
what you gotta do, okay.
And then our residential take about 15 days, and then our commercial take a range of 3 to 8 weeks, depending on, whether it's a tenant improvement or a full-blown new building.
Wow.
So our plan review is pretty solid. It's just we just need more help
Yeah, right.
in that realm. And there's all kinds of other tasks like scanning, and just when we're this busy, it's hard
Wow.
to keep up. So anyway.
Amazing. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Another quick follow-up question. You mentioned work being done remotely from home.
Mm-hmm.
Are there several employees that?
You have to be salary, or Ms. Mayor and Councilman Hogabaum, you have to be a salaried employee to do that. And then, Xander and I both have laptops. We both can work from home. So, if there's a critical need, then we log on and make sure that we're meeting deadlines.
It seems like that's overflow work. It's convenient from home. I just know a lot of corporations that have space crunches like we're facing as a city have tried to be creative in allowing certain hours to be worked remotely to have shared workspace. And I know that might not work for certain positions, but this is just the first I was aware that on a salaried position, at least, those sort of tasks were maybe being done from home.
Right. And it's something new, and I think it's just because we don't have the depth of knowledge yet on our permit tech staff. We've had some turnover, and then over the past few years, it's kind of like being a frog in a pot where you start the water cold and turn up the heat. Well, now the pot's starting to boil, and we're realizing where our points of failure are. So.
Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, and I apologize because I think Vicki just shared with me that the Fort Idaho Center, actually, you're here and you had to cancel a meeting, but actually up next is Parks and Rec. So, pardon, we need to take? We can? Okay, but Darren, you've got your whole team here. I think we've got, so what do we do here? I'm not sure. Are you fine? You're good? Let me know. I haven't been in communication, so you guys decide.
I think Spectra will be faster than Darren. Not to be personal about it, but Darren has probably a much longer presentation. I assume that he might be even twice as long, perhaps, as.
Well, he is kind of windy.
Well, I apologize, because there's a big team of people sitting here, but I'm whatever you want to do, so.
Yeah, I asked him to be here at 1 o'clock, assuming that he would, that we would need move up, so.
Okay, Spectra, you're on then. Darren, I apologize, and to the entire rec team, you get to listen to another presentation. You'll find it educational, so thank you.
I don't know. I don't remember seeing him.
How'd the little one sleep last night? How'd the little one sleep last night?
Great. Yeah, the older one, not so much.
Yeah, it was much bigger.
All right, well, I'll get started here. I think she's just about ready. So my name's Tim Savona. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and present our budget items for fiscal year 2019. What we will do is we'll start with the Fort Idaho Center, and I'm just going to walk through some quick financials. Some of you may have heard me say this before, but the fundamental thing to keep in mind in our financials and discussions is that we essentially have two budgets. We have our operating budget, which is kind of what we can control based on business and how we spend money and how we make money and revenues and things like that. And then the other budget would be a capital budget. So both budgets affect the fund balance, the city's Fort Idaho Center fund balance. However, we work and dialogue about them kind of independently. Capital is something we can't fully control, and it's a city-owned asset, of course. So if things fail or if things need fixed, they would come out of the capital side versus the operating side. So just something to keep in mind. So what we have here on the screen, we did a last 7 years history of our operating budget, starting back in 2011. Just for a quick reference, the operating budget was, these are all deficit numbers, a deficit of $872,000. The results, you see it straight down below it, where it says operations again. The operating results in 2011 were a net loss of about $1.5 million. That does not include capital. That will be on the next slide. So if you just take a quick peek at this, reading across, you'll see, from 11 all the way through today, what the operating budget has done. And this accounts for salaries, this accounts for revenues, event spaces, and the Fort Idaho Center campus is one. Everything's one. The whole budget is one budget. So whether it's equine, concerts, trade shows, it's all one budget. So Spectra's first year was 2016. We came in on a mission, and you can see the results of the operating budget that year. 2017 last year was good, and that's not a typo on 2018. We're forecasting a net zero in the operating budget, so maybe better. We'll see.
Maybe you should run the rest of the city.
No.
Do you have a job?
That's enough for us. We make revenues. We don't know how to handle that stuff. So when we throw this next piece up here, what we throw in is the capital. And this is an important piece to keep in mind. There is a correlation between capital and non-capital investments. As Patrick was just alluding to, the Fort Idaho Center is 22 years old. It's got 5 complexes on the property. It's a 120-acre property. You start thinking about things like walkways and equipment. We probably have 15 pieces of major equipment in the horse park alone, tractors and things of that sort. Not to mention HVAC units and just daily upkeep. So it is quite a complex to keep healthy. Our first year, FY16, we had about $500,000 allocated in capital, and for those of you that were around, a lot of that was parking lots that desperately needed help. So that's why that number's kind of surprisingly high. There was a big parking lot initiative there. This current year, we have $300,000 budgeted. We've really been able to do a lot with that. We'll probably spend every penny. We got a new chiller in the Fort Idaho Center, and we're upgrading all the parking lot lights to LEDs. We got a new forklift. We got some extra walk-through metal detectors. So we really made that money go really far to enhance our operation, but also to provide ROI. When you go to LED lights in the parking lot, it's safety, but it's also savings. And the chiller should be a monumental impact. I mean, the chiller was like $225,000. So then to this year, this is the only slide I have for the Fort Idaho Center. So this year, our request for operating would be about $782,000. Now, the reason that's higher is based on our contract, our performance. We have a performance-based contract. So if we lose against our benchmark, we actually open up our pocketbooks and cut into that deficit with you. If we win against our benchmark, we get various percentages of that. So this year, with Vicky's recommendation, that's actually being included as a budgeted item, where in the past it hasn't. So if we hit budget, that's a contract fee that will be attained. So we wanted to line it out so that we could truly have an apples-to-apples comparison of operating budget versus operating results, and then when you throw in the miscellaneous items. So our budget next year, really we've dwindled down the operating side to about 682. Now the reason this remains high, just real fast, is we can't predict next year. We're having a banner year at the Fort Idaho Center right now with concerts and special events of that sort. Today, we have 2 next year. So at this time, there's no way for us to be able to say, yeah, we're going to have 25 events or whatever. So as responsible operators, we want to make sure that we do something we can deliver on. I mean, this is assuming that we're going to have 13 respectable concerts that are going to actually make budget. A year like this year, that we're living in more like 20, which is healthy. But it'd be irresponsible for us to budget really, really strong, not knowing kind of what truly exists. So a little history there. That's why the budget kind of remains there, but it is grinding down. If you look back to 2015, it was 1.1 million, dropped to 820, dropped to 799, 726, and now 682. Now the capital item is in your packets, and really where this comes from is at some point, we have to be looking forward for the Fort Idaho Center. I'll say right off the bat, I realize there's only so much money out there, so I'm not going to take things personally. However, we have to have allocated dollars to the Fort Idaho Center. We simply cannot function for a year with 120 acres with $0 to protect things that may fail or may need done. So in your packets, you should see, I really detailed out the amphitheater project so you could really see a full circle approach and kind of some recommended phases. But of course, there's a more realistic ask and option too, in that, look, if you don't have the money, fine. We'll upgrade the arena lights to LEDs. We'll be able to get some new equipment that's on the verge of failure, different things like that. But I want it to be known why the amphitheater is important. We have always been in a competition for content. Concert business specifically, and the arena has many challenges, one of which is the height of our steel. It's not a deal breaker, we've proven that, but it comes down to lots of relationships. Spectra has invested a ton of time and energy on a national scale to enhance these relationships, to build them. Things can always change. We can't do anything about the height of kind of our steel and those challenges that we have in the big arena. I could keep going deeper with, dressing rooms. Most arenas have 8 to 12 dressing rooms. We have 4. So there's a lot of infrastructure that needs done on a major scale in the arena. Plus, there's 2 other arenas in town. We have some significant competition. The amphitheater, however, for a penny the price comparatively, can become a staple piece of business. It has potential to be enormous. We would have zero competition in that space. There are major amphitheaters around us in Salt Lake City and the Gorge that would route straight through here, but we have infrastructure challenges that simply need to be enhanced. Does that need to occur overnight? Not necessarily, but our partners are investing in us, and they're bringing us heavy content right now. If you look at the last couple weeks, it's an example of that. We just had Kenny Chesney with 11,000 people. Our infrastructure is a challenge. So if I'm going to use loose math, $3 million into the amphitheater would essentially turn it upside down and make it very, very special for a very, very long time. The first challenge in the arena that must be addressed is $6 million and probably a 9-month closure. So comparing apples to apples, this is why we feel the amphitheater is such an important dialogue to at least get on the radar and to recognize as a very future piece of growth to turn more and more positive revenues to the Fort Idaho Center. I'll just touch real fast on the next piece of the capital is just the LED lighting. We have very old lights in the arena. They're the kind that take 5 minutes to come back on when they're hot. It affects production. Sometimes they don't come back on. We have to have people up in the catwalks to flip breakers and things like that. So that would be a big ROI project. And then in the horse park, we have a number of pieces of equipment that if they fail, we could rent, but it'd be smart to get ahead of it. Reach lifts, things like that, things that we use every single day in our business out there. So that would be our next, ask. Plus, it's a protection if something happens. Last year, on the first week of the fiscal year, we had a $30,000 electrical problem. So things happen. That's really it on the amphitheater. On the Fort Idaho Center. Happy to field any questions on that, and then we can go into the Civic Center. Is that okay, Mayor?
Madam Mayor, one small thing, I'm looking at the Form 50 for the alarms, and it says the alarm system's currently 30 years old, but that's the Civic Center.
Yeah, we'll get into that next.
I'm getting ahead. Never
Sorry.
mind.
No questions.
I might comment that you and I have had a discussion
Yes.
about the capital investment and how to move forward. It's important that we don't ignore the Fort Idaho Center because an aging facility, if we get it too far down, it's very difficult to bring it back. And so we need to be mindful of that. My recommendation this year, due to our funding, was that Tim and his team identify the highest priorities that need to be done and take that out of their fund balance. And that fund balance is very, very important. Do you need permission to do that?
Yeah, anything capital related requires city and council approval.
So is this the time that we should be talking about that then? Okay, so fund balance, the dollar amount in the fund balance today, it's not in here, I don't believe. So I think we should talk about that because I think one of the things, Tim, you and I talked about, you actually, if you scaled back to a $500,000 investment and dealt with some of the things you needed to do, that we have that in fund balance. And I think it's important that we're mindful of that because renewal and replacement, if we don't do it, there's a cost to that and it gets more expensive. And like the other night, I noticed being in the bathrooms, there's a time those floors need to be painted. It's expensive.
Need replaced.
Yes.
20 years old.
They do. And if we allow the Fort Idaho Center to decline, we're not going to be able to make the budget that because Tim is doing an excellent job. Proud of you. You've done an amazing job. Spectra has the relationships, and with the relationship with Spectra, that's an excellent company, and the work that Tim's doing, I think we have huge potential. The challenge is going to be if Tim is limited because we don't invest. We don't maintain the asset that we have. And I know that we all know the history of the Fort Idaho Center and the controversy over that, but we also know that there's a huge economic development, there's an economic impact that comes with the Ford Idaho Center. And so if we allow a facility to go down, we won't be able to get the shows that he's getting. And then in the future, we do need to look at investment in the amphitheater. This year, recognizing where our budget is, my recommendation was to determine and allow him to use fund reserves to get the projects done that he needs to. So no capital funds were allocated from the general fund.
Mayor, Vicki, are you ready? I have a question. Go ahead. I'll ask after you.
Mayor and council, at the first of this year, it was 528,000.
Vicki, follow-up question if I may. When was the fund balance for the Ford Idaho Center created?
It was first created when the old urban renewal district was disbanded, and all of the funding that was available at that time, which I believe was maybe $2 million, was carried over and transferred to the city. And then with the deficit spending, there were times when that was used either for capital or for the deficit spending. There were maybe 1 or 2 years where it was used for deficits, but primarily it was used for capital spending.
And nothing added since then? About $2 million?
Well, the only thing that's added to the fund balance is when there is a surplus of revenue. If the annual operations doesn't create a surplus, then nothing is added to the reserves.
Thank you.
Quick rough math on that. Last year, we would have added about $200,000 to that fund balance, and the year prior, probably in the vicinity of 150. So in the last couple of years, has actually gotten a jolt.
Mayor, if I may, this doesn't solve the immediate, but let me just ask again, and just maybe some education here. Auditorium district, that has been discussed. Help me with the auditorium district, if that would happen. Those funds could go for capital projects or not? Or just for marketing or what?
I'll comment quickly because I know Mayor's much more of an expert in this conversation than I am, but my understanding is it'd be an enormous positive impact. It would be dollars that could be spent on capital to venues identified in the district. So a lot of it's capital and brick and mortar type projects, that's my understanding. So it'd be a huge thing for the city.
It is brick and mortar, but Beth, can you speak to that? I think Beth has the most knowledge, and it's my understanding that I don't know that we can use it for renewal and replacement, but please clarify.
Mayor and council, it's been a couple months since I've looked closely at it, but I think you have to identify a new capital project that would be part of the initiative for the auditorium district. So I don't know that you can just replace bathroom flooring per se in an existing facility with the auditorium district funding, but it can certainly pay for new pieces, and then I think it can also pay for the upkeep of those new pieces, but I would have to check on that.
So like the outside stage, redoing that, the whole thing, you don't know for sure, but that probably would not be able to be utilized for something like that?
I would have to check. You might be able to classify a complete revamp of a facility and it in such a way that you're creating a new facility as part of an auditorium district fund.
And I know probably some council members are not in agreement, but I know that, to me, that those are outside dollars, and I think if it can be beneficial for these type of things, then I think we need to look at it and start moving on it if it's going to be, so.
And
okay.
we've certainly had those conversations with the mayor and have started to dig out all of the information that was put together, gosh, at least 7, 8 years ago. And so we are starting to pull all of that up and have those conversations.
And a lot of you folks I've talked to, at least, as long as it's consistent across the board, they don't, it's not something they love, but it's something that seems that they're willing to tolerate and understand the reason for it. So, okay.
It's absolutely something we need to do, and we will be doing it. So it's just a matter of time. We just need to finalize the participation on the advisory commission and move forward with it. So hopefully we'll be able to put that to a vote sometime in the next year, I would say, before then.
Thank you, Councilman Bruner. I've been thinking about that as well as the mayor. That's a good idea. It would help Idaho Ford Center.
Oh, yeah. Well, the last thing I'll just add on that is I just encourage you to think about our partners who are investing in this. And if we're not investing back, what message is that? And how do we continue to drive zero and positive numbers if we're not improving and investing in your facility? So it's food for thought. Civic Center? Good? Yeah?
Oh, sorry.
She's cold.
We just wrapped up our first year, our 1-year anniversary at the Civic Center. Our first year was a stub year. We started in May. The year ended September 30th. So here we are in our first full year. Have a similar slide just to show and compare. It's a pretty picture of the Brant Performing Arts Theater. So these yellow boxes, I didn't have an exact number, but they're mostly capital related. So just a quick 5 years history on the Nampa Civic Center. Back in 2014, these are deficits as well. The budget was a $373,000 deficit for operating, finished around $313. The following year, budgeted $364, finished around $275. Really strong year at the Civic Center. Last 2 years, a little bit of a challenge. Budgets were up, results were also unfortunately up. Last year we came in May, loose math, we lost about 1/6 of that budget from May to September. So prior to that, there's quite a bit of damage already done. This current year, our budget is $415. We're projecting that we're going to be in the vicinity of $350, which is good. Next year's budget, we have down to $395. Of course, we don't know next year's forecast, so we just put a zero, wishful thinking. It is our professional opinion and observation that for the most part, the Civic Center will live in a $275 to $350 deficit from an operating standpoint, just given the nature of the business. We're competitive people, if you know me at all. Our company, our team, we will strive to drive towards zero. But the nature of the business, it's a volume-based business. It's got very low margin. We make $300-400 on an event on average. So it's really hard to dive into those enormous numbers. But the good news is we hope that we're getting it off the city's radar. Nobody's got to deal with it but us, and we can perform in a positive direction and kind of be living in that $275, $350 range. From a capital standpoint, just a little quick history. Like I said, the yellow boxes I estimated based on the results. I know the results are pretty accurate. This current year, we did $34,000. That was kind of thrown in. The budgets were a little bit late. We hadn't been in there. We didn't have much information. But we've done a lot of great things with that. We've resurfaced the floor over there. We've gotten a new psych. We've gotten some new projectors, HD projectors. I will say that the city has operated the Civic Center for about for its entire existence. And from a facility standpoint, it's in fabulous shape. I mean, they've done a really good job on the upkeep. I mean, you can just tell walking through there, things feel nice and right and not run down. So the facility is in quite great condition relative to the Fort Idaho Center. Capital budget next year, we have a $70,000 ask in there. The information is in your packets. Essentially, that is a fire panel wiring system. Councilman Skog was commenting on that earlier. It's a panel that's on the wall. It's also the wiring and the alarm systems. Pretty much the whole thing's out of code. And I think what we've learned is that the only place you can find this is in some really old submarines. So we can fix away at it, but it is a challenge, especially with events. We've had a couple issues here recently where fire alarms have gone off during events because of fog, stage effects, things like that. So upgrading the entire system. Number one, it needs to be upgraded to code for safety, but also it'll provide us some protection with some of those PR instances where we can go into event mode, we can upgrade detectors, we can put covers on pole stations, all those kind of things. So that's a pretty straightforward ask, and I believe it was presented as a recommended funded thing. That's really it on the Civic Center. Any questions?
Madam Mayor, I just mainly just kind of an update. I realize things are not going to change. We have a lodging facility right next door. I know there's some. I'm just curious between some parking challenges. I mean, what are the benefits? What's the non-benefits of?
Sure. Well, parking is a challenge. Every client is different. However, some clients understand. Some clients have a harder time with it. The general consensus from our end is that the hotel is a positive item. It has enhanced some of our business, and it's in its infancy in the relationship stage, and we have booked conferences. James has done a fabulous job. He's here in the audience. James has booked a handful of different conferences that probably made their decision based on the point that there is a hotel in the parking lot. You know, so anytime we were right on the edge of are we going to win or not, this is pushing us over the edge to victory. So we see that only evolving, but parking is certainly something that requires some attention and thought long term.
Mayor Kling, if I could, Tim, what is a chiller? You said it cost $225,000.
That was at the Fort Idaho Center. That's basically the air conditioning unit for the big arena. And we have 2 of them. We only replaced 1.
I was thinking like a refrigerator, and I thought, are you serious?
No, it's an HVAC unit. It's the size of a semi-truck, and we have 2.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm glad you said 2, because earlier discussion, I was going to start having Patrick come back up.
Yeah.
How you could cool that big place compared to here.
Yeah.
So
Same amount of money.
are you looking, I'm sorry, are you looking to replace the other one that's just as old then, down the road?
Down the road, we will certainly need to, but through a lot of research and working with Patrick and Brian and their teams, and through mechanical engineer, we believe that 1 is a good Band-Aid, because we also invested in kind of patching the second one. They're meant for redundancy. So with no redundancy, we could be okay. It's just not healthy long term. So we have redundancy. We have an older unit that's fully equipped and works that provides that redundancy and that backup support to the main new unit. So down the road, yes, it will be something needed. We aren't quite sure when, but we fixed a big problem and bought ourselves a few years' time here.
Okay, good, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Great job, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the support. See you at the rodeo this week.
Yeah,
Saturday.
it's good. Okay, Parks and Rec. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you for being here. Tim, thank you.
Thank you.
James, thank you for being here. It's great to see your whole team, Darren.
Thank you. Yes, here. Oh, yeah. Anybody else?
So we should be done about 3.
Really?
Well, because we're ahead and this is our last one for today. No.
I need to go back and go to work.
And you don't have coffee, do you? We have that hot water. I may have a tea bag. It's just not working. I usually eat when I'm tired. I don't have anything to snack on.
We'll just take a
Back there.
2-minute.
Oh, there's snacks back there. Talking about snacks, we may stand for just a minute. Does anybody need a snack? Because I just heard there's snacks back there. I don't know who brought them, but thank you. Council, does anybody need a snack? We want to be bright and alert.
Get a red vine. Anybody want a red vine?
Yes, I don't eat them, but yes.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, are there nuts back there? Would you bring nuts? Darrell, thank you. Mixed. Darrell, thank you. Do you want nuts? Yeah, thank you. Cindy, do you want nuts?
Finish my salad. I'm good.
Yeah, no, you can eat fast.
There's Clif Bars back there.
Oh.
go ahead and start. Of course, my name's Darren Johnson. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation, and we have our whole team here today, and I'll introduce those as we go into the next slide. And so the Parks and Recreation Department is made up of several divisions. We have the Recreation Center, we have the Golf Division, Recreation Programming, Park, Cemetery, and then our Marketing and Administration. And so Courtney is here with the Rec Center. Scott and Nichols and Charlie Denham are here with Ridgecrest Golf Course. Centennial has John Lewis, and our newest superintendent, Brandon Krim, is here. And then Recreation Program is John Berkey. And then Parks and Cemetery, of course, is Cody Swander. And then Jennifer leads the Marketing and Administration, and she's on vacation this week. And so she picked this week many months ago, and that's how it fell. So, if you have any questions for me or our team while we're giving this presentation, please feel free. If it gets too much down into the details, certainly I would have staff here to try to help me answer any questions. This slide is our what Parks and Recreation, what our employees are made up of. We have 50 full-time employees, part-time 125, and then temp seasonal 135. I think it's interesting that only 16% of our employees are full-time, and 84% are either part-time or temp workers. 39% of the hours performed are done by full-time workers. We did not put in any 10 forms this year, so you won't see any 10 forms. However, I would like to make a point in parks. Generally, you have a full-time tech equivalent for about 12 to 15 acres, depending on the complexity of the ground. And even if we're fully staffed, we're about one tech, about 19 to 20 acres. And so it's, we're getting at a point where we're really pushing our staff. And that's if we're fully staffed. And that has been an issue this past year. We're starting to look at temp workers a little bit differently. In parks, we used to say, well, a temp worker would work 40 hours a week, and then they'd come and we'd hire them. We're having to look at it differently and kind of piece things together because the workforce just isn't there. So we haven't been fully staffed this year. We're still not fully staffed in parks. And so it's certainly been one of the challenges this year. It's on, the temp and part-time, when you look at lifeguards or somebody working a desk, there's certainly fewer applicants for those types of jobs. But when you get into the landscaping and things that compete with maybe the building industry, and sometimes there's just nobody out there to hire. So, okay, thanks, Carrie. I want to talk a little bit about the vision for Parks and Recreation. I'm more about the vision than mission, so I left that out. But when you look at our vision, Nampa Parks and Recreation will positively impact our community where green space, recreational activities, and opportunities provide a sense of community health, wellness, and quality of life. And so all the work that we do, this is our vision, and in the work that we do, this is what we're trying to make happen. And how we try to make it happen is work with many partners in the city. We are currently working with over 180 businesses. They do sponsorships, they provide financial resources, gifting of money, and so we can offer these programs. And so And as we go into the money, I think it's important to recognize is it's not just about the money, although it's certainly useful and it helps stretch our resources, but every business that is listed here or we partner with is more engaged in the activity that they're sponsoring, and it brings them in to create more of a community as we meet the recreational resources of Parks and Recreation. Okay. And this is where our partnerships land. Carrie is our fundraising development person, so she's the one that is meeting with the businesses. That's why it's 180,000. If it were me, the number would be much lower. I'm certain of that. So, but when we look at $180,000, that's in cash. That is, that's not in-kind money. That's actually cash that we get that goes towards paying for the items that we have. To offer our programs. And then when you look at the 11,000, that is for sponsor and advertising of the brochure that goes out. So we sell that advertising. It's not advertising is not our main focus in the guide, because we've seen some guides get so full of advertising it kind of loses focus of what the programming is. But we do supplement and help try to pay for that brochure. It goes out 3 times a year. And then in-kind donations, those are a mix. Some of those particular of that 67,000, some of that we would have to go out and buy. It could be shirts that were donated. It could be just supplies or gifts or prizes that we would have to go buy to make the event happen. And then some of that would just be certainly added value that it's nice to have, it's nice to put in a packet, but we probably wouldn't go buy it necessarily, but it's nice to have. The next slide just shows a little bit of how far we've come in our partnership. In 2011, we were at 47,000, and then our last year we came in at almost 181,000. And so we're making some real gains in our efforts. And along that, along with that, the efforts of bringing community together, we think that matches that all the same. And then, of course, you'll see the slide off to the right of the screen. That is basically we've seen almost double in the in-kind donations. So we do focus on partnerships as we move through our divisions, trying to operate. The Rec Center, who Courtney Mills is the director of the Rec Center. This is a success story that many communities wish they had in their town. It's self-supporting. We have more than 16,000 members. That is more members than probably most towns in the state of Idaho. And we're open 7 days a week. And one of the things that we're most proud of is the way that we're managing the recreation center in terms of paying for operations and capital expenditures. We've been able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to upgrade the HVAC system, the roofing system. In addition to that, we have a fund balance of about 3.4 right now. And we'll talk about that a little bit later and as we share our vision for the rec center. These are the approved 50 forms. And so we will be updating the elevator for about $90,000. We'll be replacing the flooring on the mezzanine level. And the carpet on the mezzanine level, it's getting a lot of track wear. And we're going to put something that'll be easier to clean and that's more sanitary for our customers. And then other approved 50 forms, let's see, yeah, is the architectural design services for expansion. So what we're going to do is we're going to go out, and this is a repeat thing. As we kind of sat on this particular project. This is an expense that was approved in years past. We just simply didn't move forward with it at the time because we had a lot of big expenses just right around the corner. But what we need to do is look at space in the rec center, particularly the weight room is something that we get a lot of complaints on about being too small, too full. Basketball court space, we would be able to move gymnastics off of that. Office space is another thing that we would consider. So this will allow us to, make some, put together some design opportunities that we wouldn't move forward with any construction this year, but just planning this year with that $25,000. Upgrade to video surveillance cameras. That's an approved item that we're going to be moving forward with. And then next is the vehicle replacement. We have an Impala that's getting a lot of miles on it and needs replaced. And then we'll be doing a seal coat on the parking lot. And then each year, what we try to do is buy about $100,000 worth of fitness equipment. And so the equipment's always cycling out. So we always have some new pieces. And so we're meeting the trends of those that want to come and work out. I would say as we're looking at that $25,000 for design, that's certainly been one of our goals for a long time. And so what we've been trying to do is build up our fund balance, and so we can move forward with that, because it'll be quite an expense to do that. But we also feel if we don't make some changes, because the rec center is pushing 25 years old, there are different ways people do fitness now. There are different accommodations that we need. And so to make sure that the facility continues to stay well used and supports itself, we feel like we need to put that investment forward.
Mayor Kling. Darren, is there any reason why moving forward, I know there's a certain council member that had offered to defray this cost to help you save money, that you haven't taken up that offer?
Yes, and I think, Councilman, we would come and see you. We just haven't, we did this, it was approved, but we just haven't moved forward on it yet.
Now, obviously, there's no compensation being requested. Obviously, but it's a savings to your budget. And $25,000 for sketch work is something that I would be more than willing to help you with, just like I did with the Midway Park. So I just wanted to ask why that hasn't been, you haven't acted on it.
We haven't moved forward on it, but we certainly, I know our staff has talked. It's been a conversation of meeting with you. We just haven't drawn out what we're really wanting to do yet to give you anything.
Just waiting for the phone call, and since I worked on the original building, I thought it would be value added to your efforts.
Absolutely, and we'll certainly contact you.
All right, thank you.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is basically the 500 form. You see a little bit of growth in revenue, and everything else is just kind of right around the same. Less capital this year than we had last year, and so that's the difference in capital. We have a boiler system taking place right now, and then the vestibule, and that's a lot of that $800,000 that you see in 18. So that is the rec center. Is there any questions about the rec center?
I have a question, Mayor Kling. Darren, when you said you talked about replacing of the equipment and you spend about $100,000 for it, do you, when you replace that equipment, do you sell it back? Or do you just give it back in lieu of the new equipment discount or whatever?
Yeah, so we do it on a trade-in basis. So whoever we buy the equipment from, we get that number plus the number that they'll give us per equipment that it's going back to. So
Oh, I
that's
see.
generally how we do it.
So this 100,000 actually is much more than,
Yes, I mean,
in
you know.
true value, I should say.
Yeah, some of the equipment could be 10 years old, and so, you know, like a $5,000 piece of equipment might be less than 1,000
Oh,
or
I
something
see.
like that.
Yeah.
So by the time that it's, yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
Hey, that moves us into golf. And as everybody knows, we have two golf courses, Ridgecrest and Centennial. It certainly provides opportunity for residents and non-residents to enjoy quality of life here in our city. Combined, we have over 65,000 rounds of golf at both golf courses each year. And then I think a lot of may overlook the importance that it has to the local colleges, the local high schools. Our courses are where practices are held, where high school tournaments are played. And so they certainly have great value when it comes to meeting some of the needs that just a healthy community would have. A couple highlights. The Golf Commission raised over $14,000 this year. They gave those scholarships back to kids wanting to attend college. And I think they gave 7 $2,000 scholarships, if I remember right. And then we also give scholarships away, the Golf Commission. They give scholarships to kids that don't have the financial resources to participate. And so our Golf Commission is the one that votes and considers those applications, and they do that on a monthly basis. The future of the golf course, that's always a big topic when we get to this particular point. The leases are leased through 2019. I know there's a lot of energy in the community that people want to see the golf courses stay as golf courses. And as we talk about that, we'll move into the 50 forms. Centennial, this is 50 forms for Centennial. $28,000 is for a new greens mower. And then we've also budgeted $500,000 for Centennial. Usually we have, when we're budgeting that kind of money, we'll have a pretty good scope put together to tell you exactly what we're going to spend that money on. But we do have new staff. We have certainly not made any big repairs due to the lease situation for many, many years. And so if the lease gets extended for a number of years that exceed what the cost of the improvements and the life of the improvements would be, we would move forward with probably some parking lot upgrades, some irrigation upgrades for the golf courses. Certainly that money, because of how much it would be, it would come back before City Council as to ratify any contracts before we spent that money. But that's the intention of the $500,000. That would come out of the fund balance. The fund balance right now is about $2.4 million in golf. Also for Ridgecrest, we plan on upgrading like 20 new carts and again, another mower at Ridgecrest. And then we just go over the financial picture. You'll see the revenue. We're projecting a little more revenue as our city's growing and the economy's doing better. There's more expendable income, we believe. So that's why we're projecting a increase in revenue. Then it goes through salaries and operations, and that's where we kind of end up at. If we spent all of the $500,000, the 494, that's we'd come up using 494,508 out of the fund balance if the revenue was exactly as the budget and the expenses were exactly as the budget. That's where it would land. And that concludes information about golf. Is there any questions about golf?
I have several, Mayor Kling. One is that I noticed that a lot of the golf courses do have online tee times, and neither Centennial or Ridgecrest does. Is that in the books? Is that in the making soon, or that brings in more economy? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can certainly look at those, but
Ridgecrest does have online booking, has had online booking for probably going on 7 to 8 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Centennial does not, but Ridgecrest does have online booking.
Because I tried to get on that the other day and I couldn't get on it, so I thought it didn't have it, so, okay.
We do have it through our website.
Okay. So how about Centennial then?
Centennial hasn't, basically the reason why I haven't done that is because most of our clientele is older and pretty much uses the phone.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys, so. Yeah, but I was wondering about the economic part of the golf courses, is to enhance them, is to market them.
And Scott, I'm pretty sure could tell you how many tee times are booked by that.
We have a lot booked online.
Do you?
I get emails every online booking, and it floods my emails.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, we get a lot of online booking.
And I may have to look into it.
Those old guys just can't do it, yeah. Well, I think it's probably a good idea for Centennial on, yeah, exactly. I think the day that I was out, that I tried, I couldn't get on, so I thought you didn't have it. My mistake.
If you're not successful again, give me a shout.
Oh, I did, don't worry. Yeah.
Shut down certain
Yeah. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for golf?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, there's a new nonprofit, I think just a few months old, for the benefit of the golf courses, led by many of our distinguished older golfers, and Michael G., or is it Gee? How do you pronounce it?
G.
Michael G's making some presentations, and I was able to listen to that. I think you'd find it of good interest. I think the mayor's seen that as well. So just something to look forward to and listen to when you get the chance.
I would suggest the others look at it.
Have some of you other ones had the opportunity?
I haven't yet. It's been busy, but I will. And I visited with Scott Jacobson a little bit and got an update, but I just didn't know
We
who
will
was in
be
charge of what.
getting some appointments scheduled, because needless to say, it has to be 2 by 2 or 1. So they are going to be reaching out so that you all have an opportunity to see what they're working on, but they've got some good plans.
I think Michael sent out another email yesterday, Mayor.
Did he?
Yes, to those. But also, I have to say that because of the new emphasis on Centennial and the new employee, the new superintendent, who's, I don't remember his name, but he's back there. Brandon. Good job, sir. They looking really good, and I've noticed that other people from different cities, Caldwell and Boise and Treasure Valley, are now going to Centennial because of the upgrade. So thank you. That looks good.
Thank you. Okay. The next division is recreation. And recreation is the types of activities that mainly take place outside of the recreation center. They're the types of programs that go on trips. we have just a large following of seniors that go on trips all around, and they're just so popular, and they continue to grow. Offer over 100 different programs, and then of course at the outdoor pools we offer over 250 lessons out there, not just people that take them, but at lessons that have, 6 or 7 kids in them. So they're quite busy this time of year, especially when it's 100 degrees outside. It's good for swimming pool business. So, okay. For recreation, go on to the next slide. And for recreation, we don't have any capital requests, and so that brings us up to just the overall spreadsheet of recreation. And so budgeted for being subsidized last year was $430,297, and this year it's $443,750. You'll see that we are looking at increased revenue as well. Okay. And parks, we'll move on to parks. We maintain 28 park sites. Our newest parks that we're working on, of course, is Midway Park and the Brant Park. And so we'll talk about those in a little bit more detail as we go through the slides. We also have about 12 miles of pedestrian pathways, and then we maintain landscaping around town, such as the City Hall and whether it's pump stations, fire stations. So we have about over 50 locations that we take care of, and that equals about 110 acres. And so another thing that we do in parks is we try to plan for growth. And so we're working on impact fees, an updated impact fee list right now, and working on capital improvements and things like that. So we're looking at planning for sure. Oh, that's a picture of the new tennis court that was just taken. It's done. That went in. It's a combination of pickleball and tennis, and so it just opened last week. And then to do our work, what we like to do is we work with, in the parks, we work with volunteer groups, we work with church groups. Sometimes businesses have a work day where they take the day off and do a community project. And so we have a variety of those. This picture is, I believe, us doing some work, or a company, or maybe the chamber, perhaps, doing a project out at the Idaho Center. It might be a year or two old. And so we have over 2,000 hours of volunteered service from groups like that. And then we also partner with the U of I Extension Office with CWI. They give community classes on how to prune trees, grow trees, plant trees, and diseases and things like that. So they're just a great resource for us as we try to educate the people in our community about trees and horticulture. Okay, and so one of the things, one of the reasons that we talk about parks so much is our concern of being so far below the national average. It's not because we want to be average, or that's not why we promote parks, or it's just not like we have a goal in mind that we want to get to 10. It's just simply that we're around 3.2. The national average is 9.6. You can see in 1970, the city of Nampa had 6.2 acres per thousand. In, what is it, over 50 years later, we're at 3.2. It's certainly a concern that if it keeps going that way, it will affect our community. But we are doing some very good things. We've done some great things in the last year. But I do like to bring that up, and so everybody is aware of that situation.
Madam Mayor. Darren, I appreciate that data. I want parks. But is there any data on park usage as communities change? Are people using parks less or more?
You know, I think, the research that I see is the senior population is using parks more. And when you start looking at parks, instead of just grass area, they have to have a purpose for people to go there. And so it's either exercising, walking, dog parks, baseball, swings, things like that. So I'm not aware of statistics that people are using parks less. I'm just not aware of that. There could be there, but I'm not aware of that.
Mayor Kling. Darren, is your statistics for just the public parks? Does it take into consideration the private parks that are in subdivisions?
Right, and so I try to match it up. So our acres per thousand is considers only parks, not schools or schools. It only considers parks that we own and maintain. But that is also the National Parks and Recreation Association's guidelines, and so the national average should be that 9.2 or the 9.6. That's what other communities should be measuring to.
So it's equal apple-to-apple comparisons?
It should be.
So
They don't count golf courses or schools. It's just basically they count parks.
okay, so back in, I can't remember what year it was that when I was on planning and zoning for those 5 years, during that time frame, the requirement for a new plan development for residential had to include park space. That went away as we adopted the impact fees. So with that change, why haven't we seen, I guess, a better utilization or more park development, if that was the intent, was those dollars were going to be used for park space? Have they not been used for park space?
Well, so the way the numbers would work out on impact fees is if your service level is we haven't had impact fees since 1970. And as a matter of fact, we didn't have impact fees, I believe, in 1990. So the only money that impact fees would be able to fund is to maintain a service level of 3.2 acres per thousand. If you're collecting the right amount of money to purchase land, the correct amount of money to develop that land, and then you should be able, impact fees should keep your service level even. It won't improve it because that's how it's figured out, and that's not what impact fees are for, is to improve your level of service. It's just to maintain the level of service.
So if that was the rationale back then, I guess it should have been better stated, because it sounds like we've dropped down to a lower benchmark than what we were moving on before. As the development would come in, they would develop park space for kids to play, and it would be it'd go against these averages. Now with the change where we're no longer a requirement for a developer to do that, we're not building more parks out of the money that they're putting into the impact fee or into that fund. So I guess, did we make a poor decision? Or did the city fathers at that point make a poor decision?
Yeah, I don't think so, because, I think when you look at our plans, we're not really, it's not our initiative right now to build neighborhood parks, these small neighborhood parks. That's not our initiative, because we think that there are initiatives to have a small park within 10 minutes walking distance, and the National Parks and Recreation has that initiative. It's not one of ours right now. But our initiative right now, because we don't have space to accommodate the soccer and to accommodate the large baseball items. And so we're building big parks that have parking. And so when you build these small parks that don't have parking, you can't have the tournaments, you can't have some of those other types of activities. And so, so impact fees should keep, if you're collecting the correct amount on impact fees, we should stay at 3.2 acres per thousand. Doesn't mean that you can't build the small parks.
So I guess I'm confused on your presentation then. If our goal is 9.6, but we're okay with 3.2, I don't feel a lot of guilt sitting here then if that's our standard.
Yeah, well, my point is not to make anybody feel guilty, and the 9.6, that is just a national average. Our comprehensive plan calls for 6, so that's what we're striving to do, is to get to 6.
Okay. All right. I don't want to beat the horse any longer, but it seems odd. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One quick question, Darren. Is Brant Park included already in these totals?
8 acres is included.
8 acres is included for Brant Park. And also we're surrounded by recreational areas that aren't necessarily included as well, right? So for example, like Lake Lowell isn't included.
No.
Correct? Okay.
No.
So that's where maybe we vary a little bit from some other communities based on the average, just what the surrounding space is. Like, when you travel the country, every city is a little bit different. So I think maybe the surrounding recreational access areas give us an advantage in some ways that aren't part of Parks and Rec, but certainly value parks. I'm glad that Brant Park is on the way and Midway Park, and hope to see more parks as we grow.
So follow-up question. So would the pathways, the greenbelt, be considered a part of the park system?
Yes,
And that's in your factors of 3.2?
it is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next slide. So we continue to look for funding to maintain the parks that we have and our level of service. We keep, it's one of our goals to have equipment that operates efficiently. It's also in our vision, we've bought a new dog park. We've bought land for a new dog park on the west side of town. And so one of our future needs is to start developing that particular park. And then address work staff levels with temporary workforce. And I touched a little bit of that when we were on the, talking about our staff levels, the challenges that we have. And so in future years, I do believe that we'll be putting in to, for more park technicians to help out with maintenance of the parks. Okay, you can see the approved 50 forms. It is the maintenance equipment for Zone 2. That's been talked about for the last couple of years as we move into zone systems. And then the bike and ped master plan, $25,000 for that. Engineering is paying the other $25,000. And so this will update the bicycle and ped plan to the city's master transportation plan. Okay. Also approved is 4,844. This is a match for a TAP grant, and so we, the city has been, along with engineering and their effort of really being able to work hard towards getting the TAP grants. There is a substantial amount of money coming for grants. And so that would be a match. I think it's 7% of match that goes to the design. So next year, I think for that particular grant, we'll ask for about $70,000 in terms of development costs, which would be the 7%. And then a fence on Grimes Creek. because that we have a grant, there were houses built on the easement of our pathway easement. And so in the last year, we've been moving sheds and fences off our easement where our path would go. And so we will put up a fence along that just to secure the space so our pathway can move forward. And then it takes us into another approved item. The impact fees is $1 million. And so we'll continue to put that toward Midway Park. We will be doing some design. Coming now, maybe move to the next slide, yeah. And so what will be completed, just to keep this in front of you, I know that we've talked about this before, but the shaded green area is what we're working on currently. And so there'll be a playground, there'll be pickleball courts, we'll green it up, and then there'll be trees. All that will be done, except probably the landscaping, by the 1st of September. So right around in there is when it's due. They're working, they've been working hard on that particular project. Okay. This is just a timeline of our projected building and construction schedule. And so it's fluid. The faster impact fees money comes in, the faster we can build, the slower we build. And so this is a chart that always can be moving. Okay. And then I did list these are the park capital expenditures that were not funded. It was a lion shelter, a fence along the canal, power upgrades to the shop, a master plan for updating Lakeview Park, and then a Grimes Creek culvert processing. And I know I think you got that information in your packets and a short write-up on each of those.
Excuse me, Mayor. Darren, I was reading on the unfunded, the power upgrades to the shop, at the park shop and, the park's office and shop, excuse me. And as I'm reading through the description of that, is that just simply dealing with a surge possible problem, or is that a problem of a possible fire and damage to equipment? Because it said that it needs to be brought up to code.
Yeah, so we did some work on it last year and we believe it is meeting code right now, but it's not the best. I don't believe there's a fire hazard on that. And since it's been fixed, we have not been having surges again. And so we just felt like, yeah, that's probably something that we should keep in mind to do, but it's not an urgent thing right now, and so we could move it down for another year.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Darren, I should probably know this. What's your percentage of impact fees you get off development?
Well, it's
Or how's it figured?
yeah, it's per dwelling, so it's per house. So you get a building permit, and so every building permit for residential,
Right.
it's I think right now $1,150. That's not the exact.
That's what parks you get
Yeah,
off that?
and we don't get anything off of commercial space. It's only residential space. So park fees are not charged to residential fees.
Just for clarity, actually, that $1,100 is an impact fee on a residential,
Not commercial.
not commercial. Correct?
Yeah, commercial,
Residential,
yeah.
not
If I said
commercial.
it,
Yeah.
differently, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so commercial permit fees are not charged, only residential. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I mixed up my words.
Thank you.
Thanks. So your impact fees are increasing at this point in time?
Yes, they're coming in faster. Mhm. Okay, and then, let's see, the other item was Brant Park. We requested $530,000 to move forward with Brant Park. That's not funded. However, at the end of this year, we will have some green space. Well, we plan on planting 8 acres of grass this spring, and we're using money from this fiscal year. But then we'll be out of money, and then we'll have to decide how we're going to move forward with future years. Okay. This is just another slide to keep it in front of you, where you see the phase 1, you see the parking lot, and then everything on the right side of the parking lot will be grassed in. We do have the trees. The pathway's there, but it won't, you know, you'd have to go around half and then turn around and go back the other way. But it'll be a nice green space. We'll probably, in the meantime, assign some soccer type practices and some things like that to it. The next phase would be putting in a bathroom, and then, you know, a nice playground on that side of the city, and then greening up that middle phase 2 section. And so that's what we do with the next phase. And so we'll get there somehow.
Mayor Kling. So Darren, for clarity, phase 2 will be grassed?
No,
Phase 1 only?
just phase 1 will be grass.
Okay, does that include irrigation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, irrigation, we're just about, we took on the irrigation project ourselves, doing it in-house, and it's taken us a little bit longer than we anticipated just because of shortage of staff, but we're only a few weeks away of work of getting the sprinkler irrigation system in, and then we'll plant at a good seasonal temperature in September.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, this just kind of talks about the phases that we had in mind for Brant Park. The fourth would be a swimming pool on that, as is pictured in the master plan. Similar to Midway Park, we have an outline, a timeline, and it's, again, a fluid timeline based on how much money that we can get in and when it comes in. So this will always be changing in regards to the funding. Okay. So parks, this is the parks budget. It's the 500 form, basically. It has the salaries, benefits, and then the operations. And so is there any questions on the numbers for parks?
I have one question, Darren. If someone were to donate a large amount of money, is it tax deductible to the city?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yes.
I would say likely.
Are they allowed to designate how that money is used and still get credit? Okay. All right. That's all. Thanks. Oh, one other question since I'm asking questions. Horse Park, that's not counted as part of a park, right? Even though you're tasked with helping. Yes.
Horse Park. Yeah, because it's a fee place that you got to go in and you can't really schedule it. So
Yeah.
yeah, we don't count that in.
But you're responsible for.
Yeah,
Any-
we take care, Cody could probably explain exactly what acres at the Idaho Center we take care of if you're interested in particulars.
I got you. I mean, clearly there's an appropriation of funds to tend to facilities that aren't counted technically in the park
Yeah,
equation for.
up to 110,000, about a third of our work in parks is taking care of other things that aren't parks. Okay, that takes us to the cemetery. You know, one of our goals is right now is the state just established law to reclaim unused plots, and so the cemetery is taking on that effort to identify those plots according to state code, and then we will actually reclaim them. And so the benefit of that is it helps fill in the space, and some of them have been vacant for over 100 years. And so there is a state process to go through, and then they become ours after we've met those guidelines. Or if somebody wants to come and reclaim them, there's a process for that too. So. The plan for long-term tends to be cremations. That is the trend that we're seeing rather than the traditional burials. And so, and then some of the challenges are maintaining the aging headstones, and then of course making sure that we're charging appropriate fees for the land and the services out there. But they do a fantastic job. Every time we have a Memorial Day event, we get a lot of compliments on the condition of how they keep the cemetery. And so have a lot of appreciation for their the staff out there.
Madam Mayor, Darren, I just appreciate how that cemetery's run, Kohler Lawn, and the historical events that they have where you go around and learn about our history, different headstones.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll pass it on to our staff and that aren't here today, that are probably out there working right now. So, so it goes through the approved 50 forms, asphalt overlay, a mower, and a utility vehicle, just pretty standard upkeep for the cemetery. And then this is, it's a fairly small budget, but this is the budget in front of you that we're presenting to council. So I don't see anything. It all looks fairly similar with a little bit of growth. We're spending more on capital this year than we did last year. But. So is there any questions on cemetery?
It looks like there are none.
Okay. And then our last division is Parks and Recreation, the administrative portion of it. This is the division. It includes myself and Carrie and Jennifer and our graphic design person. And it's basically just an entity to do whatever we can to help our other divisions be successful. And whatever that is, we'll certainly try to help them be successful. So we have over 10,000 followers in social media. We have 13 Facebook pages, not all by design. Some we've had to go capture because people, they start a Facebook page like out at Lakeview Park, and then we notice it, and then we have to go capture it and claim it as being ours. And so sometimes all these Facebook pages pop up. And then we certainly offer advertisement and support to the recreation programs. And so this particular budget, we do budget analysis and support the parks. But the administration, this is the budget, and this budget is allocated back to all the other divisions that we've already talked about. And so in a sense, this is duplicated because it's already plugged in somewhere else. And then I always like to talk about what it costs taxpayers, what Parks and Recreation costs taxpayers. So when you consider that Nampa has 102,000 people, or will, I think it's, last number I saw is 101,800 or something like that. And then if Parks is subsidized $22.76, per capita, what that turns out to be is just to have Parks is just a little over $22 a person. And then next, and this is a similar slide for recreation, having the outdoor swimming pools, having free movie nights, being able to play softball, baseball, t-ball, all of those activities, it turns out to be $4.35 a person in tax money. Total, when you look at Parks and Recreation together, it's just under $27. And I think one of a huge, on the next slide, it'll show that the national average of recovery and is 29%. And so, you know, we recover 66% of our operating revenues in Parks and Recreation. The national average is 29%. And so with that, we've had some good success. And at this point, I want to thank the mayor and city council
Randy won that, by the way.
for all the success that
Nobody's bragging.
that we had. So this is an example of celebrating the opening of Midway Park, I think it was last summer. Okay. And
Is that Randy and Bruce?
Yeah, it is.
Is that what you're saying?
That's Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders there.
And again, just a few photos, and again, just trying to express my appreciation for the council being involved in the things that we do. And next.
Who took that picture? That was me and Bruce, right?
Yeah.
On a bicycle.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And the top left is the mayor, Earl, and myself celebrating the 20-year Tree USA Award at the state capitol. And then the other pictures off to the right are out at the opening ceremony of throwing dirt and ground opening for Brant Park. And just a couple more pictures. I think this one was at some of them were at a playground, some were at
This is the Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth.
Yeah, when they invited us to change, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the short guy, by the way.
Yeah. Wouldn't have guessed. And again, just some at the golf course, some at our fundraisers at Texas Roadhouse as we try to earn money for scholarships for those that don't have the financial means to participate. Next. Our next opportunity to celebrate is with a CDBG grant is on the 26th. We have a park at Hunters. It's at a grand opening, a ribbon cutting at Hunters Park. And it's at 9:30 in the morning again on Thursday, July 26th. So that's coming. We invite everybody to be there if you can make it. And that's the end of the presentation. And so if you have any questions from me or any questions pointed towards our staff, we would be happy to try to explain them.
Mayor Kling, I do have one. This maybe it's for you and Doug to answer, but or Cody. Of all the equipment that the Parks and Rec has for lawn mowing and upkeeping of the outside, who does the repair, the upkeep, or is that resourced out?
Fleet Services.
You
does
guys
that.
do that? Oh, okay.
Yes. And they do a
So-
great job.
The actual request is part of the fleet management plan that began last year. It's my understanding we're in the second year of that. Needless to say, we did not have the funds through our general capital funds. And so this year, rather than denying it, we have asked that those funds come from the parks, their fund, the Parks and Recs fund, right? Is that what you call it? And their fund balance that they had available. It does bring it down, but it allows the plan that Fleet has put in motion to continue rather than stopping because we did not have the funds. So we're using some fund reserves in order to fund the continuation of that. So the parks requests actually are coming out of fund reserves for Parks and Recs fund.
So Fleet Service keeps monitoring of all the equipment and, right? good idea. Okay.
They have a good plan in place.
Mayor, just want to thank everyone again for helping on the Stampede events at the park. I know that that was kind of a quick request, kind of based on a change of venue, and you guys did a great job with that, so thank you.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
And also, the picture of the Jamboree, it recalled a conversation that, honestly, I'm not prepared with specifics, but I remember talking to Dan McDaniel, the president of Babe Ruth League. Can you remind me what you do in regards to their fields? I recall him saying there's challenges with the dirt and the watering and stuff like that. Is that something the league's fully responsible for, Parks and Rec, or is that sort of a joint agreement?
Can you talk
Councilman Hageboom, the club, the Babe Ruth Club, they're responsible for the surface prep for their practices and for their games. So they drag the fields, they'll chalk them. The irrigation system is maintained by Parks and Recreation, and the lawn mowing is performed by Parks and Recreation. So they had some issues with irrigation and give us a call. We go out there and make the repairs, and they do all the surface prep.
Yeah, and if there's specialized dirt that they want, that's kind of on them, from what I
Well,
understand.
we have, most of the fields in Nampa are a pumice field, and that's all purchased and supplied from the city of Nampa. And they've gone out and volunteered their time to help spread that and do that sort of prep work for it, but it is supplied by the city.
Okay, all right, thanks.
And I think it was just, within the last 4 weeks, we just had a couple truckloads come in of pumice, and so.
Are there any further questions for Darren?
All right, thank you.
Darren, thank you, great job. And I just want to say to the entire team here, you guys do a great job. Thank you for being part of this team in our city and for all that you provide back to our community, because each responsibility that you carry is direct customer service, and so thank you so much for your work. And I did hear, unfortunately, I was out of town last week for the festivities out at Lakeview Park, but I was told by someone that attended that they were extremely pleased at the support from the Parks Department. I don't know which employee was there that day, but huge accolades to the team, because I've heard nothing but wonderful reports. Thank you so much.
Also, Mayor, if I could, Cody, the gentleman who took care of the grounds out there, was it Mike? Is that his name? Yes, him. We need to give him a card of thank you. He was right on it, and I got a lot of good congratulations for him. So we'll pass that on to him later down the road.
Yeah, in fact, there was a tree limb that fell down at the firefighters thing that was pretty, whoever was on it, like, right away.
Oh,
It was
he's
a
on it,
pretty,
yeah.
pretty big limb. It was kind of scary,
And
actually.
he was so humble, he wouldn't even, he wouldn't accept a free meal by the Kiwanis. He wanted to buy it.
Oh.
So that's just great. Yeah.
Okay, so this concludes our presentation. So the next piece was an opportunity for council members to ask questions of the general, anyone, any of the division heads. So a thought is, we might want to take a moment to break and actually give council members a few minutes to write some notes if you need to, think about the questions you have, and/or maybe if there's a department head that isn't here that needs to be. So we haven't talked like economic development, but Beth is here if there's a question. So I'm trying to see, Claire's here if there were a question for the library. So do you guys want a few minutes to get your thoughts together for questions and a brief break? Should we do a 15-minute and then come back, or what do you need?
Just a personal thing, my main thing has been, a long day of here. I'm going to my office or wherever, and I'm gonna be taking notes and going through things. I'm not gonna be ready for tomorrow, until tomorrow. I don't expect these folks to come back for questions, or maybe, how many are gonna be here tomorrow?
Well, okay, so let me clarify. I'm not sure I'm hearing what you're saying. So are you saying that, would it be good to ask some questions of anyone? Do you have any questions for anyone today?
I'm not speaking for anyone else.
Okay.
Personally, I am not ready for any further questions till I evaluate and look at things further.
Thank
My
you.
notes. That's just me.
Madam Mayor, council members, I think after a 15-minute break, we can start talking about some potential ideas, though, that we have, start council discussion, right?
It's fine with
Yeah,
me.
I'm okay.
I'm good till 4:30. That's what I kind of put my
I'm
calendar.
good till 1:30 in the morning like last week.
No,
I got a softball game at Liberty Park, actually, tonight. So I will be getting my recreation in later this evening.
So how about if we let's do a 10-minute break to hit the restroom. Let's come back at 3:15 and we'll discuss some possible whatever. That's okay. Okay, 10-minute. I may actually give Vicki the opportunity to come back and speak to us all for just a few minutes, and then we'll proceed from there, because you began, and let's come back to you as we've concluded our presentations.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Council, I just want to remind you that at the very next council meeting, I will be needing to give you a resolution for the budget for 2019, so that we can, so that I can put that in the newspaper for the public hearing on the 20th. There's no give in that date. So if you are able to come to a vote on the budget for the resolution tomorrow, excellent. If it goes beyond that, then we have to have a special council meeting before the 6th. That's our timeline. Wow. And that's required by state code, so that we can present the material to the county at the first, within that first week of September. So that's not just me. And so we will have a discussion now. Those, I've got up there right now, the departments that have not presented, so in case you wouldn't, so that you wouldn't forget any of us. And if you have specific questions, you do have material in there. If you want detailed, Krista is here to assist with bringing up detailed information, either from our budget module, or if you want printed copies of anything, of course, we can provide that as well. So with that, I'll let you ask questions as you want to.
How about if we just go down, let's just start with economic development. Okay. Are there any questions that anyone has regarding economic development?
The totals, Madam Mayor, the total set aside for possible economic incentive is now 75,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there anything in reserve in economic development there? Okay, just this new 75.
That's right.
Right.
And that's actually in the Gen Gov portion of the budget. It's not in their budget.
And then needless to say, after economic development, we've got code enforcement, parking, and CDBG funding. Are there any additional questions? I know we spent quite a bit of time on CDBG recently, so.
One of the reasons you might not have questions is because their budgets are quite small. They're really not presenting anything unusual, so if you don't have questions, you shouldn't feel guilty and they shouldn't feel insignificant.
Thank you, Vicki. Well said.
Well said.
I was just curious, you can show me another time where the parking ticket revenue is downtown. Do you have that?
It's actually in the parking budget. If you turn to that portion of your budgets, and in the electronic copy, you might be able to find it. I don't know what page it's on in your printed copy. It would be the top line of the parking budget.
Okay, thank you.
It's insufficient to pay for the parking person, but that has been okay with council previously. There hasn't been a real drive to increase revenues for parking tickets.
I'd like to hear from Claire. Is she going to be talking tomorrow on the library?
No, Claire is one of those non-presenting people, and so if you want to hear from Claire, this is your time to.
Oh, I would like to hear what
Awesome.
revenues and stuff she's doing, because that library is just taking off. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. What can I do for you, Councilman Rodriguez?
Well, I see there's a lot of action there at the library, and there's more. How much more of an income in revenue have you received, or the library received over the last year because of the programs that your staff and you are putting together?
Well, we get no revenue for our programs. We don't ever charge. They're all free. And actually, all of our programs are funded either by our friends at the library who give us a donation, or we get small grants from the Idaho Commission for Libraries or different places. So we fund those all of ourselves, and they're free for the public.
Has there been an increase in joining the library?
Yeah, we have, and gosh, you're asking me a question now. We have, I'm going to say 44,000 members, and I think that's a little low. I think it's like 48. So it's almost half of the population in Nampa have library cards.
Wow. That's amazing.
I would like to say I am so proud of Claire. She's doing an amazing job, and when we looked at budget, and I will applaud each one of our department heads, because we knew, as department heads, we took the process very seriously. Everyone looked at their budgets. We were careful in our funding. They knew that this year the priority was back on public safety. And so it was a very thoughtful consideration as we looked at budgets and how to come in on budgets, what to fund in capital, et cetera, et cetera. Claire had a focus and a need, and that was to keep that library open an additional hour. And she looked so carefully at her budget, and because she knew we were tight, she did a good job of reallocating funds and only funding a partial position to where she could get that library open to service our patrons in our community. So I just want to say you are to be applauded. You've done a great job, and thank you for your efforts to accomplish that.
Mayor? Yes. Thank you, Claire. I had a conversation with a community member yesterday, and I'm not fresh on the numbers anymore. About what is the number coming through the door each day or month?
Each day about 1,000, a little over 1,000, I want to say 1,100. Actually, we're thinking of changing our door counter because it comes from the side currently, and if you get more than one person, which we do frequently go into the door at the same time, we're not counting the right numbers. So if we can get a good deal on an overhead door counter, we'll get you better numbers next year. We'll see if we have any money left over in the budget. They're not that much.
And about how many programs are you running a month?
Oh, a month? Well, we have story times. We have 6 story times a week or 7 story times a week. Then we have different programs. I'm going to say we have about 40 programs. You know, that's, give and take.
And as far as checkout numbers, what are your checkout numbers?
Our checkout numbers actually annually are almost 400,000.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Impressive. Thank you.
Any other questions? That's it.
Thank you, Claire. So Vicki, who are we forgetting that we might want to run through based on that agenda? Let's see.
Planning and zoning, clerks, finance is in charge of the successive budgets you see there. And then there's mayor's budget and council. Those are the ones that haven't been addressed yet.
Are the Family Justice Center coming tomorrow?
What you see is all that are
Okay.
non-presenting and all that are presenting have presented.
Okay,
So nobody's coming tomorrow to present.
okay.
Madam Mayor.
And Griselda was here this morning. Thought she was not going to be talking.
Yes, Bruce.
Fellow council members, may we talk about some of the GenGov? There's a handout that Vicki gave us. And just recently, we have that. Maybe, Vicki, if you can take me through some of these things under,
Sure.
just go through the list if you would.
I could put it up on the Elmo, but that makes me a little bit nervous. We've had some. Do you think if I just flip the switch, Mark, it'll be good? All right. Maybe good? No? What?
The main button on that one.
Oh, Maine. Yes, Maine. Listen to Michael. I am spatially challenged. Okay. Good enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
From that, I can't tell what the 2018 payments were, in particular on the Valley Ride and some of those in that group.
Zero.
Well, I have to
Go the other way.
shrink it, or
all
go the
zeros.
other way. No.
We paid them money.
I know. Budget was zero.
This just about gets it.
Oh, I see, all right.
Okay. So, Valley Ride dues is pretty minimal. It's 40,600 this year. Last year, it was 35,297. So basically, a $5,000 increase for this year. The more relative number is under 5630. This year, it's just over 400,000. Last year, oh, sorry. Last year, it was 310,000, almost 311,000. So those are your two or four numbers to compare.
Thank you.
You want more walking? Or are those the relative numbers? The other numbers are pretty static. There are slight increases in AIC, a slight increase there. The animal shelter, I've put in the same number. They presented us with very small increases. They haven't gotten back to me when I said, take those out. But I don't think it'll be more. Mayor has requested an amount in here for strategic planning, for a 10-year strategic planning process. That's an important number. She can certainly speak to that. And what's very interesting is you received a presentation on the Southwest District Mental Health Facility, and they, at that time, were asking, I think, for $37,000 as our contribution. When I verified that number with them, they said, no, we think it's only going to be $9,000.
Oh.
So, okay. I didn't ask twice. I didn't make another phone call. I just put it in the budget for that. So I think those are the relative numbers that you would probably be interested in. I don't think there's much else in there.
Vicki, I have a question. I just want to come back and re-clarify. You know, as we were working on budget, needless to say, our hope was, we talked about taking a full 3%. We talked about if there was at all possible to come in under that, we would like to. My personal goal, I would love to see us to get under 8% in that levy rate. But we recognize with our negotiations going on, I don't know, I know that the increase in public safety budget this year is $5 million. With that, a 3% increase is like $1,000,001 something, maybe up to $1,000,002 is a 3% increase. But just public safety alone increase is over 5. So we've taken, my understanding is based on our budget, we landed at a 3% increase. When we were presenting this budget, it came back to, we took the full 3, right? We don't have any dollars that we didn't take. Right. And as we see, we did not fund a lot. But again, it went back to public safety predominantly. And then a lot of and I guess this is more of a public, and I think council knows this, that we have a number of capital items that are funded out of enterprise funds, not general funds. They're enterprise funds, that's where that's coming from. But out of our increase, am I saying something inaccurate? I guess would be my question for you.
Not that I could find.
Okay.
No.
I just wanted the clarity that my understanding is correct, is because we've actually, our increases far exceed what our
Yes, Mayor.
Revenue.
Absolutely correct. We put a little more than 1% in the street budget, and the balance is in general fund. There is nothing supporting capital in the property taxes. There's nothing supporting capital in property tax.
So I would just say at this point, what we were charged as staff and Mayor, Vicki, was to bring you a balanced budget. And we did not take that lightly, because we really took serious consideration of what we could do. And you've heard me say it so many times, it's been a little awkward to be this late in negotiations in that budget. And they're still not done. So we'll have to figure out how we vote on a budget when they're not done. Hopefully they get done so we can vote on a budget. The only adjustment that I had communicated earlier was to go ahead, that was not included in this, was the adjustment that I had suggested to fund the IT position. And with that, we're presenting a balanced budget with considerable consideration. I guess the question, do you guys have any questions for me
I have,
as mayor or Vicki?
I have one to Vicki, Mayor.
Okay?
Just that I don't understand this, so please explain. When Tim Savonas got up, he talked about a capital-related balance of $528,000, and that the council would have to vote on that to give that to him. So do we already have that, or how does that go about?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you decide that you want to assign part of, or all, I suppose, of the fund balance that is available to the Idaho Center, because it is the Idaho Center's fund balance, for use in 2019 budget, that is not included in this budget.
Okay.
So we would simply add, I would simply add that to the capital budget for the Idaho Center. It's not there yet. So it would increase our numbers in this budget, and I'd add another $500,000 item. And that would deplete completely the Idaho Center's
Oh,
reserve.
that's what they have in there right now?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Completely deplete the Idaho Center's reserve.
So to be safe of giving him something to do with something, it's probably not a good idea. Am I right?
Well, if, alternatively, if you allow the use of the reserve, then the general fund becomes the reserve for the Idaho Center.
Oh, I see.
If
I
there's
see.
an emergency that occurs there, the city stands behind it. That's true of just about anything. But it's certainly true for the Idaho Center, as it's true for perhaps, as it's true for the Civic Center, as it's true for anything that occurs within our buildings. And potentially, as Michael draws attention to the depleting reserves in streets, that is also what will happen. As we don't allow a fund to grow, and we encourage, in this case, its depletion, then we must stand behind it with our own reserves. And that's one reason why I say, when we consider the use of general fund reserves, let's recognize that it must also stand behind other funds.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
Mayor, Vicki, on the reserve funds, are we getting some type of small return on those? What type of investment are we doing with it?
Well,
What's our, I realize interest rates are low, but what do we have then? Again, you have to grab them in a hurry, they can't be in a long
right.
term. So what?
Mayor and Council, thank you for that one, because I try on a monthly basis to give you a report of the investments. Quarterly, we give you the investment report that shows that Morton is our investment counselor, and they're holding something like $40 million for investments, and they give us a very good return on our investment there. And then we hold another portion of our total portfolio at the state with the LGIP. So we hold enough liquidity for sure, and then we allow Morton to invest our other funds. So we
can
pool
pull
that.
out those funds without a problem?
Sure.
Notice?
Sure.
So let me just follow up then with Tim then. Is this something that you don't want to touch at this point in time? You guys have done such a great job. If there's, if something else would have to go, if we're going to give you something as far as on this budget, but as far as from the reserve fund, what is your thoughts?
Well, respectfully, as operators of the venue, we're at your all's disposal. It would be our recommendation that that is a risky strategy. 3 years ago, we had $200,000 in that account. That's what got us into trouble. So if we have one bad year where we miss budget by 200, that's where it comes from. So for what it's worth, I understand that council will discuss and decide to do as you wish. However, it is intimidating to wipe out your savings account. For what it's worth.
Yeah.
We'll spend your money, though.
No, of course.
So with that said, Tim, that gives $0 for capital. So are we at a place, and I guess the question I have, are there urgent capital needs, very critical capital needs, that if it were a small, like 100,000, are there things that are very critical that need to be done? Because if we decide that we don't use anything, it gives you $0 for capital. So do you have a recommendation of what we should do there?
I don't have a recommendation. I understand the situation. I am not privy to any other budgets within the city other than my own. So I don't know where those things fall. I understand that the fund balance may be the only opportunity. I'm simply answering the question as an honest, responsible operator. Do we have urgent needs? Of course. Could you say today that what if we had 0? Okay, that tomorrow that could change. The year doesn't start for another 3-4 months. So it's certainly a tough predicament to be in. I am respectful of your process that you all must go through, and at the end of the day, we take what we take or don't take. We get what you desire. But I'm just trying to be very honest in that I'd hate to come back a year or two from now and, things out of our control happen.
Mayor, let me just say, I mean, what you've already announced, which I think all of us are aware, but your partners and so on, I mean, that's, they'll put up with it so long, but if we don't show that we want to partner with you and keep maintaining and keeping the Fort Idaho Center, then, our revenue's not gonna, of course, continue to go.
Right. I mean, that's a risk we take. That's, of course, a risk we take is, over a few years' time, there's been certain times where there's no investments or what have you. So, it doesn't take an expert to walk the facility and see some exposures, if you will.
Yeah, so hopefully the auditorium district, things like that, but I realize there again, that's not the immediate need, so hopefully we'll
I
take
wish
care
you
of
all
you.
luck. I understand it's a difficult situation.
Good questions, and thank you. Questions?
Madam Mayor, well, this is where we every year kind of bounce around and figure it out as we go, how to proceed. I have questions, maybe of Vicki, maybe of you, Madam Mayor, just to help me on the mayor and council budget. There was an excellent addition to your office in Colonel Bobby Sanchez, who's done great. Appreciate him very much. But I'm trying to figure out in the budget where he fits in here, because it doesn't look like we increased much. And I know there was something about he's doing other duties in another department, but if you could just walk us through, that would be good.
Just trying to find my budget. And I wasn't the one that worked on my budget real closely, so I can just tell you off the top of my head. So a percentage of Bobby's role is risk management, and which he needs to fill into more, which was the vacated position. And so that's how part of his position is actually funded. So there is a slight increase. The biggest increase, we've got a slight increase in wage, but the biggest increase is benefits, because we have there are now 4 people in that office versus 3 previously, so that's the biggest increase. And then there is, I believe there's some shared allocation to the communications manager position that is being funded through, am I wrong, Michael? Vicki can answer this question because she knows how these dollars are laying out. Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The largest reason for the increase in salaries between 2018, I forgot, I have a pointer here. Between 2018 here at 220 and 249 is because Mr. Sanchez's position is 100% in the mayor's office this year, as opposed to having part of it allocated last year to the workers' comp fund. So that's the primary reason for the increase there. And then there is only 18% of Ms. Bowman's position, the PIO, that is allocated to other, to engineering and to Public Works Administration. So, but the biggest reason for the increase, which is not very much, because there's still a 2% increase for the COLA that's incorporated in there, but the biggest reason for the increase is because Mr. Sanchez is 100% within the mayor's budget this year.
I have to say, Vicki, I'm trusting you that you got it all in there and that you've got it right, because it's.
Well, I have
yeah.
another report if you'd like to see it.
long
I
as
ran
it's-
another, one other copy that shows the allocation, if you'd like to see it.
I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this one shows that there's one full FTE and then 82% of Ms. Bowman. Okay? So 3.82%.
Got it?
Is that good?
Answers your questions? Okay.
And Madam Mayor, council members, I would hope that we get into some council discussion before we leave today and maybe take care of some matters.
It's really, go for it.
Okay, ready to go. Fellow council members, you see the, I don't know, about 25% increase or more in VRT. What are your thoughts on that? You know mine, I think.
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead.
I follow with your line of logic, and I agree with it, so I'll just pass that baton down. I don't think that they should get an increase of that amount.
Are you, what's specifically the suggestion? Not the same as last year, or no increase, or nothing at all, or
Very little or none.
As far as increase.
as far as increase? Or, yeah, okay, that's helpful. Okay.
We still have to maintain the funding because of the grant, or
Yeah.
the federal dollars that come back into the city. But the increase doesn't seem appropriate with the lack of ridership that we're experiencing or seeing. And there hasn't been justification provided to us, I don't believe.
If I could mention that in the presentation, the increase in the cost of Valley Ride is predominantly due to the increase in wages. Because the Canyon County, our Valley Ride, the ones that working in our market, their hourly rate was, I think it was like $9 an hour, maybe 11. They're moving them up to 13, and they're still $5 an hour below Ada County. So right now, what's happening with Valley Ride is that their dispatch operators are having to drive buses because they, in the low unemployment where we are, with a $5, and this increase gets us up to a $5 disparity instead of a greater disparity. And so, in order for us to have bus service at all, you have to have drivers. And they have to increase the wage of those drivers because of the disparity that we have. So at this point, we will be having to change routes. And I guess my greatest concern, and I understand, I think Rhonda did a good presentation, and I appreciated it because I felt like we got better data and better information than we've had. And we need to continue to get good information. And again, we presented the budget, and it includes this funding. The concern I have is that the people that are riding are our seniors, those that are low income and disabled. Because I know for years I watched the same individuals, and they're repeat riders. I know they couldn't separate out individual riders from repeat riders, but the riders that I saw walking by my office each day are people that don't have other transportation. And so to reduce the transportation, the other thing is with College of Western Idaho too, I think there's a great risk in reducing routes, and then what do you do when you can't, the funding levels are just unacceptable funding levels that they're trying to pay their drivers. And that's what most of this increase has to do with, paying appropriate wages to get drivers, with still a $5.
Mayor, are you saying that the wages have already gone up and we're being billed for it, or we have to?
They have to take them up, yes.
But, okay. The
I don't
services
know
are
if
still taking place right now, it's just they're saying they're having high turnover, but they're
Right.
not having to halt service because, And then what's the funding portion percentage we need to be at in order to apply for the grants? I think would maybe Michael help on that, because that was the question I asked during that presentation, was that we get lots of money back via grant money. If, I don't understand what compliance we need to be in order to get that grant money, or if we would not be able to apply for the grant money. I definitely want to save money, but if it ends up decreasing the amount of money,
That's a good
Michael,
question.
well, that's,
Thank you for asking.
well, Councilman Haverfield mentioned the same thing, so I have the same concern.
Mayor and council, we have 2 grants in this year's budget that are approved and going for construction. Let me make sure I got them. It's under streets, still got it streets.
Blaine and Midland is the one. In Hawk,
Right, yeah, it's the school safety at in Hawks for $579,000 total, 463 is grant. North Nampa Multimodal is 472,000 in grant that are approved for this year. But what the risk is, what I've heard, and I certainly can't speak for VRT on how they do things, but if the bus doesn't go by these grant projects or previous grant projects, then potentially the city would have to pay back whatever the grants that it had received. So the risk is if they reduce service beyond wherever the grant is tied to, because the way we get these VRT, they're Federal Transit Administration grants, they are connected to, they're typically bicycle and pedestrian grants that are connected to the bus route. And so we've used advantages for these to get hawk signals and sidewalks and ped ramps and things like that. There is what we've been able to focus on. We received over $1.5 million last year in grant dollars. And then we've got $1 million, over $1 million this year, and I think there's another $500,000 hanging out there that's in future years.
And I believe this budget increase is 95,000.
I would support, not this amount, but a smaller amount of an increase. The percentage is about a 25% increase. And I understand the increased wages, but if they're getting more than a 5% pay raise, when we're telling our employees they're only getting 2% pay raise and whatnot, and they're jumping, I understand we have no control over what their wages are, but if they're just getting the raise and we're being billed for it, a 5% increase over 310, which was last year, would be about 15,000. If a 5% increase, put it around 325 or 330.
We understand.
Not 401.
The wage increase is 20% of this is wages, and this has nothing to do with
No,
cost of
I'm
living.
hearing
It
that.
has to do
I'm
with
just having a tough time
alignment.
telling our city employees they get a 2% raise, but we're giving the bus drivers a 20% raise, so.
Because the bus drivers are driving at $9 an hour. Do we have any city employees hardly working at $9 an hour with not good benefits? That's the challenge, is they can't find drivers. So we risk.
Well, that's why I asked whether buses aren't running right now. I mean, I have sympathy for the bus drivers and what their wages are. We're setting a precedent that we're just being told what our contribution is, and those raises aren't even being negotiated by us while we're controlling cost of living increases for our employees. Obviously, I won't give details on police and fire contract, but I mean, they see bus drivers get a 20% raise and we just okay it and move on. It's just, it's just bad precedent. What is it next year and the year after and the year after and the year after? It's just, so I have the same concerns. I have compassion for the people riding mass, transit. I grew up as a kid riding it. I understand. My dad at times does it. At the same time, we've heard about this other program that's targeting people in communities on Saturday, and the demand for targeted transportation for at-risk community who needs transportation to get their prescriptions and stuff, and it seems like this program continues to grow. I'm not saying that it should be fully charity funded or whatnot, but the fact that they're meeting a need, I don't know. I have a problem with the 25% increase if there actually isn't a net increase in level of service. That's the problem I have. If we're saying that we're funding 25% more routes, then maybe that would be fair. But if you're saying it's the same level of service but a 25% increase in the budget, I have a problem with the precedent it sets for the following years. So that's just a philosophical concern that I have.
I have a question. So, Vicki, so if we don't take this increase from Valley Transit, can we use that money somewhere else?
sure that the money could be reassigned. You've heard today several places where it could go.
It's a matter of priority, isn't it?
Sure.
Pretty much.
Sure.
And I have to agree with my fellow councilman on that, so I do agree with, we need to put a hold on that and put this money where it's really needed somewhere else, more
Yep.
beneficial to our city.
Mayor Kling, I know that we're just in the early stages of trying to come up with some ideas and to banter back and forth with things here. I think from my standpoint, I'm sensitive to the fact that, sure, they have different wages that they need to pay, but as a small business owner, and I'm looking at how I deal with the same issues, I'm the one or my business is one of the ones that are helping to fund these increases. I'm a taxpayer that lives here in Nampa, but I'm also a business owner that these additional increases, it affects and it compounds. So when we're talking about VRT and well, even some of the negotiations that we've gone through with the unions, back in '05 to 10, I lost a considerable amount of money, but I kept my business going. I'm never going to recoup those dollars. The fact that, we going forward now, I'm trying to catch back up just like everybody else is. So these are sensitive issues. A 25% increase in VRT because their rates are going up to be competitive with others, I have very little sympathy for at times because I know how hard it is for me to keep my business going. And I know if I'm having the struggle and I'm trying to get caught back up, there's a lot of businesses that are in the same boat that I am. So I just don't see, this is just the first of many things that we can talk about, but to hold the hard line because their rates are trying to be competitive with Ada County, I'm just not there.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, their rates are not competitive with Ada County.
No.
With the increase, the wage per hour is $5 an hour less than Ada County with the increase. It's a 20% increase. The other piece of this, and I can't quantify exactly what it is, but a small piece of this is also the fact that Boise has been somewhat subsidizing some of our use. And Boise is saying, we're no longer going to subsidize Canyon County and Nampa in what we're doing. And so there comes a time that they're saying, guys, we're not going to carry you any longer. Nampa, you need to step up. We're not going to pay for your service. So the one thing I would say is we all have cars. Most of us have jobs and some retired, but we have the ability to get where we're going. This is a significant impact to those that are low income, that don't have an ability to get where they need to go in our community. Some of our disabled people, some of our citizens, it's a big thing. And so just let it be known that there is a risk to funding. And that the investment, the additional $95,000 is a fraction of the grant dollars that we get. So if we compromise one $400,000 grant, just know that there's a likelihood. So I just want it to be said that I understand the stewardship and I understand it, but boy, there's a risk with it. And I feel for those that have no ability to get where they need to go.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that's why I inquired about what the risk was. It's still not clear to me what the percentage of funding needs to be before we don't apply for those grants. I'm not trying to game the system. And I think I'm being reasonable. I'm not saying no increase whatsoever. I'm just saying, actually, I did the math. It's a 29% increase because it was 310, 899, and now it's proposed at 401, 820. That's a $90,000 increase over the 380. So it's 29 or 310. So it's a 29% increase in one budget item. And we have the new line item, which is the mental health facility, which I'm glad we're funding that. And that came in lower than anticipated. Vicki said at 9,000. That's not going away. That's going to come back next year. I'm just concerned about the I get that we get the grant funding. That's just how it works, whether it's efficient or not. And you almost feel like you're tied to having to just say yes to whatever you're asked for here. But I support what I think is a reasonable increase in Valley Ride. If they're increasing the level of service and more routes, and that's what we're paying for, then at least it's being quantified as this is what you're paying for. If it's just a 29% increase that's realized in wages without an increase in level of service, like I said, I support maybe a 5 to 10% increase, but not a 30% increase, knowing that the mental health facility, they're gonna want more money next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, in the Gen Gov request. And I get that there's needs in our community, and I just, I would either pass that savings on to the taxpayers or fund one of the 50 things that we're saying no to in the budget. I see all these things not funded, not funded, not funded. And I know that, I mean, these are tough decisions, but again, it's just weighing needs and having scarcity of resources. But I was just, Councilman Skog started the conversation, I just chiming in, so.
Well,
Want to hear from everybody? I usually don't like to talk when I'm a little tired. I say some things I probably shouldn't say.
4 o'clock in the afternoon, for
Yeah,
Pete's sake.
I know, I did no excuse.
It's not 4 in the morning.
That's my choice for only
Oh, I worry.
5 hours last night, so. Anyway, I think most people that I've talked to, if tomorrow, if we had a replacement program, I ride, in my opinion, is the most efficient entity this city has.
The most what?
Inefficient.
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 I'd get rid of it tomorrow. They are an entitlement program. Our feet are to the fire because of the federal grant money, and I just get sick and tired of it. And so I just wish we had I want to take care of these folks. And I don't know, maybe it's like with what's happening on Saturdays. If we just don't do something, maybe us, our great citizens of Napa will, and us included up here, will start, taking care of these folks in a different way. Whether it's their churches or nonprofits or whatever the case is. But they're not an efficient program, and they just keep coming back. I realize they're just not Napa. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't fund them at all, but I think we have to. But I'm also in favor of not giving them a full funding offer that they're having. And hopefully by next year, somehow we can come up with something that's going to replace them. And so I'll probably be this is being recorded, I'll probably be in trouble and hear from a lot of people, but that's just how I feel, so. Anyway, I would not vote for the full increase if you want to do a 5% like Councilman Hogaboom or something like that, then I'd be okay with it.
Personally, I could justify a 5% increase as well, 2%, which would match the employee rate increases that we're seeing in Napa, the 3%. Beyond that would be for the gas additional costs that they can justify, but I would be okay with a 5% increase as well. So that's about $15,000.
You want to make a motion?
Are we going to do it that way?
We can get some things out of the way.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we fund an increase to Valley Regional Transit of 5% over last year's $310,899.
Second?
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I would ask, is that for the dues as well as for, is that for both parts?
He was only addressing the one part, I believe.
Okay.
So we do need to talk about the dues.
I wasn't speaking to the dues. I understand that those are hard costs. So I have no problem with, that's an increase of 40,000 to, I have a problem with 43,000. That's not,
It's actually, I think, a $5,000 increase.
it's about a $3,000 increase over 4, so I don't have a problem with that. It's under the property tax portion that was in that large line item. So I guess you would do the math. If the motion was 5% of last year's appropriation at 310,899.
It's actually a $5,000 increase. It goes from 35 to 40, and I'm using round numbers. I'm not doing the dollars. But a question that I have is, if we choose not to pay our dues, I'm not sure what that does to our membership.
Oh, I don't have a problem with paying the dues. The Valley
So you're saying,
Ride Regional Trans Agency dues, the line item is $40,686.
right,
Yeah, that's not, my motion was dealing with the object code 5527 under the property tax portion.
Mayor and council, if I may, please make a note. 5527 is property tax up above. I don't even know what that line item is
It's
for, and it
5493.
is
Yeah.
zeroed out. There
Yeah.
is nothing relative to that in the budget.
I believe the line item is 5493.
Yeah,
Further down.
I'm thinking under the top subheading.
It has, it's nothing, there's nothing in Gen Gov relative to property tax.
Okay.
So please don't connect it with anything that you've just done or will do.
So are we saving money or not saving money?
Well, of course, we're saving money, it's just
Okay,
not property
who's
tax.
saving the money?
Well, it's an expense, it's just not property tax unless you decide you want to apply it to
Yes.
the
Okay.
property tax.
All
It's
right.
just not there.
Thank you.
Madam
These
Mayor-
are expenses, not revenues, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, we have before denied the dues increase, just so you know, and the sky didn't fall through.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Question, Mayor. So are these, the 40,686, is that an increase this year, or was it the same as last year?
It's a $5,000 increase
5,000, okay,
over last
okay.
year.
'Cause I don't see that increase.
Well, it's in this packet
Is
that
it?
she gave you in the next page.
Oh, I see, okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got it.
And thanks for the clarification. of it. It's a $5,000 increase over last year. I still don't have a problem with the dues. It's
35,
it's the operational portion of it.
So, did you make a motion?
No, I didn't.
I thought I heard you say you made a motion.
Oh, I didn't make, I expressed a motion. That's-
With an E or?
Yes.
An E motion?
Just like a motion.
Yeah.
So we,
I have a question, Madam Mayor. I don't know what Treasure Valley Partnership is completely, or why the cost, or just need an enlightenment on that.
Treasure Valley Partnership is that is the mayors across the Treasure Valley that meet on a monthly basis. And part of those dues, and actually, the 2018 dues for Treasure Valley Partnership were $12,955. They've gone down this year to $9,000. So it's a $3,000 almost decrease. And I don't know if Chief Huff could speak to this more than I, but there is they are funding a federal, the dollars go towards, it's a public safety issue, and it's convicting. I don't know if either of you, Brad, can speak to this, and I don't have the document with me. It was begun sometime before, and it's funding an actual federal position that's helping fight. It's a position that all the mayors are funding together. And I'm sorry, I can't speak to it. I could get that information for you tomorrow, but it's actually a $3,000 a year decrease in dues, not an increase.
I just don't know what it is, would like to know. So
Yeah, it's something that we've been a part of for the last number of years. It's not new, and it is less than it has been in the past, but I'd be happy to get that document and express to you the information regarding that particular funding. I can bring it tomorrow.
are we doing these individually?
we can, we don't have to.
Mayor Kling, I'll go ahead and make a motion since there's no change in the Buy Idaho, that we authorize that amount of $185.
Well,
Do you-
I'll second, so we can have discussion.
Okay.
Could we do kind of bigger chunks than that? That might be wise, I don't know. Thank
I
you,
wasn't
Bruce.
sure if that was a real motion or being sarcastic.
That was a very safe
Yeah.
thing to do, Randy.
Yeah,
That's a
very
good
safe.
idea, yeah.
Your neck out there.
You are the
It's
mayor.
on record
risk.
now.
Are we gonna be here till the next council meeting, or what's the plan?
Hey, there's a motion on the table and a second. Call for the vote. Then we can look at bigger items.
Okay, roll call. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
By Idaho will greatly appreciate you, Randy.
Can you match
No,
that?
Sandy will.
I want it in paper tomorrow.
Northwest
Oh, she's
Architecture
not
will
here.
match that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
That was a-
already given away my fees.
Okay, so are there other areas that we would want to focus on?
There are, but I don't want to lead the charge every time any other things other council members want to start off with. I have a list.
Mayor Kling, a question. These increases for Compass, for AIC, are minor increases, it appears. Are they just regular due increases that we're just seeing
Yeah.
because of inflation?
Yeah, across the board, it's just what they've come through with their increase in dues. Vicki?
Mayor and council, the AIC dues is always based on population, so
Oh, okay.
halt that, you got it fixed.
So, Council, Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion that we, what is the term, I guess, accept the amounts listed for fiscal year 19, Compass dues, the VRT, the AIC,
Treasure Valley Partnership?
okay, and Treasure Valley Partnership, even though we don't know what it is.
You mean on the dues on Valley Ride?
Didn't I say that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Treasure Valley Partnership actually went down, whatever.
right, it went down. And we already passed by Idaho, so we're good there.
I'll second that big one.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Scott.
Yes.
Okay.
And for Gen Gov, then we have these others under property tax 5527.
Actually, it's under contractual services. The information is underneath the,
Oh, got it.
the listing for those object code 5630. It's contractual services.
Got it. So we've made one adjustment, so with our Valley Ride adjustment, I'd move for approval of the others.
Second, in clarification, the total amount, it appears that Valley Ride will be receiving is about $325,000. Is that correct? So that would be a net savings in that line item of about $76,000. Is that correct, Vicki?
She's doing the math.
Mayor and council, what did you say was the savings? It's a contest. Tell me your
Okay.
number and I'll tell you mine.
Well, the amount that was originally requested was 401,820. Last year's amount was 310. We asked for, or we authorized a 5% increase, which is about 15,000. So the net difference is about, per my calculations, about $76,000 of savings.
75,376.
Pretty close. Thank you.
Very good.
All right.
Vicki, could you give us the actual dollar amount that we would, so that we can approve a real dollar amount, and then give us the new number for contractual services total?
Thank you.
I have 326,443.95 cents.
320,
Oh, yeah.
oh, that was good. So 326,444. Wow. For a total in this particular,
Well, it's 5 cents more than technically I approved, but that's okay.
We're rounding.
We don't do cents, okay. All right, we round
Missed a
it.
nickel.
So that's fine.
so if we're approving contractual services as a whole, that new dollar amount will be?
360, the
The
contractual?
contractual services, we're voting on that entire segment.
Oh, I thought you were voting on all of Gen Gov.
We've been doing it in segments.
So I think, yeah, the Valley Ride, we just wanted a number. If I wanna speak on-
326,444.
Yeah, and then animal shelter, economic incentive, strategic planning, and the mental health facility. It all remain the same as listed.
Yes, they would.
Sorry. It's not getting late. It's just been a long day. I forgot was there a motion? I'm sorry if I'm taking a turn.
And we're in discussion.
Did someone
So we-
second? Yeah, all right,
Yes.
well.
So
call
we
for the
can
vote
move
with
to
the new
roll
numbers.
call, as long as you guys don't care if you see the actual new number on that line item, and that the 590 will now be $575,000 less than that, right?
That's what I had too.
Right.
So the actual savings is $75,376.
And 5 cents.
Okay, so are you guys,
I'm sorry, Mayor and council, it's 515,444.
thank you. Okay. If there isn't any further discussion, roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Mayor, council, if you can communicate to VRT, just, again, this is a reasonable increase. If they can cap what the increases are for future asks, I think that would be reasonable for the city. So again, I know it's already been motioned and passed. It's hard for us to plan when they're asking for 29% more. We're not giving that to any other area in the city, so.
What they were trying to do was catch up on the lack of funding for the last several years. And so at that, I'm just going to tell them what we've approved and leave it at that.
Yeah, we just approve a bond, and there's a lot of stuff going on in the city, so.
Okay. So quick question, just for clarification. Under Gen Gov, there's only one other little tiny expense in there of $697. And since we didn't approve it as a whole, should we just get that one line item out of the way?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
So just for clarity, I think Gen Gov is done. Have we missed anything? Okay, so that one's done.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I hereby move that we approve the mayor and council budget as presented.
Second.
Is there discussion? Roll
Thanks.
call?
I just want to commend your staff. I know we're not here to, trying to get stuff done, but Bobby, you're doing a great job. Claire did a great job. I know she left yesterday, and Amy Bowman is a rock star. She did a great job, especially on that bond. So your office has been serving the city well. So yeah, absolutely support this motion.
I do too.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes. And
Good, go ahead.
looks like Vicky's ready to talk. No? I'm just going to clarify some things that I have on a list, and we can go through this. The fuel station, it's $300,000 in various areas. I don't think, given the risk, it's a low risk to have an event longer than 4 hours of total city shutdown. And we have other priorities for those funds. So I would move to not fund the fuel station as proposed in whatever the total amount is. I think it's about 300,000.
Second.
So on the discussion, because that's something that I feel strongly about, I just want to say, out of the general fund, it's 225,000, so it's not the full 300, because 75,000 of that is allocated to various areas. I'm just going to state for public knowledge, I have spent years in the safety and security side nationally, and started the first academy for venue safety and security across the nation, funded through the Department of Homeland Security, and I've spent a lot of time working on emergency preparedness. And I feel very strongly that it is a responsibility of a city to be prepared for emergencies. I've worked with mega shelters and hurricanes and cities, and I tell you what, those that have generators are the ones that are okay. When you have a hurricane hit, you cannot get something when you've got an emergency happening. You have to be prepared in advance. And I don't feel like it's wise of us as a city to not be prepared for our citizens in the event of something that is catastrophic. And if you wait till it happens, it's too late. So, and with a 10-year ROI, that's a little bit long, but there is a return on investment. And so I feel very strongly about it, but so publicly, that's my position on that, because I feel like it's a big safety, it's a public safety issue.
If I may, and follow up, for the overall budget, and this is my 5th time, and it doesn't make me an expert by any means, but it's kind of like I go to the store with my daughters when they're teenagers, and they tell me I can save 30% on all these nice shoes, and I tell them I can save 100% if I don't spend it. So at some point, we have to say no to the things that even save us money in a single year, and this is one of those.
Discussion. I'm conflicted on this one because if we were to swap, I think the alignments, I'd like to look at the numbers of how many alignments are being done, because there's an ask for alignment and balance thing, and I'd like to support them. I just don't know if all of that should be supported in this year, whether or not something should be pushed back to next year. So but the motion is to not fund that in this next fiscal year. And some of that money was coming out of enterprise fund, and then general fund contribution was 225. Is that correct?
I believe it was 220. It came out of capital, not general fund, but the capital side was 225 out of our capital
Has this
fund.
been a reoccurring ask? Has there been an ask in previous years for the sake of emergency?
Well, it's a discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, I might, again, when the Mercy Hospital burned down, that kind of brought to attention the fact that we didn't have any means of transporting fuel, and that there wasn't any reserves sitting on site someplace that we could draw upon. My thoughts have been, and I didn't mention it earlier, is that a tanker truck, like a rail line tanker truck, could be a reservoir for fuel for a lot less money than what we're talking about spending here. I mean, there could be other ways to look at trying to capture a storage location. This is just, when we start looking at all the dollars that we're asking the taxpayer to come up with for rate increases, budget increases, I think there has to be a point where we just can't give everything right now. And so this is one of those that can be deferred a year or can be looked at differently. So that's just my personal opinion.
And we do have some reserves.
Yes.
Is there a funding mechanism to fund it with the savings? Because it does have a 10-year ROI, so it's actually, we do buy gas, so the option isn't to say no to buying gas. Is there some sort of mechanism where you pay for it over 10 years? And if we're saving $30,000 a year, so in that sense, the savings actually paying for it, and it doesn't cost the taxpayers anything, if you're following me, how you would do sort of debt service. But that would require a bond of some sort, even if it's a vote, a public vote for something that's $225,000 from the general budget? Vicki's.
Well, and then we would add to the cost by paying interest on something that
Well, it would cost us less than appropriating $300,000 and recouping it. So if we were actually able to pay for it, if we were able to appropriate, if there was actually a $30,000 reduction each year that was being used and then appropriated for that, I would support some sort of set aside. Maybe that, we could talk about that, where so much money is set aside over several years, and then once it accrues to an amount, then it funds that, sort of like Tyler Project and other things have gotten funded, from what I understand, if there was an idea. So there's some mention of, I want to try to find a creative way to not say no to something, because we do have to buy gas. That's not an option, at least right now. And if we can save money and be prepared for an emergency, as the mayor expressed, I want to find a creative way to do it, and not defer that. But if there's, I'm open to suggestions from the council. If there's institutional knowledge in this room that can suggest an idea before I vote on this motion, I'd be open to hearing a creative idea.
That is, Councilman Holcomb, that is a creative idea, but you could add an additional motion after we pass this one, if you like, or not, after we vote on this.
But it had to come from this budget, whatever you want to reserve, right?
For this year.
For this year, right?
Yeah, but you would actually have to realize the savings by actually building the fuel site. Does that make sense? You're not realizing the savings until it's built, so you actually have to front the money somehow in order to then
Well,
save the
Commissioner,
money.
I offered an idea that would give a fuel reserve or storage capability that would just be a vehicle that would be brought on site. Now, whether that's a leased vehicle or a purchased tank, I don't know what they hold, but they hold quite a bit of fuel. That's just an idea that could be explored later on. Right now, what's on the table is something altogether different, and that's, the motion and the vote is what we're calling for on that item, but we can always revisit it, maybe even out of a different funding source and looking at it, but.
So we can maybe have a conversation tomorrow about trying to find creative ways to meet some of these needs over the future then?
Certainly.
Okay.
Well, Mayor Kling, I think I'm going to go back again to our priorities of what this budget year and next year has to do. And I think it's a brilliant idea. I think Doug has saved us, the city of Nampa, a lot of money on his programs and in computer software that we've made for him. So I believe in Doug and his idea, but is it the right time right now? Boy, we're tight and we got to make it tighter. And so I'm sorry, I just can't go with this one. Maybe down the road with Councilman Hogaboom's idea, maybe that's a good idea. But what hit it on the nose for me was what Councilman Haverfield said. We have already been asking the citizens to do so much, and sometimes we just got to say no. That's my stand.
And it might not be just a no, but it may be in a while.
Yes, yes.
So I have a question for clarity, and I just want it on the record. How many hours can we run our generators with our current fuel that we have available? And I'm talking to provide water to our citizens and the wastewater to where we don't get into an environmental problem.
Mayor, Council, the city has 38 backup generators throughout the area. Each generator has its own fuel capacity. I have a chart that I built that shows the run times at maximum generator output. I could provide that to you. I do not have that with me today.
Okay. So it's been my understanding it's between 24 and 48 hours.
For the wastewater plant, it's that the generators that run the wastewater plant, that's correct.
Okay.
That's one set of generators in one area.
Okay, and then our domestic water provision, just so that we understand. So do we run off of wells and generators at those wells to provide domestic water to our citizens? Would that be correct?
I know that the wells have generators on site. I think they exercise them every Monday, I believe. As far as how often they're actually used to supply water in real time, I don't know.
Okay. Michael, can you answer that question?
Well, yeah, they're all main power-based.
They're main power-based.
They don't use generators unless it's emergency.
Right. Okay, but the fuel that we have to run those generators to provide water to our citizens, I'm curious how long we can provide water to our citizens based on our current fuel that we have available.
Every generator, there's a tank. I don't know how much.
Mayor and Council, I have all that information documented. I can bring it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to have that of record. I think it's very important for our citizens to know what we have the capability of providing them with as we make a decision that we're not going to fund emergency fuel for them.
We have some emergency fuel. Call for the vote.
Oh, one more discussion item, so, Mayor, Doug, I guess is the question then, so if we voted in favor of this, how long would this give us?
The fuel site?
Fuel site.
Again, I'd have to calculate generator run times if we're talking specifically about the generators. The idea being that the fuel site would primarily supply fuel to our vehicles. And they would run approximately a month with
So we're talking about from a 48 hours to a month difference approximately.
If the tanks were full. Now, we have to base our emergency response on the fact that we would let the tanks get to a minimum level. So at the minimum level of the fuel tank, probably 3 or 4 days, assuming that we don't keep the tanks full all the time.
Which wouldn't be the normal operating procedure for them.
No,
because
we would
it would be our
calculate a
new fuel
reserve
station.
level.
Yeah.
If we have a 10,000 gallon unleaded tank, we'd probably let it get down to 5,000 gallons before refilling it. So whatever the 5,000 gallons would let us run on.
So it could vary,
It could vary, correct.
depending on whatever happened catastrophically or, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So it provides not only the generators, but it also provides our emergency service vehicles, fire trucks, police cars, to have access to fuel if there's an emergency.
Correct, and I believe that would be the primary mission for
Both.
the fuel site, being that the generators do have backup fuel on site at each generator. I think the primary use would be emergency vehicles versus generators.
Thank
I
you.
just want to say, it's a great idea. I'm likely going to deny it in this request, but it's a great plan. I don't want you to be discouraged. I think Yeah, we're still paying down that public safety building, the library. We just passed a new bond, and the GO bond hasn't expired. So I think in the future forecasts, we'll be able to try to check off some of these boxes on the wish list, but definitely keep it on for next year. Yeah.
And pray harder this year.
Well, you know, there might be a creative use for a water tower that's going to be vacant pretty soon. That'll hold some fuel.
That's a great idea. Call for the vote.
Is there any other further discussion? If not, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure there's an additional list. Who would like to go next?
Do we have to make a motion to extend past 4:30?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm okay till 5, and then I got to get in softball mode at 5.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to get through as much as we can with
All right.
Councilman
Right. Yes.
or Haverfield here.
Yeah.
Do we want to take on the police department?
Take them on, like, take them on?
No, we'll lose.
Not directly.
Well, he's asleep, he's not worried. No, do we want to address the police department now and get them over with? Or shall we wait for,
I think we need to wait, right? I think there's still
Do we?
numbers that need to be approved by their association, unless you're talking about
I
just the
think-
funding of the officers
Right,
portion? Okay,
right.
sorry, yeah.
right?
Well,
Right, Vicki, you've got that all included in, just in case, correct?
Mayor and council, depends on what you're talking about. All of the negotiation effort is, or proposal is included. If you're talking about officers, that's not a part of negotiation, that's part
Right,
of,
that's what I'm referring to, is officers.
that's a part of management
Okay, that's
prerogative.
the sixth, correct?
That's a part of management.
Okay, okay.
That's not a part of negotiation as far as I'm aware.
so I have a question, though. So, needless to say, I guess I would prefer to see us just approve a whole budget for a department. And the question, Councilman Rodriguez, that you're bringing forth, I don't think it'll even be resolved tomorrow.
Oh, really?
No, so,
Oh, okay.
Or fire.
No,
or fire.
Right.
So I guess the question would be at this time, since we're talking about it, how are we going to proceed on police and fire when we still have negotiations that are not completed?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, historically, this is a common thing that we don't have the contract yet at the time we have to set the budget, and we go ahead as best we can.
So we would go as proposed, we would just move forward with the budget as proposed?
Just to
Okay.
fund the positions, as stated.
Well,
No, it'd be the entire,
Positions in capital.
yeah.
Yeah.
You want to break?
Well, I'll make that motion.
uh,
What do you think of that? Make it easy.
what's the motion?
To fund the Napa Police Department's request of, what is it, 6 officers?
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Criminalist.
Criminalist
Criminalist.
and, yes,
2 part-time to full-time?
yes.
And you doing the vehicles too?
Debt comes with impact fees, does it?
Not this.
Is that included in this one?
No.
That's in fleet.
separate.
Separate? Okay.
That's in addition to these vehicles.
Okay, well, somebody, I missed my notes up here. I will request that we pass the proposals by Chief Huff on his needed officers and line staff. How's that? Is that good enough?
Oh, no, legal's not here. Sounds okay to me, but I don't know.
Joe?
So basically, for clarity, it would be the Form 10s that were proposed as funded. You are moving that we accept the Form 10s as proposed. Would that be a correct?
And actually, I shut my computer off, I can't
Statement?
say it for sure, but,
I can give you hard copies. Do you need to?
no, if you can clarify, Mayor, that's what I will stick to, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so currently, It was request 1, new officer position, October 1st. Request 2, new police officer position, October 1st. A third position, October 1st. A fourth police officer position, October 1st. The fifth position is a new criminalist position. The sixth position is a new officer hired. This particular one says April 1. What I have, Vicki, I don't know if that's correct.
I have 2 for April 1st.
I have 2 for April 1st also.
Right.
They are funded to start
October 1st.
October 1. They're funded to start October 1. You know, I realize I changed it in the summary, but not in this one. So they're funded
Right.
October 1.
Okay.
Oh, I
And then
see. Okay.
request 7 reflects funded, new police officer position hired mid-year. And then we have a part-time police assistant position moving to full-time. We have a increase of part-time police assistant, request 9, which is to full-time. And then that's the extent. So according to what is in the Form 10s, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I see 9 requests. 6 of them are officers that are full-time funded October 1, and the remaining positions are the police assistant, the criminalist, and a second police assistant that is moving from part-time to full-time. Is that correct?
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes, sir.
before you make that motion, may I make a statement?
Well, he does have a motion on the table.
Do you have your motion out?
That was
He
the
did.
motion that she explained.
Yeah, I have the motion out already.
Is there a second?
I'll second for a second.
Or just, okay, so
Discussion.
discussion.
Okay. We're all for public safety. This is the most generous package to the police department, given in light of our budget numbers that are available. But looking at the negotiations and what's happening there, I think there's reason to do 1 less police officer at this time. That could be used in maybe fire or other personnel. So I would support the 5 new officers, but not 6.
I would concur with that.
What would you think about keeping the 6
Let's go 4.
full-time officers and do away with one of the other positions, the assistant, police assistant, or the part-timer staying part-time?
Well, I think with some restructuring, Councilman Rodriguez, that we're going to have more feet on the street already, and that's why my thinking is 1 less police officer, new police officer.
I see.
That's what we're hoping for.
That's what we're hoping for. I'm okay with that.
Mayor,
Withdraw-
excuse me.
Well,
So this is
hold on.
discussion
Let me hear
time,
more
and
discussion
Sandy
first,
has
all right?
the floor.
Thank you. My concern with that, and perhaps you could shed a little bit of light of that, Councilman Skog, is I see where you're going with that, but because the negotiation hasn't been accepted, could that all of a sudden be kind of the downfall or the detriment to them accepting?
It could make a change, yeah.
Accepting 6.
That's the
good,
danger the
too.
mayor talks about, or the uncertainty about not having things done at budget time within the unions, but that's where we are, and that's the usual thing, unfortunately.
And my other comment would be that when the survey was done of our community, public safety and infrastructure were their big pulls or the things that they wanted us to set as a priority. So I'm kind of trying to weigh that back and forth.
And I would have a subsequent motion later to help fire with that.
I'd like to speak to that for just a moment, and I appreciate your interest in supporting fire. In my discussions, and Chief Roberts, I would appreciate any comments here if I'm not correct here, but the next year's positions, 3 positions, the reason you add 3 positions, it has to do with shifts, that when you're staffing, if you need to add a position to, let's say, a truck, I always forget the name of the vehicle we need, the Quint. Okay, so the Quint, we have to add another position to that Quint. That's 3 shifts, 3 positions. So could you speak to the benefit of one additional position. I know this kind of pits you guys a little bit, but one position versus the needed 3 for the vehicle that we have to fund next year.
I will specifically state what position we're in. Yeah, it is difficult because I don't want to take anything from the police department. I think they've, done their due diligence. For us, the one that we're getting, or potentially getting, that just evens our shifts out to 26. And so for now, that works. Now, for the other 3 positions, what that helps us is we won't have the apparatus to put that. I mean, we can always use 3 people now, which we've always suggested, but that we don't have the apparatus to put them on until we take delivery of that, and that would not be until the next budget year. And so the one person outside now, an administrative assistant, that would be great. As an additional firefighter, that leaves us at an odd position. So what I would say is if I had to do with an administrative assistant, I would say, yes, we could use that right away. But to have just one additional firefighter beyond what we've requested, I think the timing's right that we have 3 the following year. And that would be, instead of 3 on an aerial unit, or on a regular engine, we staff that with 3. And when we add that additional aerial unit, we're going to take the engine, them off of the engine and install the Quint, which is an aerial unit, and add that 4th person, and that will be the staffing just like a truck. So that would be my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with
You wanna
that,
put a
Councilman Rodriguez, would you consider withdrawing or changing that motion?
I'm going to continue with that motion,
Which is?
which is continue with the 5 full officers and the support staff.
5?
The motion was
6, I'm sorry, 6.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
seconded for discussion because
Yeah.
you wanted to. Are
Sorry.
you saying you support the 6? Or
Yes, support the 6. And not going to not going to the fire department.
Well,
How's
that's
that?
not, that's not part of what I'm asking.
Okay, I know, all right.
She made
I know.
reference to it. You've been
Yeah, I'm
alluding
sorry, but I had to tell
throughout
you,
the
but-
day.
Anyway, there it is.
Yeah, I think saying no to the VRT and saying no to the fuel station, money saved in the police, I think we'll stick with the 6 and then reexamine next year how the staffing works. So I'm going to, stick with the motions on the floor, so I won't retract.
So you seconded the motion?
Yeah, I already did,
Okay.
so we can discuss.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Darrell, do you have anything you'd like to share?
No, I'll speak.
No questions,
Fire,
comments?
I'll speak to fire later. Just go ahead and call for
Okay.
the vote. Yeah.
The only other item I would add is, again, I think going to 5, knowing that we might have more boots on the street as a part of the negotiation process, only makes sense to me. So I'm still going to support 5, not the 6.
Now I'll take that back, because a year from now, we'll know whether we have more boots on the street, right? I mean, and then we can go ahead, and there's gonna be more requests for more officers in 20. So what my point is, this will affect them right now, they can get them trained, et cetera. And if we need to cut back or just, talk with the chief and so on about that, less than what they would maybe desire next year, I think that, then we'll know what's happening. So I will support the 6 also at this point in time.
Call for vote.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes?
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
I'm going to vote no.
Skog?
No.
Trying to save tax dollars.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, so that was the staffing for the police department. So what is the wish of the council as far as moving to something else at this time?
Mayor Kling, that was Form 10 items. Did that also include the Form 50s?
It did not.
Okay.
That was just the Form 10s.
All right.
Is there any reason we can't move on to the rest of the police budget then?
Right.
Oh. I'll move that we approve the remainder of the police budget as presented.
Second?
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Should we at this time move to fire? As long as we're on public safety and it's before 5.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Okay. Would you like to, Bruce, share your thoughts?
Oh, I think you've gotten my hint that I really want a fire administrator. We're still working on other parts of the budget. And when Quinty Eskimo gets here, I think they're gonna call it that, I think that's when the time to get the 3. So I'm not arguing for another firefighter now, but that fire administrator is needed. But I don't know with VRT savings in the fuel station, that we can do that, except VRT would be ongoing. Vicki, with that money that we saved, is that possible for personnel or not?
Mayor and council, the VRT money is in general fund, but the fuel station is in the capital fund. So you can do something that would be delightful in the capital fund, but it's not for personnel. It's in a different fund altogether.
And VRT again?
VRT is in the general fund, and you can do something for personnel in the general fund in the firemen's, for firemen if you, or for a position in the general fund.
And I believe that the savings actually funds the position. Let's clarify that, but I believe the $75,000 savings
For 1 year. Yeah.
for 1 year, I mean, this is an ongoing position, but I believe it does fund that position. It's just, it's a 1-year expense.
Oh, you mean the 220 versus the part of the,
The VRT savings that comes out of Gen Gov was $75,000 savings, or 76. And that could be, those savings could be allocated then over to the fire admin position.
right, yeah. that's
Correct.
a personnel.
That's the answer to his question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I don't have any other issues with the fire budget as presented. I'll tell you, those guys know how to crunch the numbers, and I know the mayor likes that budget. She presented it to us. So I would move to approve the fire budget as presented with the addition of the fire administrator, Form 10 that they asked for, which is approximately another $54,000. And thinking we're using some of that VRT money for that position for fire.
I'll second. Oh, Darrell.
Done, man.
Discussion?
What, I'm lost in my notes. Can you, what page is it on again? I just need to, I need to see it. before I vote.
189.
What's that?
Which one do you want to see? So, well, I'm sorry.
It's a not funded item, correct? Because it was,
It was a non-funded, put Victor down.
I'm sorry, it's been seconded. I'm discussing with the mayor. I just need to see it.
Sidebar.
So-
Yeah.
Okay.
She's showing me her paper.
I won't talk to him, I'll just show him as you did.
Yeah.
So 59517, is that the position, Councilman Skog?
That is the position.
You got anything else?
It was the unfunded one.
It's the unfunded 59,000.
59517.
That is it right there. Yeah.
Okay,
We good?
yeah, I saw it.
So we're up for a vote.
Vote?
Okay, are we, any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
See smiles in the audience.
It's like Christmas out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody.
How about Parks and Rec? How about Parks and Rec?
Sure. Got any ideas?
I'm okay with everything as presented, if you wanted.
Well, we had that, and I understand why Parks and Rec has not maybe approached Councilman Haverfield. It's like approaching a doctor on the panel saying we want a free.
Oh, that $25,000
Yeah.
architectural cost?
I'm not ready to approve that part.
Well, you just did $185.
But,
Councilman, oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Well, it should be budgeted.
Councilman Haverfield has saved us $100,000 approximately with Parks and Rec before by volunteering his services. He's done that again graciously. He's a better man than me. And that would take $25,000 off the budget, which maybe we could do the power upgrades in Parks and Shop at $14,560 instead, in its place. And with the understanding that he's gonna follow through, and
Oh, Darren's saying
that won't work?
different funds?
Oh,
They're different funds,
Still a savings.
And the,
Well,
and
we'll
the
just
power
say
upgrade
budget.
has actually been resolved
okay.
somewhat. Yeah, it's not really needed at this time.
So if you take, Darren, if I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
if we take that $25,000 out, is something small we can use that you didn't get?
Give it to Brant's Park.
So,
You have to spend it.
Mayor and Councilman, simply that is out of the rec center. If you would want to take that out, you could just take it out, and it just saves our fund balance.
Okay.
So I wouldn't move it anywhere else, so just take it out.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Sandy?
do we necessarily have to spend it?
No, and that's what he just said. We'll take it out and leave the funds in the fund balance. Yeah, it's wise.
One of the things I'd like us to consider as we're going through and improving things is, are we trying, I understand the situation with fire and police and the negotiations there, but are we trying to spend the money because we saved some money somewhere, or are we trying to actually save our taxpayers' money in the end?
One comment on many of the parks, depending on which fund we're talking about, some of them, it's like this is the rec center fund, some of it's the golf fund, so it depends on which fund we're referring to.
I'm just speaking in general. For instance, I know the rec center, they're self-funded, and I understand that, and I very much appreciate it. But I'm just talking about in the end, when we're saving, for instance, we didn't fund BRT for their request. Do we necessarily have to find a place to spend that money, or do we save our taxpayers that money? It's just a general statement.
Good statement.
Following.
Ready to make a motion, Rick?
So, there's,
Is there a motion on the table?
I brought up Parks and Rec. I thought that there was nothing I objected to. If remove the 25,000, is that, I'm trying to find that specific line item again. Is it in here or the presentation?
It's under the rec center. So under
Yeah.
Parks and Rec, you've got the rec center budget, and this would be the rec center budget, and a form.
Okay, I'll, hold on. If someone else is ready to fire away with something else, proceed. I'll get my info together on Parks and Rec.
okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. My apologies.
He needs to find that line item.
I think Councilman Bruner wanted to go through a little more on Parks and Rec and look at it tomorrow, I think.
Well, I know, I'm just looking at, I was gonna look at some other things, and I still will, but not, Parks and Rec, I'm okay with, so as long as it says, because they're impact fees, these are, they gotta,
Mayor Kling, I'd go ahead and make a motion to accept the proposal by Parks and Rec eliminating request number 1 for the architectural design services for the rec center.
Second.
So for clarity, and I need this just for my sake, sometimes when we say Parks and Rec, because there are so many funds under Parks and Rec, are you talking about the?
Recreation center.
Recreation Center, thank you. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the rec center budget? Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the library request.
Second?
I'm sorry. It was a
Okay, it's been
part-time
moved
staffer.
and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Hang on, just.
All right, it's out of order. Thank you, Nate. You're trying to move fast.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Shall we do clerk's office while we're going down those?
Oh, wait, anybody wanna go out on them?
They're self-funded.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve, excuse me, the clerk's budget as stated.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes. Madam Mayor, should we talk about adjournment now? We have plenty of time tomorrow to go through things with Ms. Levi has to leave.
Yes. I would, do we need to discuss our timing tomorrow before we adjourn, or can we discuss it after? So let's real quickly talk about, just a reminder, we have a 7:30 a.m. special council meeting, executive session, and then as a full council, shall we reconvene then at 1:30? Or so that, I,
Sure.
how do you all feel?
That's a good idea.
That works with Councilman Haverfield? Okay.
So we'll reconvene, and that's for everyone, we will reconvene, and I don't know what we need to do as far as noticing from clerk's office that we will be starting at 1:30.
That works.
Well, staff knows, so, okay,
Motion to adjourn.
post it on the site. Okay, so I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.